The illusion of normality attempted by the two elder residents of number 4, Privet Drive, was once again shattered in the early hours of the morning, much to the repeated disgust of the neighbors. Petunia Dursley's shrill voice, again berating her nephew for his laziness, was a constant source of irritation for the otherwise fairly usual neighborhood, especially when it occurred at the ungodly hour of 6 a.m. Never mind that it was probably justified, since the Potter boy was verifiably lazy, proven by the lax way he wore the second-hand clothes gifted to him by his generous benefactors, and his total lack of concern at everybody's meaningful stares and less than subtle comments. 6 a.m. was just too damn early to yell at somebody to start sweeping the floor, taking out the garbage, washing the car, and weeding the path. If it wasn't for the fact Petunia and her husband were such kindly people for taking in the slack son of her deceased and undoubtedly equally lazy sister 10 years ago, somebody would have said something to her by now. Strangely, it never once occurred to anybody that constantly calling somebody something might actually encourage them to develop that attribute. Luckily, lazy came up in Petunia's tirades slightly more often than freak. Otherwise, this could have been a very different story. "Bad news, Vernon," she said. "Mrs. Figg's broken her leg, she can't take him." She jerked her head in Harry's direction. Not that she needed to. Vernon and Petunia rarely ever spoke of anybody else with that particular tone or emphasis. "You could just leave me here," Harry put in, trying hard not to sound too hopeful. He'd be able to watch what he wanted on television for a change, and maybe even have a go on Dudley's computer before the fat lump of lard got bored with it and decided to see if it could fly or something as equally destructive. At hearing Harry's suggestion, Petunia looked as though she'd just bitten into a lemon. Actually, she usually looked that way, especially when Harry was involved. "And come back and find the house in ruins," she snarled. "Lock me in my cupboard then," he said with a shrug. Getting a chance to lie down in peace and quiet for a few hours, maybe even catch an extra nap, was a close second place to watching TV or playing computer games for Harry. Unfortunately, Vernon didn't trust Harry to be alone, not with the number of times strange things happened around him. Nobody in number 4 talked about the fact Harry never had to go to the trouble of getting his hair cut, or how the teachers at his school never kept him behind to write lines anymore after that incident with the suddenly blue wig. No, Vernon did not trust Harry in the slightest to stay home and not do anything unnatural. So Harry found himself dragged to the zoo to emulate a pack mule for Dudley and his bully friend. Carrying half his body weight in bags filled all the various things Petunia deemed necessary for her Duddykins to have on hand, like 5 liters of Piggy's favorite soft drink and a homemade pie big enough to feed 8 people. He dutifully trudged along behind them, stopping to sit or lean as often as possible, as was his habit. Even when not loaded down with the whale's baggage, not that Dudley could waddle for very long. Without a rest break anyway. Harry leaned heavily against the glass in front of the massive reptile tank and looked longingly at the huge snake snoozing under the sun lamps. "Lucky bugger," mumbled Harry, watching it enviously. "You get to lie around all day doing whatever you want, with no chores or school, and get all of your meals brought to you. That's a neat angle you've got going on there, aside from idiots like Dudley annoying you, I guess." The snake suddenly opened its beady eyes. Slowly, very slowly, it raised its head until its eyes were on a level with Harry's. Then it winked. In that instant, Harry knew the snake not only understood him, but wholeheartedly agreed with him. For some reason, knowing the impressively large creature lived a life of luxury and was playing at being asleep, effectively pranking the lines of gawking humans that came to see it daily, made Harry laugh. At least until Dudley noticed the snake had moved and came wobbling over to push Harry out of the way, knocking him to the ground. in the ensuing chaos of the glass disappearing and the lard ball falling into the shallow pool of the pen. Nobody really noticed Harry apologizing to the python as it patiently waited for Dudley to be rescued from its cage. "Is all right, amigo," it hissed back. "Now I get a holiday out the back while they fix my ohm." Relieved, Harry realized he admired the snake's calm acceptance of the situation and decided to try to emulate it in the future. It was likely to be easier than fighting all the time. Dudley's gang used to hunt Harry. They thought chasing him around the neighborhood and then beating up the smaller boy was great fun, until Harry figured out running and still getting beat up was a lot more work than standing his ground and getting beat up. He embarked on a new plan, one that he mentally dubbed Harry-Kari. It involved no longer running from the gang, but instead throwing himself at whichever one of them was closest and fighting for all he was worth for a few seconds. He would then roll up into a protective ball and take whatever was dished out until they went away. As thick as they were, even Dudders realized they were not likely to ever have any fun chasing Harry through the streets anymore, plus Harry sometimes managed to land some quite painful blows, making them all hesitant to be the first in. So the gang of cowardly bullies eventually gave it up as a bad joke and simply stuck to insulting him from a distance. And that was just the way Harry liked it. Harry loved spending time with Mrs. Fig, his half-crazy babysitter from down the road. He loved being allowed sit around for hours drinking tea and patting cats, while the mad old woman went through albums of cat photos, telling and retelling her stories. It was a nice, relaxing time for him. She sometimes even let him watch TV and gave him cake. Being a human cushion for a few cats and putting up with the awful cabbage smell permeating the place was a very small price to pay for his brief stays at her house when no other sitter was available. Especially not when the hardest work she asked of him was to help refill some of the cats' bowls or brush the tangles out of their coats. Yep, the only thing better than taking care of the cats at Mrs. Fig's was being a cat at Mrs. Fig's. Several days before Harry's birthday, things started to get strange. It started off normal enough, but this was where Harry would later realize everything had started changing. "Get the mail, Dudley," said Uncle Vernon from behind his morning newspaper. "Make Harry get it," whined Dudley. "Get the mail, Harry," commanded Vernon. Harry looked up from his meager breakfast and made a quick evaluation of everybody's mood. It all looked good. "Okay," he said happily, knowing full and well that Vernon was aware the effort involved in forcing his will onto the boy was much more than a simple mail collection warranted. "In a minute." Vernon glared over the paper at Harry, annoyed, but not enough to be called angry. Harry tried to ignore him, but was secretly holding his breath because sometimes Vernon could be bothered. The skill was in choosing when to be outright slack and when to work or look like he was working anyway. "Petunia," called the obese man in a sickly sweet voice, looking away from Harry after a final disgust and hate-filled glance. "Can you get the mail, please, pet?" Harry managed to keep the smile from his face and went back to his tiny portion of food with an unnoticed sigh of relief. He would need his energy later because despite everybody's opinion, it was hard work being lazy, but he did have a reputation to uphold. Of course, if he had any inkling that there was a letter waiting for him amongst the usual pile of bills and advertisements, his reaction would have been very different. Harry looked around his new bedroom and groaned. Not only was the room several times larger than his cupboard, meaning he now had a much larger area to clean and care for, it was half filled with Dudley's broken junk. No doubt it would somehow become his responsibility to dispose of it all, meaning at least a few dozen trips to the bin with armloads of rubbish. Maybe he should have gotten the mail after all. At least then he would have some idea why Petunia was forcing him into this room. Then again, if he spent a bit of time fixing up some of the lesser damaged goods and snuck them out, He might be able to flog them off at the second-hand store or to some of the kids at school. A bit of cash would definitely take the sting out of having to lug it all downstairs. Over the next few days, and despite Vernon's best efforts, the strange letters kept arriving. Owls and envelopes flew through the house, causing chaos and confusion the likes of which Harry had never seen before. Petunia shrieked and Vernon swore, while Dudley tried futilely to hide his enormous bulk under the rather smaller coffee table. Harry made no effort to catch or open one of the envelopes, figuring somebody would do it eventually. And trying to defy pig-headed and stubborn Vernon in a direct confrontation about this was just wasting time and energy. Nope, it was much better to sit back and do nothing, appearing as blameless as possible while exerting no effort at all. Not that doing so was any sort of guarantee that he wouldn't be punished anyway, but it was easier than any other course of action he could think of. Besides, this was just too much fun to watch. Hagrid's midnight introduction at the little shack in the middle of nowhere was incredibly funny and enlightening, but Harry still managed to get back to sleep with the minimum of fuss. He had lots of practice at grabbing a nap whenever possible, no matter what was going on around him, and Dudley, sporting a brand new pig's tail, just gave Harry something nice to recall in his dreams. Sleeping was possibly his favorite pastime. The next morning, Harry shared breakfast with the giant of a man before they left the Dursleys behind and headed back to land. Settling down in the small boat, Harry was still staring at Hagrid, trying to imagine him flying, or even just riding a motorcycle, and also vaguely wondering how the Dursleys were supposed to get back to shore without their boat. "Seems a shame ter row," said Hagrid, giving Harry a sideways look. "If I was ter speed things up a bit, would ye mind not mentionin' it to no one?" Harry nodded happily, excited to see what else magic could do. Hagrid pulled out the pink umbrella again, tapped it twice on the side of the boat, and they sped off toward land. Harry's grin threatened to split his face as his mind raced faster than it had ever done before, his imagination coming up with dozens of ways where magic like this would make his life easier. He could get Dudley's bike fixed and never have to walk anywhere, or make the much-hated lawnmower move itself around without having to be pushed. The potential was limitless, and that was just one little bit of magic. Oh yes, he was really looking forward to Hogwarts. The day spent in Diagon Alley was possibly the best day Harry could ever remember having. Everywhere he looked there were people performing incredible acts of magic as if they were everyday things, which they probably were. Bags and boxes floated along behind shoppers as if being carried by invisible servants, rags scrubbed and cleaned windows without a hand holding them, dishes stacked themselves precariously before flowing away into the back room of the pub, probably to be cleaned by more magic, and nobody seemed to have to make any real effort for it to all happen. It was wonderful. "So tell me more about what magic I'll learn," Harry asked Hagrid. "Are there spells to wash and clean clothes? What about spells to make brooms sweep the floor like that one over there?" Hagrid laughed, his deep booming rumble shaking several tables around them. It was abundantly clear that Hagrid was not a limitless source of information for Harry, but he was certainly friendly enough, and Harry appreciated the effort the man had gone through for him. It was a pity the huge guy didn't appear to have a proper wand to use magic like other people were. But since he was carrying all of Harry's newly purchased stuff, Harry wasn't too disappointed. "You'll be there findin' out soon enough," said Hagrid. "Fair enough," said Harry, "but can you at least tell me about any benefits I might be entitled to being the famous boy who lived and all that?" Getting fitted for what was basically a dress should have worried Harry a little, but since all the other guys would be wearing the same thing, he found he wasn't really that concerned by it, and it did mean one less thing to worry about: trousers. It was a pity he had to share the robe shop with the moron, currently trying to impress him. Hang on, let me get this straight. You'd rather not learn magic than end up in a house that has a reputation you don't apparently like. The blonde boy Harry decided to call Slick, since his hair was immaculately slicked back with so much product that it almost gleamed, nodded. It would be embarrassing, Slick proclaimed. A disgrace. Harry showed his best fake smile and kept his mouth closed. Arguing with idiots was more than a waste of effort. It sometimes felt like it sapped your own intelligence. Better to slap one of Dudley's moronic smiles on his face and stop listening, lest the sheer stupidity of anything the git said somehow infected him. At least, he didn't have to worry about trousers anymore. After his 5th wand, Harry was fed up with the whole time-consuming process. First, old Nutter the wand maker would rummage around in his hoard, shuffling through shelves until sometime in his age-addled brain would inspire him to grab a wand from a seemingly random location. Then he would slowly make his way to where Harry was impatiently made to stand, waffling on about types of wood and the internal organs of whatever magical creature was sacrificed for it. Finally, he would hand the stick over to Harry and get him to give it a wave, before snatching it back. Almost immediately, and starting the whole process over again. The next wand Harry held shot a blast of something out, shattering a row of boxes on the far wall. "I'll take it," he said, gripping the stick tightly. "No," said Ollivander, trying to wrest it from Harry's hands. "It is not the right one." "Why not? It did something pretty spectacular," said Harry, refusing to let go. "That means it's got to be." "Okay." He gave another tug, but was unable to free the stick. The old bugger was stronger than he looked. "Mr. Potter, okay is not good enough. This is not the right wand for you, and we will keep trying until we find the correct one." With a sudden jerk, he ripped the wand from Harry's grasp. Harry grumbled under his breath at the smug look Ollivander gave him before putting the wand back into its box and starting to rummage through the shelves again. "Well, it better not take much longer," said Harry out loud. "My legs are getting tired. Why don't you have a seat out here or something?" "A difficult customer indeed," mumbled Ollivander, reaching for a particular box he would not usually have considered so soon. Harry had never concentrated on learning something so much in his life. "Reparo," he incanted, swishing his phoenix feather core wand in exactly the pattern the book with the moving illustrations showed him. There was a small flash of light, a puff of smoke, and a quiet bang, and then the broken model plane was once again whole. Harry almost jumped into the air with joy. It had taken almost a week since his trip to Diagon Alley, but he had cast his first spell successfully. And the payoff in cash for what he could now get from the second-hand shop for the fixed plane was well worth the effort. There were other spells he really wanted to learn, like the ones that could potentially shrink his humongous clothes down to something approaching his size, but money was more useful, and half of his clothes needed repairing anyway. He was especially happy that he had managed to avoid getting all of Dudley's broken junk out of his new bedroom, since it would now be possibly to get something for it all once fixed. He always knew putting off chores paid off. Discovering he had no idea how to find platform 9 3/4, Harry did the most reasonable thing he could think of. He pulled a large scrap of paper out of his trunk and wrote a hasty sign that he then held up for people passing by to read. "Trying to find platform 934, please help," it read. Several people chuckled, and few looked at him like they were worried he had lost his mind. One or two tossed a few coins onto the book bag he had left lying at his feet after taking out his writing materials. Eventually, a girl with extremely bushy hair stopped in front of him, hands on her hips and a stern look on her face. "You shouldn't have that where people can see it," she admonished. "It might violate the statute of secrecy, and you spelt platform wrong." "Wouldn't be much point if nobody could see it," he replied evenly, "and you managed to understand what I meant, so that it means it's working." Why don't you know where the entrance is? She asked. Why do you? He countered. I read all about it, she said, a tone of superiority in her voice that Harry really didn't appreciate. You. Enter through that pillar between platform 9 and 10, right there behind you. It's a magical portal. That looks like a wall, but is really a doorway. All you have to do is walk right into the wall without stopping. Well, I didn't read about, but thank you very much, Harry said, not moving to put his sign down. Guess I'll see you on the other side then. Fuzzy stood for a moment, seeming confused. Aren't you going to go through? She asked, as a middle-aged couple, probably her parents, joined. Sir. Not yet, said Harry. Why not? It's not difficult. I'll go through before you if you are scared. Nah, that's fine, he said. I'm just going to wait here a bit longer. We've got an hour before it's due to leave, and I've already made 5 quid, he said, nodding in thanks as another person dropped a coin onto his bag. Fuzzy did not look impressed. Ron, you are truly a lad after my own heart, said Harry, lying back in his train seat. Dozens of empty wrappers surrounded them, a testament to the bottomless pit theory of small boys. And sweets. A mangy old rat scurried about, munching on bits and pieces of things the boys left behind. He'd met the boy when a rather large woman, who could only be Ron's mum, hustled him and about. Half a dozen other kids, mostly redheads, through the portal with 10 minutes still to go before they train left. Harry figured he could probably have made a few more quid, but was happy enough with what he got. It more than paid for his sweet splurge. Tell me some more stories about how your mum and dad use magic around the house, and how you magical folk manage to avoid doing things the hard way. Ron gave Harry a strange look. All right, he said, chewing open another packet of beans, but I don't see why you find it so interesting, just a bunch of housework really. Harry sighed and closed his eyes, images of magic catering to this every want and need filling his imagination. Trust me, mate, he said, almost in a rapture. I find them very interesting indeed. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second, he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult, very difficult. You don't really fit in any house at all. Plenty of courage for Cheek, I see, but not enough to stand up for many others against your cousin. And his boorish friends, eh? Not even enough to challenge the unfair image your aunt gave you. Although you are brave enough when it comes to trying new things. Quite a good mind indeed, but it's hardly ever been put to productive use, has it? Aside from the odd bits of cleverness to get you out of work, it's almost brand new. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, but the only ambition you've got is to be left to have a quiet, easy life, hardly very noble. No, there's nothing for it, lad. The fact you put more effort into avoiding work than it would take to do the job, and despite that you have never had reason to show an ounce of loyalty to anybody, you had better be Hufflepuff, it said, shouting the last word for the whole hall to hear. Harry briefly considered arguing, but then figured it was probably a lot more effort than it was worth. Besides, he didn't really have a preference, and what possible advantage was there to convincing a hat? He was brave, intelligent, or cunning. It was much easier to just go with the flow, and probably a lot more rewarding in the long run, too. Hufflepuff prides itself on hard work and loyalty, announced the prefect, whose name Harry could not be bothered to recall, and who had nothing distinguishing about him for Harry to attach a nickname to. As such, there are no house elves assigned to clean our rooms. Each of you is responsible for your own bed and belongings. The rest of the rooms will be cleaned on a rotating basis. Schedules and rosters will be posted each week. Several groans came from some of the first years at the news, although Harry wondered what the fuss was. At least he wouldn't have to pick up after Dudley. Wash day for you firsties is Thursday, after dinner. One of the prefects will escort you to the laundry room for the first few weeks, but then you will be expected to take care of yourselves after that. For a moment, Harry was certain the red-head girl next to him was going to faint. She went so pale at the news that he could clearly see each and every freckle on her face. When she swayed, he automatically edged away. Everybody is expected to be up and ready for breakfast before 7. More groans, although Harry once again couldn't see the problem. 7 o'clock meant at least an hours extra, precious sleep on his privet drive start time, but judging from the horrified look on a few faces around him, he was in a minority. Lights out for first years is at 9:30, and you will be changed and ready for bed at least 15 minutes prior to that. There will be several study groups organized for those of you having any difficulty, and a senior student will always be present at the assigned table for that group each evening. Harry perked up a bit at this. Having somebody to ask help from would be a new experience, one he fully intended to indulge, although he had to wonder if the role of the upper years was voluntary, or another downside to the House of the Badgers that he had yet to look forward to. Welcome to Hufflepuff, the hardest-working and loyalist house in Hogwarts. Harry joined in the applause half-heartedly, the words, hardest-working, putting a bit of a downer on an otherwise interesting introduction to life in a boarding school. Well, that sucks, whispered the poncy-looking boy standing next to him. I've never had to do my own laundry before. The redhead girl nodded weakly, looking slightly less pale, but still rather shell-shocked. Harry didn't mind. Laundry, even as disgusting as Dudley's and Vernon's, meant at least half an hour. Wasted time sorting and loading Petunia's machine, instead of being outside doing something strenuous. Still, something the prefect said was bothering him. Hey, he said to the Ponce, what's a house elf and what can it do? As the boy explained, with anecdotes and not-so-helpful extra explanations from the redhead girl, Harry could feel opportunity calling, and a smile crept into his expression. After all, just because the rooms didn't have house elves assigned to clean them, nobody said that Harry wasn't allowed to use them. Seemed like such a waste otherwise, especially since they apparently loved to do the work, and he was sure wasting was against the Hufflepuff credo somewhere along the line. Magic school, Harry decided after a few days, was a lot more work than its muggle equivalent. Rubbing blood back into his cramping hand, Harry cast a look around the rest of class and realized almost everybody else was also straining to keep going, so at least his misery wasn't lacking company. Writing with a stupid feather and ink was a pain, literally. Even the practical sessions, where they finally got to perform magic, as opposed to just hearing about it, usually resulted in the production of reams of meandering, ink-blotched parchment as homework. At this rate, the accumulated daily note-taking alone will rival the size of his textbooks before the year was out. With barely any experience in writing with a muggle pen or pencil, thanks to Petunia's skill at spreading a vicious rumor regarding his tendency to stab people with anything even slightly sharp, Harry found it doubly difficult to keep up. His personal shorthand was more suited to crayons and didn't adapt well to quills or the subjects he was now studying. Hufflepuff classmates would often share their notes in the common room each evening, but everybody's notes lost coherence towards the end of each class, and the final class of the day was often a total loss, especially if it was history of magic. Somebody made the suggestion they break up the note-taking into sections, with a few people assigned to only start taking notes after the halfway mark. Nobody else thought it was a good idea to completely rely on another person's notes, and you could never be sure exactly how long the theory part was going to last to be able to pick the middle anyway. He wanted a tape recorder, or the magical equivalent, something that could record everything they teachers said that he could then later use to catch up. Better yet, he needed a magical quill that could write things for him. Surely somebody in the wizarding world had thought of this. All he needed to do was find out how to make one. Or find somebody who would make one for him. Come to think of it, there was probably dozens of labor-saving devices available in Diagon Alley, stirring cauldrons not being the least of them. He thought it was fairly unlikely witches and wizards would travel from all over the country to London just to do a bit of shopping, so there had to be either a local shop or a way to order things, like a mail-order system. All Harry really needed was a catalog, and then life was going to get much easier. Otherwise, the magical world was about to have some new inventions thrust upon it. In his very first transfiguration class, Harry's eyes glazed over as the implications of seeing the stern professor turn into a cat sunk in. A cat, like batty old Mrs. Fig's cats. Creatures that made an art form of lazing around all day, getting fed and pampered, without having to do a single thing in return. That is so cool, he said out loud, mentally adding to his list of things he really wanted to learn. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for that ringing endorsement, said Professor McGonagall with less than true sincerity. For today's lesson, we will be learning how to change a matchstick into a needle. Unfortunately, there was then an hour of complicated, hand-cramping note-taking before they got a chance to pick up their wands and give it a try. Harry sat looking between his notes, his wand, and the matchstick sitting on the desk. While there was an obvious correlation to the theory and explanation of the spell in his newly written notes, he honestly could not see a single thing there to help with the casting of the spell. Everybody else was busy waving their wands around and trying various versions of the pronunciation of the words given, but Harry sat still and concentrated on recalling exactly what the professor did to make the magic happen. It seemed all too simple when she showed them, but when it came time to do it himself, he realized exactly how much he had missed. Problem, Mr. Potter? Asked the professor, coming to stand near him. A bit, Professor, he answered. Could you please show it to me one more time, slower? Of course, she answered, and with a deft flick and well-pronounced word, effortlessly changed his matchstick. Harry watched closely and nodded to himself in satisfaction when she was done. Your turn, she said, swiftly changing the needle back. Harry concentrated and made his first attempt. A shiny needle, nowhere near as perfect as the one produced by the professor, but still recognizable, lay on the desk in front of him. Well done, she said, obviously surprised. 5 points for an extraordinary first try. Now try to chain it back into a matchstick. It took 3 goes, but Harry managed to reverse the transfiguration too, earning another 5 points. How did you do that? Asked the guy sitting next to Harry, Arnie or something, once the professor moved on to help another student. Or was it Zek Smith? He just couldn't seem to get up enough energy to keep all their names straight. What? I just copied her, Harry answered. It didn't take anything special. Here, have another go and I'll tell you if I spot what's going wrong when you try. Thanks, that's real nice of you, said the boy. Harry smiled and began helping his classmate, not at all feeling guilty about using the excuse to avoid having to repeat doing the exercise himself again and again while the others caught up. Just because he wasn't letting himself get confused by mixing up theory and practice, and knew to concentrate on just doing exactly what was needed, it didn't mean he wanted to repeat it multiple times if he could avoid it. Not when it was something as useless as making needles that could be bought by the dozens for a few sickles. Charms held a very special place in Harry's heart. Not only was the teacher amiable and fun, he had a real enthusiasm for the subject that would have penetrated even Harry's normal apathy had it been present. As it was, learning that his mother was once a bit of a deft hand in the subject just added fuel to the fire of interest he already had. Sir, is there a charm for polishing shoes? He asked the excitable professor. Yes, there is a charm for that, answered the diminutive teacher. And for brushing your teeth? Yes, there is a charm for that. and ironing shirts, and tying your shoes and washing windows. Yes, yes, and yes, there is a charm for all of those things and more. It's safe to say, Mr. Potter. There is probably a charm for every everyday situation you can imagine, and many you can't. Harry felt light-headed with giddiness. He really loved charms. It was pity potions sucked so badly. It wasn't that the actual subject was that bad, although it was uncomfortably close to the cooking. Petunia kept trying to make Harry do. No, it was all because of Greasy. At the banquet, Harry got the distinct impression the potions professor didn't like him. That didn't bother him too much, since he had been putting up with people not liking him for most of his life. By a few minutes into their first potions lesson, Harry realized Greasy actively hated him. Potter, snapped Greasy immediately after his menacing introduction. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? I have no idea, sir, said Harry, pretty bewildered by even the names of the ingredients, let alone any combining of them. Tut fame clearly isn't everything. Harry felt the stirrings of annoyance deep inside himself. It took a lot to get Harry's goat, but Greasy was managing it quite easily. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In a zoo. The look on the professor's face was almost pleasure. He was clearly enjoying humiliating Harry, and Harry felt those simmering bubbles of rebellion start to swell. Not likely. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? I have no idea, answered Harry a bit tersely. Greasy smiled an evil, self-satisfied little smirk. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, eh, Potter? Yep, that was enough to do it. Well, no, sir, answered Harry, relaxing into his well-practiced schoolroom slouch, the one that didn't really looked like he was slouching, but nevertheless gave a distinct impression of it. If this git was going to try stir Harry up, he was going to have to work a lot harder than that. Harry was a bit of an expert at reading and manipulating other people's emotions. It was a skill he needed when dealing with the Dursleys in order to keep them from getting upset enough to really punish him, or make him work. I figured that was what school was for, reading and learning and stuff. I mean, if we were meant to learn all of it at home, what would be the point of showing up? I could have stayed in bed and read books all day. The look on Greasy's face and the laughter of a few of his classmates made Harry decide to declare this a victory, but he knew the war had only just begun, and he really wasn't likely to win. Still, a bit of revenge like that was just too easy to pass up, as others would eventually discover. Harry, you need to get dressed before you go up for breakfast, said the seventh-year prefect named Tonks, although Harry didn't still bother with names too often. Even if you are early, you still need to get changed. She was quite an attractive girl and spoke politely and with kindness to everybody. He mentally referred to her as the pretty prefect, since memorizing real names of people he would likely only spend a year in school with felt like a total waste of effort. I am dressed, he said, sounding puzzled. In your pajamas, she said. These aren't my pajamas. Besides, you are wearing yours. These are not pajamas. These are standard school robes. They look like pajamas to me. My auntie has a nightgown just like that, except it's a bit baggier and doesn't look anywhere near as good on her. Well, they are not pajamas, and you need to get out of yours and into a robe before you go up to breakfast. I told you, these aren't my pajamas, and Slick gets to wear his pajamas every day. I'll have to take your word on the robes versus nightgown thing, though, since I can't really tell the difference. Tonks resisted the urge to rub her temples, a feeling several of the other prefects had already mentioned often encountering when dealing with one Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy does not wear his pajamas outside of the Slytherin common room, she said with exaggerated patience. Yes, he does. They've got pretty gold patterns around the edges and everything. They are custom robes, probably made by the finest seamstresses in Diagon Alley, Tonks explained. Well then, these are custom robes made by the best Muggle manufacturers in, China, said Harry, sparing a moment to check the tag on his pants. Tonks sighed. It was going to be another one of those conversations, like when Harry argued for putting in escalators for going up out of the common room, and a fireman's pole or slide to get back down, just to save having to walk the stairs. Potter, the student handbook makes it very clear that school robes are to be worn at all times outside of the common room and your dorms. The clothes you are wearing are not school robes. They are in fact white and covered in cute little yellow ducks. There is no way they can possibly be considered modified school robes, mainly because they are not robes at all, having trouser legs and such. Malfoy is not wearing pajamas. He is wearing customized robes. Now, if you don't go back and get changed out of your pajamas and into your robes, you will not be getting breakfast, and I'll deduct points for being out of uniform, clear. Fine, said Harry sullenly, but can you tell me exactly how much school robes are allowed to be customized then? Grumbling, Tonks reached for her copy of the handbook, thankful that experience had taught her to keep it handy for at least the first few weeks of term. It only took a few moments for her to find the relevant pages. Here we go, she said. School robes are to bear only the crest of the house of the student over the right breast, and may not be altered in any way beyond the color and design approved by the Hogwarts Board Declaration, 1022, -1893. Cool, said Harry, smiling. I guess that means you'll have to deduct points from Slick then, doesn't it? A strange feeling of enlightenment suddenly dawned on Tonks. You staged this, didn't you? She said accusingly. This whole thing was just a setup to make me look up that rule. So now I have to report Malfoy, because I know he really is out of uniform. As if I am that smart, laughed Harry. Although that git does deserve a bit of payback for trying to get me into a duel he never intended on showing up for. Nah, I was just hopping to avoid having to get changed, since you all wear nightgowns everywhere anyway. As he casually wandered down the tunnel leading to his dorm, Tonks watched him go, unsure if he was serious or just very cunning. Wait, if they are not your pajamas, whose are they? She called out to him before he disappeared around the corner. I don't know, answered Harry, shrugging. The house elves gave them to me after they burned my old ones and hit the ashes with sticks. They seemed pretty upset with most of my clothes for some reason, although it possibly has something to do with their general state. It was only long after he had gone that Tonks started wondering how house elves got a hold of his clothes in the first place. After waiting, seemingly forever, with the patience that comes from never bothering to rush into anything, the day of Harry's first flying lesson finally arrived. It was definitely one of his most eagerly anticipated classes. Up, said Harry, fully expecting the broom to leap into his hand, which it immediately did. A few of the others were having trouble and automatically looked to him for help, since he had easily gotten it to work for him. Don't take no for an answer, suggested Harry. Command it and mean it, and you'll get better results. Taking his advice, his remaining classmates soon all stood holding their brooms and looking grateful. And he earned 5 points from Madame Hooch, who Harry privately referred to as Spike, after her rather unique hairstyle. Does that work in the other classes too? Asked Hannah, whom Harry just called Han because Sue's buddy seemed a little bit too impersonal, and it was likely to get him in trouble with the temperamental girls. Dunno, said Harry. I just made it up to make it look like I know something, but it sounds about right. I'll try it out and let you know how it goes later. Hannah smothered her giggles with a hand and turned to pay proper attention to the flying instructor. He only half listened to what was obviously a standard safety talk, the rest of his mind thinking about all the possibilities presented by being able to fly any distance for almost no effort. The odorous task of walking imposed by the tyranny of gravity had just lost some of its hold on him, and he was not going to give it back without a fight. Getting mail delivered to your hand at breakfast time was another thing Harry liked. It sure beat the trudge to the mail box and back of number 4 every morning, no matter the weather. Of course, before his Hogwarts letter, he had never received any mail of his own to collect, and so avoided doing that job as often as possible, but it was still nice to know anything sent to him now would end up wherever he happened to be when it arrived. The beautiful white owl swooped down to land on his plate and started greedily helping herself to his bacon. Although he appreciated the birthday gift from Hagrid, he really hadn't been all that keen on owning a pet, since he imagined it would mean a lot of extra work and responsibility. He was very happy to discover Hedwig spent the vast majority of her day sleeping and was able to hunt for herself at night. It was like a match made in heaven, despite her atrocious table manners and habit of making sure Harry's mail deliveries always resulted in owl footprints all over anything she did. Not gobble up before he could chase her off. Pushing the gorging bird off his plate, Harry took a moment to pull open the strap holding the rolled note to the owl's leg. The loud tearing sound made the people sitting around him wince. "Bit of bad luck that," said the Ponce, who Harry was fairly certain was named Jay or Justin or something like that. "Excuse me," asked Harry, confused. "You tore your letter," said Justin, who Harry decided needed to be called Jay from now on, since Justin was way too much of a mouthful for everyday conversation. No, I didn't," said Harry, holding up the undamaged note from Hagrid. "What was that noise then?" asked Sue, sitting across the table from him. "It's called Velcro. I didn't like the idea of having to tie and untie stupidly fiddly little bits of string all the time." Harry usually had no problem coping with boredom. Lonely hours spent in his cupboard for one transgression or another, with nothing more than spiders and dust to play with, meant he had to develop some serious boredom-fighting techniques. Sleeping was a good one, but pretty much unusable in any class including history of magic, due to Harry's sudden and irrational inability to sleep in the same room as a ghost, much to his great disgust at missing such a fine opportunity for extra snoozing. Daydreaming extraordinarily complex scenarios was another good way to pass the time, one that got him through much of his primary schooling, and that was serving him rather well when it came to defense against the dark arts. Never before had Harry come across a person who could take such an interesting subject, a class full of eager students, and turn it into a nightmare of wasted time. So he bent his considerable talent and began crafting elaborate stories involving the turban-headed, stuttering professor at the front of the room and the subject matter they were meant to be covering. Before he knew it, class was over and Harry had somehow managed to learn more than anybody else, simply because he was thinking about the actual spells and creatures that were meant to be part of the lesson and not drifting off thinking about something more interesting to most people his age, like girls or sports. It would really be a shame if Garlic Guy turned out just to be a smelly, turbaned bloke with a stutter and a ridiculously low bravery threshold, not after all of the villains and heroes Harry had him playing in his imaginary mindscape. Unlike almost every other event or holiday during the year, Halloween at the Dursleys usually did not involve any extra work for Harry. He was most often stuck in his cupboard, not allowed to do anything, lest his own special brand of mischief ran amok on the one night famed such things. Even Dudley was only allowed to go out if he dressed up as a superhero or something else normal. Anything involving magic or the mystical was immediately boycotted by Vernon and Petunia, no matter how much Fatty cried and sulked about it. Getting to join in the festivities in the main hall at Hogwarts was therefore an exciting bonus for Harry, who was just glad not be back at the Dursleys listening to Dudley brag about the tricks he pulled. Beating up smaller children and stealing their treats being the most common one. Having the wonderful party in the lavishly decorated hall interrupted was not something he appreciated. The panic as Quirrell collapsed on the floor after his shocking announcement came to a sudden halt. When Dumbledore set off a huge blast of noise, as the headmaster issued his commands and the prefects starting leading people away, Harry stayed in his seat thinking things over. Thinking about things before acting often saved Harry a lot of otherwise wasted effort. Before the feast, Ron mentioned to Harry that Fuzzy was sulking in a bathroom, although he was less than forthcoming about exactly why. It didn't take a lot of thought for Harry to realize what the easiest right thing to do was. "Excuse me," he said, pulling the sleeve of the prefect Ron had identified as one of his many older brothers, along with the pranksters B1 and B2. "Do you know you are missing one of your first years?" "What?" asked Percy. "The girl with the bushy hair, Hermie or something," he explained. "Your brother Ron told me she was hiding in a toilet for some reason." "Oh dear," said Percy. "Thank you for telling me." Then he rushed off towards the professors, leaving Harry behind. Harry returned to his table, only to discover his own house had left without him. Shaking his head in annoyance, he headed off in the direction he was pretty sure was a short cut to the dorms. He was still trying to figure out the moving stairs, but there was definitely a pattern to them, Harry felt. Sure, he would considerably shorten the distances he had to travel between classes if he could unlock the secret schedule of their movement. Lost in thought, he rounded a corner just in time to see the troll turn and spot him. Despite the Sorting Hat's comments, Harry was not lacking in the bravery department, but he also had a very large dose of practicality and a healthy respect for pain. Seeing a small mountain of stinking troll flesh start lumbering towards him with a massive club raised above its head was not enough to freeze him in fear, but it did make him panic. "SSSHHHHHHI," he yelled, turning and bolting back the way he had come. Of course the troll followed. Luckily, the screaming boy ran right into a hallway full of teachers, just heading out to search the castle. With a few deft flicks of their wands, the ugly brute of a creature was immobilized, but Harry was nowhere to be seen. It was several hours later that Dumbledore found him hiding at the top of the astronomy tower. "I figured if it couldn't fit up the stairs, it wouldn't come up," Harry explained. "But surely you must have known we would be able to overcome it," said McGonagall, apparently unconvinced by Harry's explanation. "Sure," the young boy answered, "but I thought better safe than sorry." Several of the faculty nodded in agreement, even going as far as awarding Harry points for being sensible, much to Greasy's disgust. Only Hermione would ever know the real reason he had not returned soon after calming down. A few days after the incident, she tracked him down to thank him for saving her life, and then interrogated him endlessly until she had the full story. While a bit indignant that Harry had not really led the troll away intentionally, she appreciated him telling somebody about her absence and promised to keep secret that he had discovered the astronomy tower was actually a really great place to catch a quiet nap. "What are you doing here?" asked Malfoy, making what Harry considered a decent effort to copy. Greasy's sneer. "Did you get lost or something?" Harry looked up from his breakfast bowl. He knew he should just ignore the git, like he normally did. But he was feeling a bit frisky this morning, and so decided to use his energy baiting the boy. "That's really witty, Slick. It must have taken you a whole hour to think that one up, or did you ask somebody else to help you out, your daddy maybe? Then again, it's probably some sort of pureblood traditional insult, or something that only a 10th generation inbred clone like you is allowed to use on pain of death or torture." Gregory Goyle, who was sitting next to Harry, let out a surprisingly girly giggle. A few of the people further down the table also smiled at Harry's retort, not liking Malfoy one bit and happy for anybody to take him down a peg or two. "What are doing at the Slytherin table?" asked Draco, after giving Goyle an angry look. I think I am eating breakfast, but if you can't tell, I might be doing it wrong. Maybe you can sit down and show us how a real wizard like you does it. Do you need a special handcrafted, golden spork, or will normal, everyday cutlery do? Draco's face screwed up in anger, but a few more smiles appeared on the crowd pretending not to watch, and Goyle grinned again. Potter, you are a disgrace. When was the last time you even tried to comb your hair? And look at the state of your robes. You make them look like they have never been ironed. Harry sighed. Slick, just how many hours do you spend each day playing with yourself in front of a mirror? Don't you see something wrong with putting all that energy into looking pretty? Gar here got so hungry waiting for you he had to come down and get something to eat before he faded away to nothing. Louder sniggers from around the table made Draco's face redden even further. This is the Slytherin table, you imbecile. You eat over there at the table for the losers. Actually, I think I'll sit just here, for a few days at least. There is nothing in the rule book about it. Mr. Potter, what do you think you are doing? Asked Professor McGonagall as she strode into the hall and saw the confrontation. Harry still privately referred to her as Mrs. Mac or Princess, but not anywhere she would hear him, not. After he slipped up once and found out exactly how much she appreciated that particular lazy habit of his by rewarding him with the task of writing an obsessively long written assignment on the correct way to address people. Just trying to improve inter-house relationships, Professor. I thought I'd eat with the Slytherins and get to know a few of them better, since we barely share any classes and it's hard to learn about other people when you don't interact with them at all. An odd expression crossed the stern professor's face. Very good, she said at last. 5 points to Hufflepuff for your efforts and 5 to Slytherin as well, of course. Draco looked like he was going to pop a blood vessel, but the rest of the table looked suitably surprised and pleased. Your mother was close friends with at least one student from Slytherin for most of her years, Mr. Potter. It's good to see you continuing the tradition. Harry smiled as the professor continued down the hall to the head table, and Draco sulkily took a seat near Harry. Why are you really here? The blonde boy whispered angrily. Table is closer to the door, said Harry, skewering another ration of bacon off the plate in front of him. Goyle nearly burst a vein, trying to keep the laughter in. Harry, why are you reading a book on runes? Isn't that like fourth-year work or something? Did you know that a properly drawn rune sequence can act like a spell, but without you having to cast it time and time again? Asked Harry. No. Now you do, said Harry, returning to his reading, which was really way too advanced for him. Casting spells was fun and all, but having to do the same spells over and over again would quickly get to be a drag. Just knowing about runes meant he had a worthwhile goal to aim for, and he could probably pay, blackmail, convince, or trick somebody else to do the actual work until he mastered it himself. You do realize you could probably cast that particular spell dozens of times for the effort you are putting into learning how to make the runes to do it for you, don't you? That's not the point, said Harry, getting a little bit irritated. Okay then, I'll just leave you to it. Harry returned to his study, determined to find a way to make his shoe laces tie themselves when he put his shoes on, but he was a bit annoyed. Nobody seemed to understand. Christmas was not an event Harry looked forward to. Usually it involved spending most of the day running around cleaning up after Dudley and Vernon, while trying to help Petunia prepare a 15-course dinner that he would barely get to sample. Staying at Hogwarts, where he was not expected to do any extra work, or any work at all really, was already promising to make it the best Christmas he could remember, but then he got a big pile of gifts from friends and admirers, making it officially better than he ever imagined. Then there was one very special present from an anonymous sender that topped all the others. The silky material fell out of the plain package and gathered into a lump on the floor. "Is that an invisibility cloak?" asked Jay. "Wow," said Ern. "Brilliant," said Harry, his thoughts uncharacteristically threatening to run out of control with excitement. "You'll be able to sneak around and nobody will ever catch you," whispered Jay, as if he was scared too. "Even talk about rule breaking." "Screw that," said Harry, gathering up the cloak. He suddenly draped it over himself, disappearing from the other boys' view completely. His bed squeaked softly, and a depression formed down the middle of the sheets. "Don't either of you two dare tell anybody," said Harry, sounding quite threatening. "I finally have a way to avoid being pestered, meaning at least an hour or two extra sleep, and the person who takes that away from me is going to pay big time." By the time both boys left the room, Harry's quiet snores were drifting from the seemingly empty bed. His dreams of a house elf, wearing his invisibility cloak, sneaking around doing all of his work for him in total secrecy, bringing a smile to his unseen face. "Harry Potter," called the prefect, whose name he knew the boy who liked to sleep in still seemingly couldn't be bothered remembering. The fact he had been at school for months and still didn't know even his roommates' names was fairly indicative of his general attitude and a source of irritation for much of the rest of Hufflepuff. "Yes," Harry answered automatically, then cursed and leapt forward to grab at something on the parchment in front of him. "Bugger." Murray Rickett, the prefect, stopped at the sight of Harry resting with a very odd-looking, multifeathered quill. Finally, the younger boy managed to touch his wand to the top of the ungainly thing, and it stopped moving. "This had better be important," said Harry. "You almost ruined my essay." "What is that thing?" asked the prefect, curiosity winning out over his original mission. "This," said Harry, holding up the strange construct, "is the best I could do, considering I had to use spellotape because my sticking charms wear off after a couple of hours." Murray thought about leaving it at that, knowing in his heart that his was bound to be another violation of one rule or another, but he just couldn't let it go. "What does it do?" he asked. Harry smiled, the sort of self-satisfied grin the rest of the House of Badgers was coming to know meant trouble. "Writes my assignments," Harry said, pushing over the parchment. Picking up the offered page, Murray read what appeared to be a well-written and nicely penned S. That stopped abruptly with the words, "Yes, bugger." Before he could open his mouth to comment, Harry was again speaking, answering his unspoken questions. "Don't worry, Muzza. It doesn't actually write the assignment for me. It's just more of a dictating quill. That saves my hand from becoming crippled." Murray put the page down and rubbed his temple wearily. Why did Potter have to be his responsibility? The lucky dip of which prefect looked out for which first year had seemed like such a good thing at the time, but now his immodest bragging about snagging the boy who lived as one of his little brothers was coming back to haunt him in unexpected ways. "How?" he asked, after a moment, despite knowing he was just asking for another confusing and convoluted plot to make one student's life easier. "I read out from my notes, and it writes what I say," said Harry. "That's what a normal dictating quill does." "True, but a normal dictating quill, which I used to take class notes in the first place, doesn't correct grammar and spelling. So I cut the top off an auto-correcting quill and strapped it to the dictating quill. It forces the quill to write properly, even though it's not actually touching the page." Murray thought for a moment and realized there was actually nothing inherently wrong with that, aside from the possibility of not learning as well, because he was not taking notes by hand. "What's the third one for?" he asked. "Self-inking," said Harry. "The dictating quill kept dropping splotches, so I cut the end off it to shorten it, and then taped it to a self-inking quill. It took a bit of time to figure out how to get the three to work together, but now I don't even have to blot my pages." It was definitely lazy, something every Hufflepuff was told to abhor, but quite clever. The idea actually had a lot of merit and was worth further investigation. Murray himself could really use something like this. 7th year was ridiculously difficult, and nobody had time to correct every minor spelling error. Despite the inevitable loss of marks. "You couldn't make me one, could you?" he asked hopefully. Harry smiled and dug into his bag for a moment before pulling out a slightly cruder-looking contraption. Of similar design. "Sorry, but I am going to have to ask you for a half a galleon to cover the costs. I went through quite a few quills before I got it working, and none of them are cheap." Murray gulped at the huge price tag, but quickly realized it was well worth it if it worked. Money changed hands, and he walked away with his new possession, eager to try it out on the pile of homework he had waiting for him. If it did work, he really owed Potter one. In his haste, he completely forgot that he had originally approached the first year to reprimand him for somehow convincing the house elves to bring him breakfast in bed, supposedly saving him 20 minutes each day of trudging through the hallways. Later, when a very happy Murray finally remembered, he decided to let it pass. After all, Potter would probably never have had the time to research and create something this good if he was stuck doing the mundane things all of the time. "Potter!" yelled Snape, making half of the class jump and the other half squeal, squeak, and even swear. "Who said you could get away with not making your potions by hand in my class?" Harry silently cursed himself. He had absent-mindedly taken his hand off the mixing stick, allowing Greasy to see that it was moving without aid. "You did, sir," he said, putting as much innocence into his voice as possible. It had been a good run, much better than he thought it would be, but it was still disappointing to see it come to an end. "I did no such thing," snarled the surly professor. 5 points from Hufflepuff and detention for lying. Now throw that miserable concoction out and start again, with a normal cauldron. "Excuse me, sir," said Harry, again forcing his voice to sound meek and mild, "but you told everybody last month that some of us were incapable of stirring our own tea, me in particular. Since I totally agree with you, I had to find an alternative." "Another 10 points from Hufflepuff for arguing with your betters," said Snape, his self-satisfied sneer reaching startling new proportions. "I doubt you have forgotten that I banned your self-stirring cauldron after the very first class." "No, sir, I remember that very clearly. It was just after you made us put away our wands, which is why I am not using a self-stirring cauldron." Snape's contempt reached new heights as he gleefully swooped down the aisle towards Harry. "Then why is your cauldron stirring itself even as we speak?" he asked, looming over Harry threateningly. "Does it suddenly have a mind of its own, or are you somehow able to move the mixer without touching it?" The sarcasm was so thick it almost made Vernon's efforts feel witty in comparison. It would be enough to give the nastier Slytherins a fit of giggling when they eventually found out about it, of course. "Yes, sir," said Harry as meekly as he could, which was quite a bit really. "Yes, sir," asked Snape. "What do you mean, yes, sir?" "I can move it without touching it. Specifically, I can tell it exactly how many turns to make, how often to do it, and in which direction. The cauldron is just a normal one, but the mixer is enchanted. That way I can use it on several different potions at once, if I have to, without having to buy lots of expensive self-stirring cauldrons." Greasy's sudden red-faced resemblance to Vernon made Harry wonder if he was going about this the right way, while Vernon could be manipulated into allowing him to get away with doing less thinking. An alternative task cleverly suggested by Harry was actually worse. Snape seemed determined to not allow Harry to get anything done at all. It was really cramping his style, and worse yet, adding to his workload. "Another detention for your cheek," the professor practically growled out in a low voice, appearing to fight a battle with his temper. "Now, start again." With a swirl of his cape, Snape turned his back on Harry and marched back to the front of the class, snapping almost randomly at various Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. Harry sighed and began digging around in his bag for his spare mixer and an empty jar. Prior experience in Greasy's class taught Harry that he was rarely going to be able to complete any of the work, so he had convinced a 7th year to cast a spell on several jars that would allow him to suspend most potions and continue them at a later time. That way, any work he did do was not wasted. A slight smile twitched the corners of Harry's mouth as he battled not to break out into a full-blown grin. Only Sue saw it and shot a questioning look his way. Later, he mouthed silently with a small shake of his head. The mixer worked perfectly, meaning he had the spells down pat. Next week, he was planning on testing a knife that would cut perfectly every time, since it was basically the same set of spells as his enchanted mixer. Snape already told him he was incapable of using a knife with sufficient dexterity to butter bread, so he had an excuse ready again for all the good it done him this time. It would be nice to get through at least one potions lesson without being singled out by Greasy for some form of amateur ridicule and criticism, but at least this way he could plan what he was likely going to get attacked for. The fact his head of house had already given him 20 points for showing initiative, Professor Flit 10 for excellent charm work, and Majee another 5 for showing Nev how to use one of his spares to practice with, countered Greasy's obsessive point-taking and made sure the rest of the Badgers did not hold his initiative against him. Of course, the real reason he bothered spending time developing ways to combine these particular spells was because Petunia never allowed him to use her electric mixer, and beating eggs or cream by hand was a laborious task. An enchanted fork could do the job much faster, and he could pretend to be holding it. All in all, he had to consider this trial a success. Now, he just had to figure out what to do about the detentions. "Potter!" yelled the caretaker, grabbing Harry's shoulder roughly. Harry suddenly stopped scrubbing and sat up, blinking his eyes, as if he was coming out of a daze. "Sorry, sir," he said, nearly slipping up and calling the man his pet name of Giggles. "I didn't notice you there." "I've been calling you for 2 minutes already," snarled the perpetually annoyed man. "You should have gone back to your dorm 20 minutes ago. What do you think you are doing?" "Sorry, sir," said Harry again. "I guess I just got caught up in it." "You got caught up scrubbing floors?" asked Filch. "Is there something wrong with you, boy?" "Yes, sir. I mean no, sir. Nothing wrong, I just got caught up," said Harry, stumbling over himself trying to answer. "It's kind of hypnotic, if you know what I mean." Filch squinted and glared at Harry, possibly trying to see if he was making fun or not. Can I go then, sir?" asked Harry, tightly clutching the worn old brush he had been using to his chest. Filch glared some more, then cast a glance over the area where Harry had been working. It was spotless. "Yeah," he said, sounding annoyed and looking at Harry suspiciously. "Get back to your dorm." Harry wasted no time in walking away, not even pausing as he called a hurried, "Thank you, sir," over his shoulder. Filch watched the boy run away, and then looked at the floor again. "Filthy urchin," he grumbled out loud. "Must be up to something." Luckily, he didn't notice Harry had taken the brush with him. It would not do to lose the specially enchanted thing to the unappreciative, grumpy bugger. Not after it had cost Harry some favors and a few coins to get a couple of talented 6th years to design and make it. They were having a bit of trouble working out why the gloves Harry originally commissioned for a similar purpose had dissolved after one cauldron scrubbing detention. The flesh-colored gloves had a lot of charms on them, mainly to hide them from Snape, but nothing should have made them fall apart like they did after a single use. Their best guess was some sort of penetrating acid or poison in the cauldrons, but not even Harry believed Greasy hated him enough to try and kill him. Well, not yet anyway, or at least not during a detention the slimy git personally supervised, so it had to be something else. Charming the brush was an alternative that seemed to be working out well enough, though. They still hadn't completely mastered the sleepwalking curse yet either, at least not to the point where they could add a timed alarm and a proximity sensor. That and the need to cast it every time were the current major drawbacks of his plan. Harry was hoping they would be able to implant the curse into something like a necklace, meaning it would not have to be cast each time, but would just need to be put on and activated somehow for a set period. Once they had, the brush and the curse together would be perfect for many of the boring cleaning chores Giggles and Greasy loved to heap on the first years, and him especially. There was something inherently satisfying thinking about being able to get a few hours extra sleep. While Greasy thought he was been punished, almost as satisfying as watching the Git's blood pressure slowly rise whenever he tried to get a rise out of Harry using lame insults, but only gave Harry more opportunities to demonstrate his apathy to the twit's antagonism. Harry's record for inspiring a time-wasting rant from the nutcase was currently 15 minutes, but he was certain he was on track to get that up to at least 30, without lifting a finger, literally. It was after another such sleepy, floor-scrubbing detention that Harry suddenly found himself standing in a dimly lit, unused classroom. In front of him stood a large mirror set inside an elaborate, ornate frame, silently standing as if waiting for somebody to use it. Strange, foreign-looking words were carved along the top edge, which Harry didn't bother to try to read or decipher. Unsure of exactly how he got there, but figuring he must have nodded off on his way back to the dorms and was still being affected by the sleepwalking curse, Harry shrugged and was about to leave when he noticed something wrong about his reflection. It didn't show him standing in a classroom clutching a worn old brush to his chest. It showed him comfortably stretched out, with his hands behind his head, in an enormous, soft-looking hammock that was gently swinging from side to side by itself. An exotic-looking drink of some description sat in a huge glass on a side table, with a straw stretching at least a meter to his mouth. As he rocked, the straw magically stretched and shrank, staying in place in his drink with no effort on his part. As he watched, his mirror self lazily reached out to take a handful of food, possibly crisps, from a bowl hovering magically nearby. In front of his hammock, a huge screen floated. It was at least 2 meters wide and almost as tall and was playing a movie that Harry couldn't really make out. The hammock looked like it was positioned on the veranda of a wooden bungalow. A sandy, warm-looking beach stretched out around it, running down to the crystal blue waters of a tropical-looking ocean that lapped gently on the shore. Palms and other exotic trees and plants swayed gently in a slight breeze, giving the same impression of relaxed luxury Harry always felt when enviously looking at the Dursleys' junk mail advertising holidays in a warmer climate, a climate that was always pleasant enough to have lovely-looking girls frolicking about in skimpy bikinis. Behind him, inside his simple-looking bungalow, a crowd of smiling house elves scampered about, apparently taking care of his every need, even before he knew he wanted it. Now that's definitely something to aim towards, he said to himself, surprisingly finding the vision inspiring. Then he nodded and left the room heading for his bed, determined to add conjuring a hammock to his ever-growing list of spells he needed to learn, but not motivated enough to take careful note of the location of the classroom and its magical mirror. After all, once he had seen perfection, why would he need to return? Reading was never really Harry's thing. If Petunia ever caught sight of him doing something as non-productive as reading, she quickly found more chores for him. Harry learned very early on that finishing tasks too quickly only led to more work, and not to time off to pursue his own activities, like reading. He figured out dozens of ways to make his never-ending list of chores easier, but still managed to drag out even the simplest job for extraordinary lengths of time, often without appearing to slack off at all. Besides, reading was actually quite a lot of work. Thousands of words wasted describing things that simply did not matter to the story, or volumes filled with meaningless day-to-day routines of the characters really did nothing to ease the chore of making an understanding of it all. Comic books were much, much better, with only a few words and several panels of often elaborate illustrations. Whole chapters of book meaning and plot could be covered. It really was a pity Harry's access to them was limited due to Dudley's obsessive need to deprive his cousin of anything remotely enjoyable, despite the fact there was still too much reading involved for the fat boy's brain to handle. Learning that the staff and students at Hogwarts appeared to think reading was indeed productive changed Harry's attitude a great deal. Hours could be wasted away, mostly asleep, just so long as he kept a book open in front of him and remembered to cast a little used, simple spell to turn a page every now and then. Nobody would bother him, trying to get him into some sort of extra credit work, like volunteering to work an extra hour a week in the greenhouses or something, while he was apparently immersed in a book. These do-gooders would see him apparently concentrating on reading and leave him alone, like he was some sort of testy Ravenclaw or something. Not much in those pages sunk in, but he spent so much time fake reading that even that little bit of accidental learning started to accumulate. Once Harry realized he was learning and slacking off at the same time, he started to take his selection of time-wasting volumes a bit more seriously. Gone were the meaningless histories that were not part of the curriculum. Out the door went the ridiculously obscure magical theory works he had no chance of understanding, although they had worked very well at reducing the number of people wanting to discuss what he was reading. In came simpler books carefully selected to ensure anything he inadvertently did pick up would directly help in reducing his study workload. Books filled with note-taking tips, essay writing examples, memory training tricks, study guides, old exams papers, even several works on improving penmanship, and a really strange volume on self-hypnosis all became his faithful extra work-avoiding tools. He sometimes also used a charm that could quietly read the text out to him, without anybody else hearing, so that he didn't actually have to read the words, but it was an effort to cast. Still, as more of it sunk in, Harry's apparent dedication somehow gained him a reputation as a person working hard to overcome his neglected Muggle upbringing, which was only a slight distortion of the truth, really. All he cared about was stopping people from bugging him, and in that, he was mostly successful. Mostly. "Harry," whispered the redhead, Sue or Susan or something, "do you have any more of those quills? I broke mine again." "Sorry," said Harry, looking up from his book. "I don't make them anymore, but if you go see that Ravenclaw prefect guy, the one with the crooked nose." "Riley?" Yeah, could be. Anyway, he is making them now." Sue smiled brightly. "Thanks, Harry. You're a lifesaver." Harry grinned, nodded, and went back to his book. Offloading the production of his assignment quills was a good idea, especially since the older boy managed to come up with a better way of combining the 3 quills that made them more durable and longer lasting. More importantly, it took the burden of manufacturing his increasingly popular invention away from him. No need to mention that Harry still got a cut of the sale price and most of the credit. He was building up quite a nice little profit with this, and other times saving things he thought up, and that meant more resources to spend on avoiding work. Yep, anything worth doing well was worth getting somebody more talented to do it for you. "Harry, are you going to visit Hagrid? Can I come with you?" Harry sighed and put down his book. Fuzzy the Griff spent even more time in the library than he did, so it was natural they had gotten to know each other better, especially after the troll thing. The fact she appeared to have no other friends also made Harry feel for her, since he knew exactly how lonely that could be. It didn't take a lot of effort to be kind. Actually, it took a lot more effort to be nasty, which is why Harry didn't understand the length some people went to just to be mean, or why so many people thought of him as a nice guy when all he was being was easygoing. Oh, you mean Tiny. Yeah, I'm going to have tea with him, said Harry. How is calling him Tiny any easier than calling him Hagrid? Asked Hermione. No, never mind. Answering that, I can see it now. Anyway, can I come with you? Only if you promise not to go over this week's herbology assignment requirements by more than about a fifth of the asking length, he said. Her extensive knowledge, especially when it came to knowing which books held the relevant information he needed for his assignments, meant she often saved him a lot of time and energy, but her tendency to go well beyond what was requested by the professors was a habit that just had to be broken for her own good as well as his, proofreading a Hermione-written assignment so that she would read his in turn was proving to be less than an even trade. Hermione bit her lip, obviously torn by conflicting desires. But I've already completed it, she said, a sly look appearing on her face. That means I'd have to rewrite it, and you know you are always telling me I do that too often. Harry laughed. Very good, he said. I guess that means you'll just have to promise to keep the next one down to the actual requirements instead. Deal. Deal, she said, smiling happily at his praise. Although I think it's a bit unfair of you to keep blackmailing me into not doing my very best. Oh, but I am not trying to make you do less than your very best, he said absently, packing up his books. I'm just trying to convince you to do less, full stop. It should still be your very best, just nothing else. He didn't notice the thoughtful look that appeared on Hermione's face at his words, but over the next few weeks, the professors definitely noticed their effect, and were mostly very grateful for it. How can you not be curious about what it was that Hagrid took from the vault? Hermione asked. It has to be very important for somebody to break in and try to steal it. Harry shrugged and continued walking back towards the castle, their latest visit to Hagrid having gone well, despite the inedible rock cakes. Harry had a few in his pocket that he intended on using at breakfast the next time he sat with Slick. Hasn't got anything to do with me, he said. Hermione was flabbergasted. But don't you want to know? Sure, he said, with a shrug. Just not badly enough to bother going to any effort to find out. Hiya, Harry, said Ron. Got any new tips to pass on? I feel like I am busting a gut trying to keep up with all this bleeding work, even with your great quill thing. Nothing new, mate, said Harry, opening his eyes to see Ron and Nev standing over him. Good places to catch a nap undisturbed were becoming harder to find. Unused classrooms were not particularly comfortable, since his transfiguration skills were not up to making anything even approaching a soft surface. The astronomy tower was also out of bounds now, not because he had been caught, since that was not really that much of a deterrent, but because he was having a wonderful dream about flying off it and woke up to find himself climbing onto the parapet. It was lucky he was quite used to breaking himself out of trances and dreams and into instant alertness, or things could have gotten nasty. Still, it shook him up and made him choose not to return to his favorite spot, at least not until he could be sure nothing like that was going to happen again. So far, he had resisted the temptation to live under his invisibility cloak, reasoning the more he used it, the more likely its successful use would be compromised. He kept it only for those sacred times it was perfect for morning sleep-ins. I've gotten the spells for making my bed down pat, but I doubt you need that, especially since you get house elves to do yours, you lucky bugger. Ron scrunched his nose up in mock disgust. Pity, the redhead said. You've really saved me and the other guys a heap of work this year, you. No. Never really thought about it, but you're welcome, answered Harry. He had in fact thought about it, long and hard. It was a novel experience to have people grateful to him, and he discovered that he rather enjoyed it. The fact he was just showing them what came naturally to him was a bonus. Oh, I have almost finished figuring out what's needed to build a lifelike mannequin to take my place in. History of magic, he said, remembering another of his side projects. I can show you how to do that. If you like, although I still can't actually cast the spells myself. Now we can sleep through history, said Ron, unlike you. Harry gave an involuntary shudder, still annoyed he had been unable to overcome his inability to catch. Some ZS, while there was a ghost in the room with him. So what's new, Nev? He asked to change the topic. You still thinking about joining the Griff's Quid-thingy team? I was telling Eddie he might have to look out for you. All three laughed at the idea of Neville playing Quidditch. His disastrous first flying lesson was infamous throughout the school, and was a sore point for the shy boy until Harry pointed how it got him out of having to join the team and the ridiculous amount of practice they put in. Why do you call Cedric Eddie, Harry? Asked Neville. I dunno, said Harry, shrugging. Ever since B1 and B2 doused him with that load of white fairy dust. That made him sparkle when he went outside. I can't help but think of him as Eddie. It's really weird. Actually, well, you are pretty weird to begin with, mate, said Ron. True, conceded Harry. Still, I just can't figure why all the girls like him so much. It's unnatural, I tell. You. Anyway, said Ron, Neville's still having big problems in potions, since I hear you cop it from Snape. 2, I thought you might have a suggestion or two for him. Professor Snape hates me almost as much as he hates you, said the shy boy. I doubt that, laughed Harry. Yeah, Nev, said Ron. He hasn't taken points from you for breathing yet, has he? No, but he did yell at me for turning the page of my book too loudly. Chin up, Nev, said Harry. It's not that bad. Greasy's a bit of a toothless tiger, really. He can't fail you. Out, you know. You just have to pass the OWL exam, nothing else matters. Finding out exactly what the minimum requirements for obtaining a passing grade in all of his subjects was amongst one of the first things Harry did, since it meant he knew what to concentrate on and what he could really slack off on. But how am I going to pass when I've never made a potion right? Asked Neville. I know I can do it, but I get so nervous with Professor Snape around that I just mess it all up. Neville, I'm sorry to say it, but with the rate you blow up potions, I think you need to be more worried about surviving long enough to even sit your exams, laughed Ron. All right. No need to depress him even more, Ron, said Harry, although he was smiling too. Anyway, I got an idea. Prepare a whole stack of ingredients beforehand and keep them in Stay Fresh. Spelled bottles. Cut everything up wrongly in class and let him scream at you about it, but then swap them over for the good stuff when you can. That way you know the ingredients are good and it's one less thing to worry about when making the potion, and it'll drive Greasy nuts the first few times, because he won't be able to figure out how you did it. That's a good idea, said Ron, once again impressed by Harry's ingenuity. Do you do that? Not anymore, said Harry sadly. Greasy caught me after he said the first person to make a pepper up potion correctly could leave early, and I finished in 3 minutes. He tricked you, said Neville, outraged. He'd never let somebody out early, not even a Slytherin. Probably, but it's okay because I got him back, said Harry, amused at Neville's indignation. How? I licensed the design of my self-stirrers to one of the 4th year's dads. He runs an apothecary and is selling them hand over fist, apparently. How's that getting him back? Asked Ron. I mean, I know it means you are making a galleon out of something the Git made you stop using, but it's not really getting him back, is it? We agreed to call them Snape Stirrers, said Harry, grinning, and we added a warning against people with greasy hair using them. Mr. Potter, called Professor Sprout over the edge of the balcony. Yes, Professor, asked Harry, floating back up to where she was standing. Are you aware there are rules against flying in the corridors? Yes, Professor. One of the prefects explained that to me, but technically I am not flying in the corridors, Harry answered. I am flying the void of the stairwells. The normally easygoing head of house gave Harry a very stern, no-nonsense look. Harry had the decency to look a bit ashamed. "Detention?" he asked. "Oh yes," she replied. Harry sighed and flew over the balustrade to land next to the professor. "Care to explain?" she asked, watching him expertly dismount. "Something went wrong with my shoelace tying rune, and my laces tied together while I was at the top of the stairs," said Harry. "I would have fallen down if it wasn't for the fact my bag was charmed to be light enough to float, and it took my weight. So you decided not to walk down the stairs anymore, and to fly down on a personal broom instead." Harry shuffled his feet, for the first time feeling a bit embarrassed at one of his weak excuses. "Well, yeah, although truthfully I am more interested in the going up bit. Going down is pretty easy. And I borrowed that broom from a fifth year, so please don't confiscate it." Professor Sprout's expression softened. "I see. Well, nevertheless, you broke an important school rule. See me after your last class today." "I was being careful," protested Harry. "Yes, and don't think I didn't notice how well you were flying, especially when that book fell out of your bag and you caught it. That's why your detention tonight will not be anything you are used to." She stopped for a moment, as if trying to decide how to explain further. "Tell me, Harry," she continued after a moment, "how much do you know about Quidditch?" Cedric was ready to pull his hair out. On one hand, Potter was a natural in the air. His skill on a rickety old school broom was incredible. He managed to catch every ball Cedric threw, somehow moving into exactly the right spot to easily snatch them out of the air with the minimum of effort. On the other hand, he was being as thick as a troll's club, possibly on purpose. "No, no, no," said Cedric. "The beaters hit the bludgers with their bats." "But I don't want anybody hitting me," protested Harry. "Not that kind of bludger. This," Cedric said, holding up one of the balls for Harry to see, "is a bludger. I still don't see what that has to do with me, if I am meant to be training to be a seeker like you." Cedric rubbed his forehead and suddenly understood why it had been left up to him to explain the game to Harry, rather than one of the older teammates, or the captain. Nobody else wanted the job. And he was currently the low man on the team. "You need to know the rules," he said. "Why? The way I see it, all I need to do is catch the little golden thingy, and then it's game over, right?" "Yes, but you know what? Bugger it, you're right. Just catch the little golden thingy and make sure not to get in anybody's way or get knocked off your broom, okay?" "Fine," said Harry. "Can I go in yet?" Harry just didn't understand why some people insisted on making things a lot more complicated than they needed to be, but at least now he had a half-decent reason to buy his own broom, even if he couldn't use it inside. "Just give me a hand to put the equipment back in the shed," said Cedric. "All right," said Harry. "Just don't bite me," he added without thinking. "Okay, no wait, what?" "It's the Philosopher's Stone," said Hermione, taking a seat next to Harry. By now Harry pretty much knew everybody's name, but preferred to stick with his easier-to-remember nicknames. He did stop calling Hermione Fuzzy as soon as she asked him not to do it anymore, something nobody else had thought of doing when he used his nicknames for them. "No, it's a pair of glasses I picked up from my local second-hand shop ages ago to keep as spares," said Harry, not looking up from his work. "Not that, the thing that Dumbledore is hiding in the school. It's the fabled Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel, who incidentally once worked with Dumbledore." Harry carefully put down the spare pair of glasses. "I'm sure you are speaking English, but for life of me, I just can't understand what you are saying. Is it some sort of spell, or have I gone mad? Or have you gone mad? That's it, isn't it? You finally cracked. I told you the self-inflicted pressure was going to get you. Now you've lost your mind, and will end up sitting in a corner for the rest of your life, drooling on yourself and getting spoon-fed. Actually, that doesn't sound that bad." "Honestly, Harry," huffed Hermione, again choosing to ignore his good-natured mocking. "Remember the dog that nearly ate us when we got lost. You know, the one with 3 heads. Fluffy, and for the record, I wasn't lost. I was just exploring alternative routes. You were lost. Whatever. I still say you were just as lost as us, but won't admit it because that would mean you haven't figured the moving stairs out yet. Anyway, do you recall Fluffy was standing on a trap door? If I said yes, of course, would you believe me? And have you forgotten all about the Gringotts break-in and the thing Hagrid removed from that particular vault just that morning? No, but I've tried pretty hard to, answered Harry. Well, I figured it all out, said Hermione, looking very smug. Dumbledore knows somebody is after the Philosopher's Stone, so he took it from Gringotts and hid it under that trapdoor. Several of the teachers have put protections in place to stop it being stolen, the first being Fluffy. Excellent, he said. I guess I'll have to start calling you Watson now. As in elementary, my dear Watson, right? She asked. No, thank you. You are just too clever sometimes, you know that, said Harry, smiling and picking up his glasses to begin working on them again. Harry, said Hermione. What? You figured it out great. I'm really impressed, honestly, but what has it got to do with us? Hermione sighed again, knowing Harry was probably just as interested, but was never going to show it, since it might mean having to do something. What are you doing with those glasses? She asked, deciding to let the matter drop for the moment. They look identical to the ones you are wearing. Pretty good, eh? I asked a 6th year to make them like that for me, and I am going to enchant them. What are you going to do? Make them so you can have them work like binoculars, or let you see in the dark, or maybe let you see magic. Oh, let me look, please. Hang on. Harry, this is a book about the spells needed to make portraits move. It's quite advanced magic. Yep, he said. I can't cast any of these spells, but I'll just find the ones I need, and then I'll get somebody else to do it for me. Do what exactly? She asked. Harry held up the glasses again, and Hermione could just make out the carefully drawn outlines of a pair of eyes sketched on the lenses. Nobody is ever going to catch me sleeping because they can see my eyes are closed, he said proudly. Hermione groaned and shook her head sadly. If only you used your powers for good, she lamented mournfully. One day on his way to Transfiguration, via a shortcut of course, Harry was brought to a halt by a quiet voice calling him, despite the fact the corridor appeared to be very empty. PSSSSD, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Harry stumbled to a stop, entirely uncertain why a suit of armor was apparently whispering to him. For a moment, he considered ignoring it, like he did so many other things that would probably turn out to be inconvenient, but the chances were the voice would follow him around and drive him nuts if he wasn't already. Hello, he said to the armor, unsure of the proper way to go about addressing a weapon of war. Can I help you? Since it had a ruddy great sword, he figured it was better to be safe and try for politeness. Knights wore armor, and they were meant to be chivalrous and stuff, so hopefully it wouldn't try to hack his head off for not bowing or something. Down here, said the voice, behind the steel man's. Harry cautiously leaned to the side to get a good look at who, or what, was calling him from the shadow of the suit. He kept a firm grip on his book bag, in case whatever it was needed a good whacking. It was a house elf. Pickles? Asked Harry. Me's not Pickles, sir. Me is Freese, said the elf, who he could now see was a lot younger than the first elf he had talked into doing his laundry and several other menial tasks. Sorry, Freese. I'm not much good with names, but what can I do for you? Freese is needing extra work. Freese is a good elf, but there is never enough work to go around, and Freese is not wanting to leave Hogwarts. The elf paused for a moment, looking around fearfully as if to check that nobody could overhear them, and then continued in a hoarse whisper. Other elveses whisper to Freese, and tells him Harry Potter is a good wizard who can get what Freeses be needing, even though Harry Potter, sir, is not Freese's owner. They says Harry Potter, sir, pretends to be a very lazy wizard, but appreciates elves cleaning up for him and is always busy doing something. Harry automatically made to protest, but hesitated, unsure what it was he was going to protest against. Freese went on in an almost pleading tone, filled with hope. Please be helping Freese. Harry Potter, sir, is always coming up with new things for Pickles to be doing. Freese was hopping Harry Potter, sir, could do the same for him. The elf looked very eager and excited. Excuse me for a moment, said Harry, taking a step back. He looked up and down the corridor, checking to make sure somebody wasn't playing a joke, then pinched himself really hard. Nope, that hurt, which meant he wasn't asleep somewhere dreaming that dream again, and he really did have another elf begging him for work. This is just too good to be true, he mumbled to himself, a smile beaming from his face. Hagrid's invite to witness something you'll not likely see again had Harry a bit worried. Hermione mentioned, several dozen times in fact, how she noticed the keeper of the keys acting strangely, well, stranger than normal. Skulking around the library was not the sort of activity Harry had come to expect from the outdoorsman. So it was with a bit of trepidation that he ventured down to the hut at the edge of the forest and knocked, flying down under his cloak to make sure nobody spotted him going outside so close to curfew. His housemates would notice he was missing, but their sense of loyalty would stop anybody from ratting him out until much later. Having people willing to cover for him was an unexpected surprise for Harry, especially since he hadn't really done that much to help them. All he did was show a few of them some shortcuts and time-saving things he picked up, and he only really did that because he couldn't stand to see them working so much harder than they needed to, and now they were willing to help him out in the most unexpected ways. Whatever the reason, it was nice to have a few people covering his back, and they saved him a lot of effort at times. Having a broom also saved him a lot of work, especially with long treks like this one. Who's there? Boomed Hagrid's voice from behind the closed door when Harry knocked. Keep it down, Hagrid, said Harry, lifting the cloak up so he could be seen. Hagrid opened the door, pulled Harry inside the swelteringly hot cottage. What is that? Asked Harry, peering into the large pot Hagrid had suspended over the roaring fire. That there is what I've got you down air to see, said Hagrid, swinging the pot out and then removing a large, egg-shaped thing. His hands were wearing the most enormous pair of mittens Harry had ever seen. Moving quickly, as the heat was obviously penetrating his gloves, Hagrid put the thing onto the table. And Harry realized it wasn't just egg-shaped, it was an actual egg. A very large, red-hot egg, and it was moving of its own accord, like something inside was struggling to get out. Before he had a chance to say anything, a loud cracking noise came out of the egg and a series of fine breaks suddenly appeared all over it. With another loud crack, a piece of the shell popped off, fell onto the table, and promptly burst into flame. Hagrid absently patted it out while watching the egg excitedly, not noticing his gloves catching fire and needing to also be put out. From the new hole in the egg, there came a wet, wretched sound, worse than any fur ball hacking. Coughing of Mrs. Figg's oldest cat, Mr. Tibbles, who was known to cause other cats to flee in terror and disgust during some of his more memorable choking sessions. A sharply taloned claw rose from the hole and gripped the edge, and then a head straight out of a nightmare slowly emerged and emitted a barking cough, punctuated by sprays of yellow goo flying every which way. Leathery and scaly, the head seemed to be all fangs, except for two beady yellow eyes which latched onto the sight of Harry and started menacingly, tracking him the way a cobra might watch a mouse. Isn't he beautiful? Cried Hagrid in an emotion-filled voice, actual tears rolling down his face as the lizardy thing fought its way out of the quickly disintegrating egg. Norwegian Ridgeback, I reckon. I'm going to call him Norbert. Ridgeback, isn't that some sort of dragon? Said Harry, unable to tear his eyes away from the tiny, savage-looking monstrosity trying to stand up for the first time. Where did you manage to get a hold of a dragon's egg. I won him in a card game, said Hagrid, as the beast latched onto one of his mitten-covered fingers and tried its best to tear the digit off, probably to eat it. Oh, look, he knows who his mummy is. For a moment, Harry was tempted to ask what Hagrid had put up for his stake to match a dragon egg. But then he figured knowing was probably too much trouble in the long run. Hagrid, do you have any idea just how much work owning a pet like that is going to be? This isn't like the other animals you take care of. This is a dragon, a beast that is probably going to grow very large, very quickly, and will likely need a whole lot more attention than a dog, he said, nodding over to where Fang was sensibly hiding under its blankets. Just feeding it until it can hunt for itself is going to be a full-time job, and then you are going to have to make sure it doesn't hunt people. Despite his recent experience with Hedwig, and what he had picked up about how easy Ron's rat was to look after, Harry still had some pretty definite ideas about the amount of work involved when it came to responsibility for others under your care. Ms. Fig's cats were easygoing, but still needed inordinate amounts of grooming and attention from the batty old girl, and that was when things were running smoothly. Hagrid looked a bit worried for a moment, but shrugged it off. Nah, it'll be right, said the groundskeeper dismissively. Taking off his gloves, he picked up a large piece of raw meat and used it to entice the baby dragon away from the mutilated remains of the finger it was mauling, with a little mewling roar, and to Hagrid's delight, the dragon sent a burst of flame at the meat and then leapt onto it with gusto, sinking its sharply toothed maw deep into the slightly scorched flesh, while its claws grabbed the rest in a death grip. Well, I just hope Flo is stocked up on bandages and burn cream for you, said Harry, and that you've had Beardy put some damn good fire protection spells on everything around here. Flo, who's that? Asked Hagrid, still cooing over the savage butchering of the meat by his new pet. Flo, short for Florence Nightingale, you know, the nurse, explained Harry, still unable to look away from the fascinating sight of the dragon tearing into the lump of bloody flesh that was several times bigger than itself. I'm surprised you didn't have Beardy or Kettle down here to watch too, I thought. They'd have loved this. Watching Norbert decimate the bleeding flesh in a frenzy of violence, Harry didn't notice Hagrid's uncomfortable silence at his comments. Harry loved flying. His enjoyment went beyond merely saving him from having to walk. It was one of the very few activities he really liked that didn't involve lying down. It was quite a bit of fun to every now and then drop down to the levels of the others and zoom around the pitch, dodging balls and players, and even though it was far more strenuous than anything else he chose to do, it could hardly be considered work. Getting drafted into the Puff Quidditch team in the rare position of reserve gave him lots of extra opportunities to fly, although he was usually meant to be flying practice drills. Drills were quite boring and meaningless to Harry, when all he really had to do was find and catch the snitch. Not that he minded, and the exercise meant he could worry a little bit less about getting fat. Merlin knew it would be a lot more trouble to carry a huge amount of extra weight around. That had never been a problem at Privet Drive, where his food intake matched his energy output pretty evenly, only because Dudley was too stupid to notice his food stashes, often mysteriously being seriously depleted, but Hogwarts meals had tipped the balance badly. Luckily, Harry had the sort of metabolism that kept him slim, but he knew from watching Dudley and Vernon waddle around that getting humongous meant everything was much harder to do, so it was something to avoid, and he enjoyed eating too much to diet. Potter, yelled the seventh-year team captain as he came zooming up to where Harry was casually floating above the other players. Why the bleeding blazes aren't you flying the pattern the way I showed you? Well, Cap, said Harry, there doesn't seem much point to it, really. No point. No point. That pattern has been proven again and again to be the most effective one in the world, said Cap, getting more agitated as he spoke. Every major league has its own variation, but the basic pattern is the same. You need to be able to do it flawlessly. I thought I just had to catch the snitch, interrupted Harry, holding up the little golden ball. And you'll only do that if you... The captain stopped, momentarily dumbstruck. When did you get that? He finally asked. About 5 minutes after we got out here, answered Harry, but I figured you'd want to keep the rest of the team training, so I didn't bother you. How do you keep doing that? Cedric asked Harry as they made their way back to the locker room. Every time you turn around, the snitch is right there. It's like it wants to be caught or something. Wait. You didn't put a charm on it, did you? SETI, said Harry with mock outrage, and using the new hybrid nickname he felt comfortable with. Are you accusing me of cheating? That's not very Hufflepuff, is it? Cedric looked ashamed. Sorry. Maybe I am a golden osmagogues attracting the snitches, because they are made to mimic snidgets, who were fatally attracted to golden osmagogues, said Harry. You are not a golden osmagogues, stated Cedric. Well, there is an old saying. If you sit by the river long enough, you will see the body of your enemy float by, said Harry, trying for a mystical expression, which was hard since he didn't really know what one looked like. I really don't think they meant Quidditch when they said that, said Cedric, looking even more doubtful. Look, just I figured there is as much chance of the snitch finding me as me finding it, so if I sit still, I'm just as likely to catch it, explained Harry. It's also likely to confuse the hell out of the opposition. The older boy knew there was something wrong with Harry's logic, but in the face of seeing it work, he couldn't really dispute it. Besides, added Harry, the balls are all kept locked away in Spike's office. There's no way I can get in to mess with them, not even with an elf helping. Cedric wasn't sure what to make of the distinct note of regret in Harry's voice, but decided against commenting, fairly certain he really didn't want to know. The reserves benches in the Quidditch stands were not a particularly comfortable place to have a sleep. But Harry persisted. He had plans to one day learn to cast a reverse silencing charm that would keep all the noise out of the secluded and mostly unused space, and his cushioning charm still needed a lot of work, but he made do with what he had, and was soon napping away while his teammates battled whatever team was their nemesis this month. Following the sport felt far too much like study for Harry to really get interested. After an hour or two, Harry was woken up from his snooze by something gently touching his face. He swatted it away, but it kept coming back to bother him. Finally, he got annoyed enough to open his eyes and see a little golden ball with silver wings floating in front of him. Shoo, go away, he said, taking a half-hearted swing at it. I'm not even playing today. Quit bugging me. The ball hovered closer. Harry, called Han, popping up on the far side of the bench along with Sue. Who are you talking to? At the first sound, the snitch silently flittered away, darting randomly from side to side too fast to be easily seen. Nobody, he answered, choosing not to try to explain the unnatural fascination the odd little things seemed to have for him. What's up? We thought you might be lonely down here on your own, she answered. You got sick of all the cheering, didn't you? He asked, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Maybe a bit, Seth admitted. The game's been going on for over 2 hours, said Sue. I hope they find the damn snitch soon. My throat is red raw. Yeah, it's like it's hiding or something, agreed Han. Hey, said Harry, feeling slightly guilty for some reason and wanting to change the subject. Want to see something cool? Sure, said Sue. While he was not renowned for providing overly humorous entertainment, most of Harry's yearmates found his antics to be pretty funny, one way or the other. I was trying to figure out how I could contribute to this whole team spirit thing. Only because Professor Sprout warned you about not joining in on anything, laughed Han. And I remembered seeing a football match on the television a while back at my uncle's house. The Crowd did this amazing thing called a Mexican wave. Ever heard of it? Both girls nodded. That's the thing, where everybody takes turns standing upright. Yeah, I thought it looked pretty cool, although Dudders and Vernpig trying it on the couch was funnier, especially when the poor thing busted apart under them. Well, I was thinking it would be really neat to get everybody here to do that. That would be pretty hard, wouldn't it? Asked Han. I mean, how will you get the Slytherins to join in? Is that who we are playing? Said Harry, ignoring the pair's exasperated look and turning to face the stands. Anyway, I thought so too, but then I remembered that I am a wizard. He suddenly brought his wand up and twirled it around in a flashy-looking pattern before pointing it directly at a portion of the crowd in the stands. Across from him, directly in front of his wand, the crowd suddenly leapt to their feet. As he quickly swept his wand along, the crowd obediently and apparently involuntarily jumped up in a rolling wave. Harry spun right the way around until he was back where he started, and then lowered his wand. He turned to face the two awestruck girls. Pretty good, eh? He asked, grinning. You reckon flowers will count that as contributing? That was amazing, said Sue. How in the world did you do it? Stinging hex runes on the seats, answered Harry. Probably never work again, though. You drew a rune on every seat, asked Han. Of course not, answered Harry, turning back to watch the amusing sight of the confused crowd trying to figure out what happened. I got B1 and B2, those red-headed maniac griffs, to do it for me. It started with a couple of magical ink stampers I bought and got a guy to help me modify to print the rune. Then I convinced the twins to do the actual stamping by telling them it was for a joke. I don't think they realized I was going to activate it one row at a time, but you've got to admit, it looked damn good. Next time I might set them all off at the same moment. What do you think? He didn't see Sue cover her face with both hands or Han shake her head, but he knew both girls were smiling. Come on, Harry, mate, we really need your help, said Ron. It's for Hagrid after all. Just let me get this straight, said Harry. You found out Tiny was illegally raising a dragon, mainly because the big guy proudly invited you to have a look and convinced him to let yet another one of your brothers take it away to a reserve or something, but now you need me to help you and Neville carry it up to the top of the astronomy tower in the middle of the night so somebody can pick it up. You need me because nobody else knows about Norb, and you don't want Tiny to get into trouble. Ron nodded enthusiastically, obviously proud of his plan. Harry shook his head in despair. Ron was a fairly good bloke, and he enjoyed them spending the odd hour or two slacking off together every now and then, but the redhead was a bit clueless at times. Why? He thought Harry would be the slightest bit interested in dragging a heavy, caged baby monster up a very long, steep stairway was beyond Harry's understanding. Maybe it was because it always seemed he was helping people out by telling them how to go about getting things done the easy way. Hagrid said you were there for its birth. I would have loved to have seen that, but I am surprised you didn't say anything to him about it being illegal, said Ron. I didn't know, explained Harry. Besides, it's not my place to tell him what he can or can't do. Anyway, getting back to your plan, I could probably levitate it up by myself, so 3 of us won't have much trouble. But why don't you just get him to cart it to the edge of the forest and get your brother and his mates to pick it up there? It's not any more likely to be seen than the top of the tallest tower in the school, and it means you don't have to risk being caught out after curfew. I figured the tower would be easier to find, said Ron. Ron, it's Hogwarts. I reckon anybody with the slightest idea of where the school is will be able to spot a bleeding great castle from the air, and Tiny's hut stands out a bit, since it's the only building anywhere near the ruddy, huge forest. Get him to light a fire as a beacon or something, and it definitely won't be an issue. Yeah, good point, admitted Ron, sounding disappointed. Seeing the look on Ron's face, Harry felt bad for crushing his idea. Not bad enough to change his mind. Though, still, he could try to make up to him a bit. "Look, I know you like the idea of a bit of adventure," said Harry, taking pity on his friend. "But you could always sneak out to say goodbye to the bloodthirsty thing. I'll even lend you my broom to get there and back quicker if you want. Hell, you could fly straight from your dorm window and avoid Giggles and his flea bag altogether. That'd be pretty cool." "Thanks, Harry," said Ron, brightening up. "I appreciate that." "No problems, mate. Just don't blame me if you get your leg bitten off, all right." A few nights later, Harry was dreaming that Wiki was smiling at him while explaining an easy way to make many of his dreams come true. "So, you see, Mr. Potter, by adding this simple twisty-swirly poke, you can make any charm permanent." "Mr. Potter." Flitwick's voice was now no longer the small professor's, but a more baritone yet feminine. Mr. Potter, wake up." Dream receding, Harry's eyes slowly fluttered open. He automatically reached out to grab his glasses and put them on before looking up to see Flowers, his head of house, scowling down at him. "Come with me," she said briskly, biting down on his tongue to avoid saying something Flowers would likely give him a very harsh reprimand for. He stumbled out of his bed to follow her, half fearful she was going to say something about the fact he was wearing tomorrow's robes to bed instead of pajamas. Not he could tell much difference anyway, and it saved him having to get changed in the morning. The professor led him halfway across the school and into a room where the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, and a red-faced Draco awaited. "Mr. Potter, is this your broom?" Flowers asked, pointing to the broom on McGee's desk. The broom was covered in dirt and sported a few broken bristles, but it was still clearly his since, to the best of his knowledge, it was the only one to have an actual seat attached to it. "Yes," he said, his apprehension growing. McGonagall looked down at Harry, a disapproving frown on her face. "Mr. Weasley brought this broom to the infirmary a short time ago. He was very nearly seriously injured when it apparently failed during an unsupervised and unapproved flight he was taking, outside of curfew, I might add." Draco interrupted. "He was flying up to the astronomy tower to smuggle a dragon out of the country." 20 points, Mr. Malfoy, for persisting with that ridiculous tale. "Is he all right?" asked Harry, ignoring Malfoy, which was practically an automatic habit by now. Fortunately, he was only a few feet above the ground when it happened. As it is, he has a broken wrist, a broken nose, and several loose teeth. I will be confiscating this broom at least until we can determine if something happened to it. "I only added the seat and a couple of cushioning charms," said Harry. "It shouldn't have failed." "Nevertheless, it did, and you need to accept and take responsibility for the consequences of your actions in lending it to Mr. Weasley," said Flowers. Harry felt very bad indeed. He hadn't meant to get Ron hurt, but it was his broom, and he made the modifications himself, despite not really knowing that much about what he was doing. "Yes, Professor," he agreed quietly. "Potter tried to kill Weasley," said Draco, sounding oddly respectful. "Another 10 points, Mr. Malfoy." "I'm really sorry, Harry," said Ron. Harry wanted to say, "Don't worry about it. It's my fault the broom crashed anyway," but all that came out was an extended yawn. Knowing his detention was scheduled for this night, he had tried to catch a few extra hours of sleep during, but hadn't managed it. "I still don't know what happened. It was working fine and then it just went nuts," explained Ron. "Just over there it started. It was weird." "Stop making excuses for your poor flying, Weasel," said Draco, trudging along behind them. "That broom is one of the finest ever made. There is no way Potter could have accidentally broken it, so you probably crashed it through your own incompetence." "Get stuffed, Malfoy," said Ron. "At least I'm not here because I am slimy little prick who got busted." While daubing, Harry could tell Ron's heart wasn't in the rebuke, and the redhead actually agreed with Slick, to a degree. "Face it, Potter's a better flyer than you even though he's barely sat on a broom and doesn't even bother showing up for most of his team's training sessions. Hey, I'm only a reserve, protested Harry, fighting another yawn. Why bother practicing like a madman when I'm not going to play this year? The damn cheering is bad enough. You know that they hold practices for the cheering. Right there in the middle of the common room, they all get together and practice chanting songs and things, and people call me weird. Anyway, really, don't worry about it, Ron. At least I've got a better excuse for not training now. The last one about suddenly being afraid of heights wasn't going to cut it this time, I think. Pity about being outside in the middle of the night instead of fast asleep in bed, muttered Draco. I bet that's annoying, Potter? Can it, the lot of you, said Giggles as they neared the small shack. Hagrid, get out here and take these brats off of my hands. I'll be back to collect what's left of them in a few hours. Hagrid, carrying a crossbow massive enough to be classified as a siege engine, explained the detention, much to the horror of all three boys. The Forbidden Forest, at night? Asked Ron, his voice quavering. Wait until my father hears about this, said Draco, looking even paler than usual. Walking for hours and hours, said Harry, horrified. No way. We get the dog, said Draco immediately after Hagrid split them up, deciding to take Ron with him and leaving Draco to Harry. He's a ruddy coward, warned Hagrid. But hopefully, he will look like a better meal than either of us, reasoned Draco. Maybe he can carry me when my legs collapse, said Harry, trying to be optimistic. Right, you two go Thaw way, following Thaw trail, and Ron and me will go this way. Remember toss send up sparks if you find anything. Harry waited until they could no longer see Hagrid, then promptly walked over to a nearby tree and began climbing it. Where are you going? Asked Draco. Up. There is no way I am spending the next few hours walking around out here, answered Harry. What's the matter, scared? Sneered Draco. I heard you can't sleep if there is a ghost around. Harry felt like objecting, but couldn't justify the effort in trying to save face with a guy he didn't really care for about a subject he wasn't interested in discussing. Slick, you go prance around the forest looking for whatever it is hunting unicorns, said Harry, trying to get himself comfortable on a branch well above head height. I'll keep a lookout from up here where fewer things are likely to try to eat me. Any thoughts Draco had about continuing without Harry were quickly dashed when Fang trotted over and began trying to climb the tree as well. Potter. Draco's voice sounded rather hoarse, but it was just loud enough to rouse Harry. For Merlin's sake, Slick, he grumbled, shifting to get more comfortable but not opening his eyes. Just, what kind of a pissweak wizard are you? If you can't climb, use magic. Potter, Draco practically shouted. Harry opened his eyes, ready to give the boy a good dressing down, and looked straight into the brightest pair of blue eyes he had ever seen. Since he was about 8 feet off the ground, this was a bit of a shock. Ape, he squealed and fell out of the tree. Only the sticking charm he used to keep him from rolling off the branch kept him from a painful fall to the ground, but instead left him hanging, suspended by his robes. Harry Potter, said the owner of the eyes, who Harry could now see was either a centaur or a half midget riding a headless horse. You must leave this forest immediately. Okay, said Harry, releasing his spell to fall the rest of the way and hit the ground running. Bye. He took off running towards Hagrid's cabin, Draco close behind. There is a great danger, finished the centaur before he could stop himself. But the only one left to answer him was Hagrid's dog, who was trying to hide his head under his front paws while balanced on a tree branch. By the stars, that boy can move when he wants to, said a second centaur, stepping out from behind a tree a short distance away. Did we miss a meteor in the skis or something? The quality of intruders gets worse every year, sneered a third, darker-colored one. Fang just whimpered. The Akio charm. That's a 4th-year spell, said the 7th-year student manning the charm's help. Desk in the common room. Do you really think you're up to learning it? Harry getting help from the older years in the dorm was a fairly common sight by now, although it was rarely anything to do with his schoolwork, which even more rarely managed to be more than the absolute minimum required not to fail. The boy who couldn't be bothered still managed to surprise them with some of his requests sometimes. "Trust me," said Harry. "I might be inexperienced, but I am really motivated on this one." "Okay," said the older student, deciding it was only fair to give him a chance. Some of the others mentioned that Potter came across as a bit of a slacker, but usually got his spells right with only minimal attempts. It was impressive that he was trying to learn advanced spells already, instead of just going along with the standard curriculum. Maybe they had misjudged Harry, since he was obviously putting a lot of effort into getting ahead. Maybe he really was a hard-working puff after all. Harry watched and listened carefully as the student showed him the incantation and wand movement. He really concentrated, making sure he got every bit of it, as was his habit. It didn't make sense to get lazy and not pay attention when it counted. All that did was mean a lot more work later on trying to play catch-up without the benefit of an instructor. Likewise, he rarely practiced the wand movements until he was sure he knew what he was doing. Waving a wand around randomly was a total waste of energy and quite counterproductive, not to mention an eye hazard. This spell was hard, though, and would probably take a lot of practice to get right. Still, being able to summon things from across the room could certainly save him a lot of effort in the long run. He was very handy with the levitation spell, but it took a lot of work to maneuver levitated items over to himself. The Accio spell promised to drag items directly to his hands with just a single concentrated cast, much easier. Then he just needed to learn how to banish things back to where they came from, and his need to get up and walk all over the place would be halved. Magic was just so cool. Harry stood back and examined his latest purchase. The robes he had bought on his sole shopping trip were fine, but decidedly boring. While not having to wear trousers was a welcome bonus, there was something missing from the standard wizarding wear, namely magic. Although modifying the look of the clothes was forbidden by Hogwarts rules, as Slick had discovered, much to his humiliation at having to get his mother to go shopping and buy him a whole new wardrobe, Harry felt there was still a myriad of ways to improve them without violating the strict edicts. He looked into warming and cooling charms, only to discover the varieties of them available to him were quite incompatible, meaning he either had to have different robes for different weather conditions, or he needed to remember to turn off one set of charms before turning on the other. Worse yet, none of the charms were particularly good at automatically maintain him at a comfortable temperature and required constant adjustment. Abandoning that line of thought for the moment, Harry's next idea turned out to be quite practical and easy to manage. With a little bit of tricky charm work by one of the Ravenclaw 7th years, Harry's pockets were now large enough for him to put a huge pile of his books and materials in, and the robes stayed weighing exactly the same as before, practically nothing. Of course, his book bag already weighed nothing. In fact, it sometimes had an annoying tendency to try to float away in even the lightest of breezes, but being able to put almost everything he owned into his pockets meant not having to work out what books and things he needed for that particular day. He just loaded up everything and went on his way. The only downside was learning the trick of being able to find where things were without having to rummage around a lot. He was getting better at that, good enough to not be too worried by the small effort required. There were many other things Harry planned to do with his clothes, but he had yet to make much progress on getting what he wanted. Ideally, they would be self-ironing, self-cleaning, and automatically repairing, but as one of his closer housemates, Sue, pointed out, he was planning a lot of effort that would be wasted. Because you'll grow out of them, she said, putting an almost instant stop to his efforts. Then you'll have to get it all done again with the next set. I mean, your existing ones are already starting to get a bit short. I'd be surprised if they fit by the middle of next year. Disappointed but not crushed, Harry decided she was right, and he would be a fool to spend too much effort on his existing robes unless he could figure out how to make them grow along with him. The enlarging charm proved to be easy to cast, but useless as it tended to only enlarge one small part of the robes at a time, possibly due to Harry not being that proficient at it. Still, the pockets were worth doing, and a valuable additional that he would likely get done again and again until he could cast the spells himself. Of course, his current robes were still in a very sellable condition, and the pockets just made them more so, since nobody else he knew had any magically enhanced clothes, not even Slick and his designer pajamas had anything obviously magical about them. Mind you, if what Hagrid told him before school started was true, just being pre-owned by Harry Potter put the price he could expect to get for them much higher than what he originally paid, which could possibly fund getting the charms he wanted cast on his new set. Then the only problem was timing it right so that he wasn't left standing naked in the alley. With exams approaching, Harry found it increasingly difficult to get anybody to help with his numerous side projects. Even some of the elves were starting to feel the pressure of so much tension in the castle. As the older years prepared for some of the most important tests of their lives, the extra work created by nervous children making mistakes filled in the gap Harry had been happily using to have the elves do things he thought would keep them happy and help him out, like secretly scrubbing unused areas Giggles was likely to use for detentions and only leaving a thin layer of dirt for the students to clean. The younger years were spared most of the direct pressure, but their first round of tests, along with the nerves of the older students, made them all a bit tense. So Harry developed a new way to avoid the general mayhem and stress enveloping the school. He would sit cross-legged in a corner of the common room, rest his hands on his knees, put an open book in his lap, and pretended to meditate. It actually first started when he began trying to train himself to subconsciously control the sleepwalking curse he used for detentions, but had grown into an improvement on his ability to instantly take a nap. Slowing his breathing down to a fraction of its normal rate not only saved him the terrible effort of having to breathe as much, but helped him easily slip into a sort of entranced sleep. It worked well. Enough too. Especially when he remembered to cast stiffening spells on his shirt's back to keep him upright, and when he could put cushions all around to keep comfortable. All in all, he thought it was quite clever, so it was rather a shock to wake up one day and find several other people sitting in identical poses in a circle around him. Very funny, he said, causing the others to give up their fake posing and grin widely. Come on, mate, said a smiling Zack. You got to admit you really weren't fooling anybody. What gave me away? He asked. The snoring, answered Sue and Han at the same time. When the first of the exams finally arrived, it was a relief for them all. Firstly, because most of his housemates had worked together to make sure all of them were as prepared as possible, but mainly because Harry could finally look forward to saying, I told you so, to Sue and Hermione, the worst of the people badgering him to study all the time. Neither they nor the teachers appreciated that Harry had never known a single person in the world who cared what his report card looked like. They expected him to want to please somebody, to be proud of getting good marks, even if that somebody was only himself, but in reality, that need had been broken in him long before Hogwarts. He believed it was not a good plan to fail, mainly because that usually lead to remedial classes and extra supervised instruction that was much harder to slack off in, but he wasn't going to strive for excellence or even above averageness. Surprisingly, and quite uncharacteristically, Harry found himself feeling nervous as he sat down for his first exam, astronomy. Please be multiple choice. Please be multiple choice. Please be multiple choice, he chanted to himself, in his own private little mantra, while waiting for the special anti-cheat quills and exam papers to be handed out. Multiple choice questions were definitely easier, so naturally they were his favorite type of test. Not that he had any evidence the mantra ever having made any difference in his Muggle school, but he always felt better for trying. Yes, he exclaimed a little too loudly after flipping the paper over to find his wish was granted. At least half of the paper was multiple choice, so at least half of the answers were on the page in front of him, just waiting to be selected. While memorizing reams of facts about planets and other celestial bodies was tedious, boring, and usually took quite a lot of effort, Harry had always made use of memory shortcuts when he could. Most voters earn money just showing up near polls, he whispered to himself when required to list the planets in order. There were dozens of mnemonics that used the first letter of each planet to make a memorable sentence, but he was always partial to that one, possibly because Vernon's constant ranting about politics made it easier to recall. For some inexplicable reason, avoiding tiring gambles can let very lazy students sleep continuously. All period stuck in Harry's head as the way to recall the zodiac, probably due to the appropriateness of its sentiment. He had others, too, covering most of the information they had studied throughout the year, although often it was hard to find or make up ones that he could relate to without effort. Not that he had any particular interest in a subject that regularly required him to be out of bed at ungodly hours, but most of it was just pure memorization, hardly any work at all, really. Being asked to make a pineapple dance for charms was harder, since it involved techniques and spells they had learned, but using them in a way they were never directly shown before. Luckily, Harry was quite familiar and practiced with the spells needed, since he was fascinated by the idea of making normally inanimate object move on their own, with little or no effort from him. Specifically, he had been trying to teach a broom to sweep the floor, but the damn thing kept running off to find a bucket and water for some reason. Still, the experimenting he performed trying to get it to work made the exam a cinch. He probably could have earned extra credit by making the pineapple peel and slice itself into pieces, but he couldn't see the need to make the effort, and Han used to freak out whenever he practiced that in the common room with various vegetables. She obviously never had to peel potatoes herself by hand, or she would have appreciated his skill, rather than scream at him for the horrific self-mutilating and suicide his practicing on fruit entailed. The other guys in Puff thought it was quite funny to watch. "Turn this mouse into a snuff box," instructed Professor McGonagall when it was time for the practical portion of Transfiguration. Harry knew he had done poorly on the theory side of the subject, since he only really wanted to understand the use of the magic and not the metaphysical stuff behind it. He wasn't too worried about failing the practical, but it went against his nature to just do what he was asked without some attempt at avoidance. "That's a bit cruel, isn't it?" he asked. "I assure you that I will be able to reverse anything you do," she answered. "Are you going to wipe the mouse's memory?" he persisted. "I mean, it's all well and good that you'll make sure it's going to be a mouse again, but what if it's traumatized and gets sudden urges to snort tobacco or run up somebody's nose or something? I don't think I'd like to have that on my conscience." "Professor, Mr. Potter, I am well aware that you are perfectly capable of performing this spell," said McGonagall. "So what is?" "Oh, well, I guess we are done then," interrupted Harry, turning and leaving the classroom, a huge smile on his face. "Thank you." He actually made it 2 steps out of the door before his teacher found her voice and called him back. "Potter, where is your forgetfulness potion?" snapped Greasy as Harry was about to leave after the exam. "My what?" he asked, making sure to stick to his "I'm innocent" voice and expression, mainly because he knew it annoyed the hell out of Greasy, and not because he thought it would get him any leeway. "The concoction you have been supposedly working on for the last hour. Where is it?" I don't know," said Harry, looking confused. "Cease stalling, Potter, and hand it in," said Snape, holding out his hand. "I can see you have the vial in your hand." Harry looked at the vial, seemingly surprised it was there. "It's empty," he said, holding it up for the teacher to see. "I can see that, you idiot boy. What have you done with it?" I think maybe I drank it," said Harry, licking his lips, apparently tasting something on them. "Hey. If I did, and I can't remember it, that must mean it worked, right?" He knew he wasn't going to get away with it, but it sure beat the hell out of actually going to the effort of trying hard to make the potion and getting a failing mark anyway, especially when Greasy looked like he was going to pop a blood vessel. Defense had them regurgitating more information and facts about various dark creatures, dark spells, dark wizards, and dark blue, although Harry was fairly certain he hallucinated the last bit after he developed a splitting headache halfway through the class when Garlic Guy stood too close and his stench almost overwhelmed them. He didn't expect to do well on that one. Herbology was a breeze, since the theory was all about various fungi and their uses, and the practical was all about planting, potting, and pruning. While the exact species were significantly different, the actual methods and ideas were sufficiently similar to his Muggle gardening experience that Harry was sure it would turn out to be his best subject. Exam-wise, he had been told it was very different in later years, but for now he was happy with his effort. He was then pleasantly surprised to find the history of magic exam was actually an hour to write some answers for questions about one of his few wizarding heroes, Gaspard Shingleton, the man who invented self-stirring cauldrons. Since Harry had read extensively about Gassy while researching his Snape stirrers, he finished the whole exam in under 30 minutes and was certain he would get a great mark. It was a brilliant way to top off a demanding day, and it left Harry feeling unusually energized, although the nagging headache could also have contributed to his restlessness. Harry felt so enthused by his performance in the exams, and the fact they were over, that he decided to take one of his rare after-curfew jaunts to check on one of his other promising projects. This idea, surprisingly enough, he had to thank Vernon for. Once, and once only, the pigman took Harry with him to Grunnings, the drill manufacturing plant where Vernon worked. Being a year or 3 younger than he currently was, Harry was uncertain about the exact circumstances and whys of his visit, but he vaguely recalled something about possibly meeting some burglars or rioters, or rioting burglars, or maybe it was being a meat shield for Vernon against rioters. At any rate, Harry got a late-night look into the behind-the-scenes workings of Grunnings, and the memory came in handy now. Hiding his project in one of the empty classrooms along the out-of-bounds, 3rd-floor corridor was, in Harry's opinion, a stroke of genius. Nobody was allowed up there, not even the prefects, so Harry ran a much smaller risk of getting discovered. So far, he had only ever seen Giggles and Fleabag prowling anywhere near the place, and Fluffy's growls, whenever Fleabag was around, worked well to keep their visits infrequent. It was therefore a complete surprise to be literally run into by Ron while closing the door behind him as he left his project's hiding room. Falling to the floor in a tangle of arms and legs, it took them several moments to sort themselves out, despite Hermione's attempts to help. "What are you doing up here?" asked Ron. "You've come to save it too, haven't you?" "What?" asked Harry, still rubbing his sore head. "Save what? Where?" "The stone, Harry," said Hermione. "We think somebody—" "Snape," interrupted Ron. "Going to try and get it tonight," finished Hermione with an annoyed glance at Ron. "We have to stop them." "No, we don't," said Harry. "We can't just let whoever it is down there get the stone," insisted Hermione. It's got nothing to do with us, said Harry. Go tell a professor. We tried, said Hermione, sounding very peeved. Professor McGonagall told us not to worry and that. It was all taken care of. So there you go, nothing to worry about then, said Harry. But mate, what if it's Snape? Asked Ron. Do you really want him to be able to turn lead into gold? Harry was still uncertain how, or why Hermione had forgiven the redhead for his part in the Halloween thing, or how he had been drawn into Hermione's crusade to protect the stone. Then he'll be able to retire and I won't have to see him ever again, said Harry. Good night. He pulled the cloak back over his head and started to walk away, but Hermione's next words stopped. Him cold. Then what were you doing up here? She asked. What's in that room, Harry? Before he could tell her to stop, she pushed the door to his project room open and looked inside. Oh, Merlin, said Hermione. Is this what I think it is? Ron stuck his head over her shoulder. Row upon row of tables were crammed into the former classroom, and along both sides of each row, sitting so close to each other to be touching even with their elbows held in clothes, sat smiling house elves, dozens of them. Each one had a ball of yarn on a spindle in front of them, and they were all knitting furiously. With almost mechanical regularity, an elf would finish his work, and a completed sock would float down the length of the table to land in baskets sitting at the end. A large scoreboard hung against one wall, with a couple of elves scurrying along updating the tallies for each elf as they worked. A few glanced up at the trio's entrance, but they barely paused in their knitting. What? Ron asked. It's just a bunch of house elves. It's a sweatshop, Ron, said Hermione, striding into the room. And look at what they are making. She reached over to one of the many lines of tables filled with house elves, knitting furiously, and picked a sock out of the basket sitting at the end. Socks, she said. You've got the Hogwarts house elves making socks. Monogrammed socks, said Harry proudly. I'm going to sell them in Diagon Alley. Are you paying them to make these? Asked Hermione. Harry sighed. One of his biggest regrets was sharing what he knew about house elves with her. He had been eager to show off how he had managed to get around the silly Hufflepuff restrictions, and foolishly thought she would appreciate his cunning. Instead, she became indignant at the use of house elves, and ranted for long enough to convince him never to talk to her about them again. I thought not, she said at Harry's exasperated sigh. I've told you before, Harry said. They want to work, they need to work. They get the shakes and go stir crazy if there is not enough work. That because they have never been shown another way, she insisted. No, it's because they love it, countered Harry. This is slave labor, she said, holding to sock up to emphasize her point. No, it's a voluntary self-help thing, he answered, snatching the sock to inspect the stylized gold HP. Monogram. I'm not forcing them be here. They can leave or take a break at any time they want, and nobody punishes them for anything. Isn't that right, guys and girls? Not stopping for a moment, the elves burst into a loud round of happy agreement. But you are using them to make cheap socks. Hey, these are not cheap socks. These are high quality. Well, they are now that they have learned how to knit. The first few hundred weren't much good for anything except maybe the horsey guys, tiny, or something with about 24 toes. And you don't want me to start on the disaster the gloves and beanies were. Where are you even getting the wool from? Asked Hermione. At that precise moment, a sheep's quiet baa echoed from somewhere near the back of the crammed room. Hey, these are pretty good, said Ron behind them, interrupting the argument. They turned to find him walking in a small circle to test out the new pair of socks he was suddenly wearing. They're really comfortable. Look, it's got nothing to do with you, said Harry, deciding to ignore Ron for now. Haven't you got to get a sorcerer's rocks off or something? Hermione looked ready to keep arguing, but then suddenly stopped. Yes, she said, a cunning gleam in her eye, and you're coming with us. What, why? You are so not blackmailing me, are you? Hermione grinned. slightly evilly, in Harry's opinion. They are not actually your elves, are they, Harry? So anything they make is technically not yours, is it? Can I grab a couple of pairs before we go? Asked Ron. Okay, said Harry, once the door to Fluffy's room was unlocked. Wait here and I'll have a quick look. No way, said Hermione. You can't do it alone, and we can all fit under that cloak, but it would be better if we could make some music of some sort to put Fluffy to sleep. What makes you think music is going to put it to sleep? Asked Harry. I can't believe your singing is that boring, unless you sang about really boring things, like books or studying, or... We tricked Hagrid into telling us, said Ron excitedly. He said he used to put it asleep all the time just by playing a bit of music. Brilliant. What kind of music? Asked Harry. I mean, you don't want to go in there singing a nice lullaby when what it really wants is some heavy rock or jazz or something, do you? An uncomfortable silence answered Harry. You have no clue, do you? He said any music, said Ron. Any music, are you sure? Ron nodded vigorously and completely unconvincingly. Well, I did get this from Tiny for Christmas, said Harry, reaching into one of his voluminous magical pockets to draw out his hand-carved flute. I thought it was a bit odd at the time, but I wonder if he thought I might need it or something. Only problem is I've never bothered to learn how to play. Can either of you? Both of the Gryffindors shook their heads. Harry, why are you carrying an instrument you can't play around in your pocket? Asked Hermione. I've gotten just about everything I own in my pockets now, said Harry proudly, and the pockets are held on with Velcro, so I can just swap them from robe to robe. Saves a lot of hassle. Yeah, I can see that, agreed Ron. Anyway, you play that pipe thing of yours. It's called a flute, Ronald, said Hermione. Whatever. You play it and we'll wait to see if it puts the dog to sleep. Then we'll all go in, lift the trapdoor and jump in. Okay. Once all of them were squeezed under the cloak, Harry began blowing semi-random notes on Hagrid's handmade flute in what he hoped sounded enough like Teddy Bear's Picnic to put the huge animal to sleep. With a nod, he indicated for Ron to open the door, and then they awkwardly shuffled through into the room where the massive three-headed dog was slowly sinking down into a deep slumber. What's that? Asked Hermione in a hushed voice, pointing towards something sticking out from under one of the beast's massive paws. Looks like a harp, whispered Ron as the trio slowly crept closer to the sleeping giant and the closed trapdoor. Whoever is down there must have left it behind, playing to keep Fluffy asleep, I'll bet. It probably ran out of magic and got chewed up. Ron reached for the lifting ring of the trapdoor, only to have Harry stamp his foot down on the door. Holding it shut, both Ron and Hermione looked at Harry in surprise, with one hand helping to make almost random noises on the flute. He reached down with his other and slid the unnoticed locking bolt into place, then jammed a broken piece of the harp behind to keep it from being opened by a simple Alohorama. With meaningful nods of his head, he ushered the other two back outside, and then closed the door behind them and took the cloak off. What? He said when they looked at him in disbelief. You don't think the door and bolt will be magically strong? Yes, but that might only slow him down, said Hermione, not stop him completely. That's all we need to do, said Harry. Now we send a message with Hedwig and let Dumbledore take care of the rest. Ron smiled happily, glad to be getting out of harm's way, but Hermione frowned, torn between her desire to stop the thief and her faith in the headmaster. Tell you what, said Harry. I'll stay here and guard the door while you go to send off a message. Ron can try to get another professor to come and see that somebody has gone into the room. Okay. Hermione nodded and immediately rushed off. Be careful, she called back over her shoulder. Yeah, don't do anything stupid, said Ron, also heading off. Harry laughed and plonked down against the door. He pulled his invisibility cloak over himself and got comfortable, It wasn't long before he was happily dozing, despite his raging headache, sleeping in. Various states of discomfort was another skill he had developed at the Dursleys, so anything less than a blinding migraine barely affected him, only slightly adding to how long it took him to have dreams of an army of house elves at his beck, and call drifting pleasantly through his mind. Then some bugger opened the door, making him fall into the room, tripped over him, and dropped a ruddy great rock on his head in the process. Harry untangled himself from his assailant and stood up. He saw the trap door lying open, and Fluffy again snoring peacefully as another harp played loudly in the corner of the room. But the thief was standing in the doorway, blocking Harry's way out. "Potter, I expected to see you tonight," said the defense professor, with no sign of his normal stammer. "Garlic guy, what the hell?" said Harry, not bothering to try to remember the stuttering defense professor's real name, especially since his headache suddenly became significantly worse. "I suppose you expected to find Severus instead. He does seem like the type, doesn't he?" "Who? Greasy. You have to be joking. Nobody that lame is capable of doing anything remotely cool or clever, like breaking into here. Don't play dumb with me, you arrogant brat. All year you've managed to defy me, or did you think I hadn't noticed the way you avoided all of my traps?" "Traps?" asked Harry, not just stalling for time. He really had no idea what the guy was talking about. "What traps?" "I coated a cauldron you were to clean for Severus in poison, but you detected it and took the antidote," said the professor. Harry had to concentrate for a second before the answer came to him. "So that's what happened to my gloves," he said, recalling the disintegrating precursor to his automatic cleaning brush. "We never did figure out why they fell apart after one use. When I noticed you sitting in the same spot at the Slytherin table, I trapped the seat to poison your food. You immediately stopped coming to breakfast, and I had to quickly remove the charm to avoid catching somebody else and possibly being exposed. You must mean one of the times I managed to convince one of the house elves to bring me breakfast in bed, hee good times. And when I sabotaged your broom," said Garlic Guy, who Harry now recalled had a name beginning with Q and sounding like some small animal or another. "You made the Weasley boy fly it instead." "Very clever. So you're the reason he fell off after visiting Hagrid, and you earned me a detention in the forest. I thought I was doing him a favor lending him the broom after I was banned from riding it in the hallways. Yes, I waited to encounter you that night while I fed on the unicorn. I even left a trail of blood, to follow, but you didn't take the bait." "As if," said Harry. "Do you really think I'm barmy enough to go running through the forest at night looking for something killing unicorns? I snuck off and slept in a tree for a few hours." Something Garlic said triggered a thought in Harry's mind. "Hang on, my shoes didn't malfunction, did they? It was you. You tied my laces together to try and make me fall down the stairs." "Yes, it was I," said Garlic Guy, practically gloating. "It was a foolish attempt I made in a fit of anger. But you usually never took the same stairway twice, and I saw an opportunity, so I took it. I still don't know how you avoided crashing to your death. What about when I nearly sleepwalked off the astronomy tower? Was that you too? I watched you for weeks before I had a chance to cast the Imperious Curse on you, but you managed to throw it off at the last moment." "Yeah, well, I've gotten pretty good at waking up from trances, but what about that time with the giant squid in the lake? It was you trying to make it sink the boat and drag me to bottom, wasn't it? I thought it was just playing around thinking the boat was empty while I was catching a nap out where nobody could bother me, but it was you all along." "What? No, I never." "And how about the time the snow fort collapsed during that battle with Griffs? Sue and the other Puffs said it served me right for hiding in the dungeon of the fort instead of fighting, but you tried to crush me, didn't you?" "Snow fort? What snow fort? I bet you've even been putting extra cholesterol in my eggs too, not to mention the salt. Jay's been telling me all along that it's bad for my heart." "Enough," yelled the professor, cutting off Harry's stalling. "Give me the stone, Potter, and I'll spare your life." "Yeah, like I believe that. I might be bone lazy, but I'm not stupid," he said, clutching the stone to his chest, knowing it was probably the only thing that stood between him and a painful death. "Give it to me, you foolish child." Harry was about to explain in great detail how likely that was, when another voice, a hideous rasping voice filled with hatred and contempt, spoke. "Let me talk to him," said the voice. Garlic Guy objected, but the voice insisted. Turning around, he slowly unwrapped the bandages of the foul-smelling turban to reveal a face protruding from the back of his skull. But by then Harry was long gone. "Where did he go?" asked Quirrell in a panicked voice. "You fool!" shouted the voice Harry was pretty certain belonged to the Dark Lord, mainly due to the splitting headache suddenly getting significantly worse. "Down the trap door, it's the only way out of the room." Without another word, the horrible amalgamation of man and thing ran awkwardly to the open trap door and leapt down. A few seconds later, Harry emerged from behind Fluffy, but stayed under his cloak. He quickly closed the trap door again, and then, with some serious concentration, managed to levitate the still snoring Cerberus directly on top of it. "That ought to stall you some," he said to himself. Unfortunately, the possessed teacher was not fooled for long, and the hatch sprung open again before Harry could get away, flinging Fluffy into the air, yelping in startled surprise. A stray paw connected with Harry, one of its claws tearing into his arm and sending him tumbling backwards. Harry scrambled not quite fast enough to get back under his cloak before Q-Mort rose from the hole, swearing in that horrid voice and whimpering in another, more human one. "Potterigug," screamed Q-Mort as the now fully awake and rather unhappy three-headed dog pounced on him. Harry's morbid fascination only lasted long enough for him to see two heads doing a tug-of-war with his former professor, while the third kept trying to squeeze in for a bite. Then he found himself outside the room, closing the door slowly behind him, so as not to attract any attention from the mutant mutt. "I am not going to be able to sleep for a month," he said to himself unhappily. "Well, maybe not for a week, or a few days at any rate max." Suddenly the door opened, and a bloodied and torn-up Q-Mort stumbled out. Harry caught a glimpse of Fluffy behind the gruesome professor, playing with what looked like a sleeve of Q-Mort's robes, and it still seemed to have the arm inside. "Oh, hell!" Harry yelled, flicking his wand in a bit of a panic to cast the first spell he thought of. Wingardium Leviosa. The invisible spell caught the mostly dead professor by surprise and hoisted him straight into the air. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, Harry's control was lacking, and Q-Mort's rapid ascent came to an abrupt end against the solid stone ceiling of the hallway. "Oops," said Harry, caught off guard by the power of his spell and its unintentionally violent result. The shock of accidentally smashing his professor into the roof made his concentration slip. Q-Mort plummeted to the ground, landing in a bloodied heap with a dull, wet-sounding thud. He gave a final rasping and gurgling cough, and then lay still. Slowly, a dark cloud of something vaporous began leaking from the non-moving body, forming a ghostly shape above it. "Oh, no, you don't," said Harry, reaching deep into one of his magically expanded pockets. His injured arm burnt like it was on fire, and the blood was running down it, making his hand slippery inside the pocket, so it took a moment or two of fumbling before Harry managed to pull out one of his largest, specially prepared potion suspension jars. "Engorgio," he cast, trying hard but only making the neck and top of the jar huge, much like his failed efforts at enlarging his robes. The black cloud separated from the downed professor and charged at him just as he pulled the lid off and raised the magical vessel into its path. The ghastly, ghostly thing slid almost totally inside before it could stop. "Gotcha," said Harry, putting the awkward jar down and slamming the lid, squeezing the last bit of the slippery feeling mist in. The gas swirled about inside the deformed, blood-covered jar angrily, obviously searching for a way out, but the magic imbued in the unbreakable glass stayed firm, and the wire-latched lid held tight. Harry looked at it for a moment, wondering if he should wait there with the angry ghost in a bottle, or just leave it behind for whatever professor showed up, while he went to the infirmary to get his arm tended to. He could label it so that they didn't open it, but he somehow doubted a hand-written sign saying, "Spirit of the Dark Lord, do not open," was going to get taken seriously, and there was no way he was going to carry it around, or even pick it up to put in his pocket. Besides, if he didn't bleed to death before somebody came along and found him, he could probably score a ride to the infirmary, which was quite a distance away when you had to walk it under your own power. Deciding to wait, he slid down the nearby wall to sit on the floor, close but not too close to the impromptu, mutant glass prison, and tore a long strip of material from his already ruined sleeve. As he began bandaging his aching wound, a rather random, happy thought occurred to him. I wonder if this means we'll get DADA as free time now. Professor Dumbledore looked at the assembled students over his half-moon spectacles. And the winner of the House Cup is Hufflepuff, he announced, confirming what everybody already knew from the obvious differences in the gem levels of the various giant hourglasses. Loud cheering from the Puffs overwhelmed the polite clapping from the other houses. "Well done, Harry," said Tonks, grabbing the smaller boy in a tight hug that mashed him against her chest in ways Harry found very interesting. He mumbled. "Don't you know you won more points than any other Puff this year?" she asked. Harry took a moment to clear his head and considered what she had just said. It was true, he was awarded a lot of points by Whiskers after the thing with Garlic Guy, and he often inadvertently picked up points for helping his classmates, but he thought he had lost a lot more to Greasy over the course of the year than he had gained. Then again, while being interrogated in the infirmary after the incident, Harry happened to notice the old headmaster was wearing a pair of socks bearing a very distinctive gold monogram on them. Oh well, he thought, whatever the reason, he might as well enjoy it rather than spend valuable energy trying to work it out. With that, he smiled, grabbed Tonks, and hugged her again tightly. Harry stood on the Hogsmeade train platform, precious new Hagrid-provided photo album filled with photos of his parents cradled carefully in his arms. A mixed expression of total and complete horror, panic, and anger twisted his face. In one hand, he held a slightly crumpled note, given to him just seconds ago by a smirking prefect. What, in the name of Merlin's crystal balls, do they mean by not allowed to use magic over the holidays? For the first time in months, a loud argument broke out at number 4, Privet Drive. The neighborhood gossips, always ready to discuss even the most trivial of happenings, had become so used to not hearing Petunia Dursley's hideous early morning screeching and regular daytime outbursts that the sudden noise caught them all by surprise. It did, of course, involve Petunia's rogue nephew, Harry Potter, whose much anticipated and speculated return from boarding school provided a brief flurry of gossip a few weeks earlier, but the lack of any noticeable change in the peace and quiet when he finally did arrive lulled them into almost forgetting about him. Almost. The most unusual thing about this half-expected argument was not that it was directed at Harry, but that it was coming from him. "You can't stop me doing my homework," yelled Harry, uncharacteristically expressing his anger loudly. "I'll get into trouble when I get back." "You'll do exactly what I tell you to, you ungrateful brat," shouted Vernon, the wobbling of his triple chins making him resemble an overexcited walrus eating a particularly recalcitrant penguin. "Now get outside and finish the gardening, and then I want you inside your room before I get back with the Masons." "Fine," said Harry, snatching up a half a dozen slices of fresh bread and the whole lump of cheese he was sure Petunia planned to only give him a small slice of. I'll sit up there being bored and pretending I don't exist, but not doing my homework, which would definitely keep me busy and out of the way. Then he stomped outside, muttering noisily while trying very hard to keep the smile that threatened to give him away under wraps. And make sure you keep that ruddy bird quiet too, snapped Vernon at Harry's retreating back. Harry had absolutely no intention of doing any homework over the holidays, but it was nice to have an excuse. Should any of the professors ask, he could honestly answer that he had been forbidden to buy. His ignorant Muggle uncle, who also locked his trunk away under the stairs. Chewing on a bit of the cheese, as he walked to the most secluded corner of the garden, Harry contemplated how best to give the illusion of working. The weeds Vernon wanted gone were already on their way out, courtesy of a spray bottle of potent weed killer secretly bought out of his own money. Petunia steadfastly refused to allow any sort of chemical or poison to go near her precious garden, but what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her, and by the time she bothered to check, probably once Harry was back at school, the weeds would all be gone, reabsorbed into the beds. Likewise, he booked a local garden service to do the old 15-minute trim of the hedges and run a mower over the lawn every couple of weeks, while Vernon was at work, and Petunia was on one of her regular shopping trips to London with Dudley the Miniature Man Mountain. None of the Dursleys noticed. What they did see was Harry dragging the gardening tools out of the shed each morning as Vernon was leaving for work, and him putting them away each night before he came inside, usually covered in dirt and looking like he had been working hard all day. Thanks to some subtle, meant-to-be overheard muttering and complaining by Harry, Petunia thought. Vernon was responsible for giving Harry a long list of chores, and Vernon thought it was Petunia assigning the chores. Dudley didn't think anything at all, as far as Harry knew. Lying down on the lawn in the last of the afternoon sun, Harry munched on his pilfered bread and cheese and wondered why, when he was having the best summer break of his life, he was not feeling happy. Well, he did know, but he had avoided thinking about it too deeply, until now. The momentary thrill of outwitting the Dursleys was not a good trade for the ability to do magic. Harry was bored. For a year, he had a wonderful time at Hogwarts learning how to do the most incredible things. He spent an amazing time discovering magic, only to return to the mundane and boring existence at number 4 Privet Drive. To say he was missing school a bit, despite the ridiculous amount of extra work required, while there and the fact he could not use it the way he wanted until he turned 17, was like saying Dudley not getting thirds left Blubberboy, a bit upset. Sure, Harry did manage to smuggle a few hastily enchanted bits and pieces into the house, mainly thanks to some very deep magical pockets on his pants, but a fork that automatically beat eggs and a semi-intelligent cleaning sponge that never got dirty or left marks was not enough to keep him happy. Not when magic had so much more to offer. Staring at the neatly trimmed bushes, Harry again contemplated the idiocy of the rules that said underage wizards could not perform magic outside of school, when he suddenly realized that the hedge was staring back at him. Two slightly familiar-looking, tennis ball-sized eyes were staring out of the bushes, and they did not appear to be attached to a head of any kind, or to be peeking through a hole in the greenery. Harry blinked. The eyes blinked. Harry blinked twice. The eyes blinked back. This went on for quite a while. After a year in a magical castle with headless ghosts routinely floating through the walls, a blinking bush did not freak him out as much as it might have done a year or two before. Of course, his normal tendency of rarely overreacting to anything, since that wasted a lot of energy and took real effort, meant he would probably not have gone running off at top speed screaming, like a little girl confronted by a peeping Tom anyway, but his casual acceptance of a plant sprouting eyes surprised even him. Harry ate the last of his cheese and bread, and then blinked again. So did the eyes. Finally, Harry realized he was going to have to do something besides play tennis blink, but then Dudley came to his rescue. That was even odder than the hedge eyes, really. "What are you looking at?" asked Harry's morbidly obese cousin, although the mouthful of pre-dinner ice cream actually made it sound more like, "Wat arf u ooknat." Startled by Dudley's unexpected appearance, Harry glanced away from the eyes and towards Dudley. When he quickly looked back, the eyes were gone, of course. "I am trying to work out what best to shape this hedge into," said Harry. "I was thinking a swan, but it won't really fit in with the rest of the garden motif." "SWN, if's a ush," slurred Dudley, which Harry translated into swan, "but it's a bush." Harry sighed. He was no mental giant, but Dudley made most midgets look positively gargantuan. "Are you lost again, or did you have a point in interrupting my work?" asked Harry, making sure to make his hands thoroughly blackened with dirt. "You know your mum gets upset if you interfere with my chores." She didn't ever get upset at Dudley, but he was too thick to separate getting upset and getting upset at Harry. "I know what today is," said Dudley, actually taking the time to swallow before speaking. "Tuesday?" asked Harry. Truth be told, Harry didn't care enough to know it himself. One day was pretty much like the next. Really, and calendars and schedules were for nutty people who took themselves way too seriously. "It's your birthday," said Dudley, a smug grin on his ice cream-plastered face. Harry automatically opened his mouth to reply and stopped. Was it? It was, damn. "Holy crap, Dudders," cried Harry, jumping to his feet and grabbing Dudley's hand to shake it vigorously. "You remembered my birthday. What a great cousin. You are the best, Big D. I've got to go." "Celebrate. Thanks again, bye." Harry walked off, leaving a stunned and gaping Dudley behind him. It was always fun to mess with his cousin's head. It would probably take a few minutes, but Harry knew Dudley wouldn't think to wipe his hands before he swapped which one was holding the melting ice cream, and consequently transferred lot of black soil to it. Lardhead probably wouldn't even notice that until his brain registered the crunchy bits in the sweet were a bit grittier than usual, not that that would stop him. It was petty, but far too easy a trick to miss playing. After washing himself off at the outside tap, Harry snuck inside, deftly avoiding Petunia, who was busy preparing for the big dinner later that night with some potential clients of Vernon's or something. He silently made his way up to his room, looking forward to a surprise birthday nap. The only problem was there was already somebody on his bed. "Not another one of you," sighed Harry, stepping into the room and letting the door close automatically behind him. "I thought I told you all I can't help you while I am stuck here. I don't have the room and my guardians hate anything to do with magic." Seeing Harry, the house elf stood up suddenly. "Harry Potter," it started to say, then stopped abruptly, its oddly familiar eyes going so wide and bulging so much Harry was half expecting them to pop out on stalks. "What?" asked Harry, nervously looking over his shoulder to see what the elf might be looking at. "Harry Potter is doing magic outside of Hogwarts," said the elf, pointing at the door behind Harry. "Eh?" asked Harry, honestly confused. "The door, sir, uses closing it by magic," it said, thrusting its gnarled finger for emphasis. "Harry Potter is truly a great wizard to get around the ministry trace." "What?" "No, it's an automatic closer I scavenged off an old screen door and fitted here so I don't have to keep closing it myself," said Harry. The elf looked even more impressed, although confused. "Look, it's a muggle thing, okay," said Harry. "Now I told the others I can't help them, and the same goes for you. I'm sorry, but you'll just have to find other work to do until I get back to Hogwarts. Besides, I'm still stuck with crates of those damn socks, and nobody has been able to explain what market saturation means, or why I can't sell any more of them to the shops in Diagon Alley. The last thing I need is to have more made." "Dobby is not being here to work," said the elf apparently named Dobby. "Eh?" said Harry, again eloquently expressing himself. Dobby is here to warn Harry Potter, said the elf. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Why not? Asked Harry. The elves aren't angry at me, are they? I mean, I was trying to help them, not just use them like what's-her-name accused me of doing. Well, okay, I was using them a bit, but it wasn't like I was trying to hurt them or anything. No, sirs, interrupted the elf. Dobby is not talking about elves at Hogwarts, who even now sneak around Harry Potter's house doing jobs when he is not looking. Dobby will be punishing himself most severely, but he is needing to warn Harry about a wicked plot he has known of for months. Elves here, asked Harry. Where? He looked around the room, trying to catch any signs of a house elf. Yes, sirs, elves being doing things like trimming trees and lawn. I thought that service was doing too good a job for the tiny amount I've been paying them, said Harry thoughtfully, and cleaning Harry Potter's room. So my enchanted brush isn't working that well, asked Harry, catching a glimpse of the small brush as it guiltily scurried under the bed. Bugger, I thought I was on a real winner with that. I've even been patting it for doing such great work and keeping nasty fat boy from putting naughty sticky things in Harry Potter's unmentionables while they are on the clothes line. What, that bastard? And here I've been leaving him alone all summer. Well, time for some unnaturalness to visit Dudders, I think, mumbled Harry. And misleading, evil dark wizards, who is combing the neighborhood looking for Harry Potter, sir. Hang on, just how long have you been watching me? Asked Harry, starting to get angry. The elf shuffled nervously on his feet for a moment before continuing. Long enough to know Harry Potter is too important to be lost to wicked wizard plot at Hogwarts. It said excitedly, getting back into the vigor of things. Harry Potter must not be going to Hogwarts. In the sudden silence, Harry heard the front door of Privet Drive close and several muffled voices exchanging greetings. Presumably it was Vernon and his guests. So is this plot aimed at me or just the school in general? I mean, are my friends going to be in danger? Harry Potter is a great wizard to worry about his friends who don't write to Harry Potter. Asked the elf. Right, who writes while they are on holidays? It's not like I wasn't going to see them soon enough. Anyway, Harry Potter mustn't be angry with Dobby, said the elf, taking a large pile of letters out from under the filthy pillowcase that Harry realized was the small creature's clothes. Harry really hoped it wore underwear. Dobby will give these to Harry Potter if he promises not to go. Harry lunged. Despite his disgust at the thought of where those letters had been sitting, Harry's sudden intense desire to get them overrode his normal easygoing temperament. For some reason, he would likely never bother to think deeply about. He was furious. The elf moved quickly, leaping out of Harry's grasp and up onto the bed, but Harry was fast too and threw himself at the elf again, colliding into him and pinning him against the wall with his shoulder, while they fought for possession of the letters. Growing up with Dudley gave Harry a lot of experience in grappling like this. Combined with his slight weight advantage, Dobby didn't really stand a chance at escaping and resorted to trying to bite Harry's ear off while wrapping his legs around Harry's waist. Once his punches and blows proved ineffective, shoving off the wall, they tumbled onto the bed. Unfortunately, neither realized how much racket they were making until Harry's door flew open and Vernon burst in, red-faced and ready to tear Harry a new one. The sight of his freak nephew cavorting on top of a bed with a half-naked demonic-looking thing wrapped around him completely stunned Vernon, leaving him absolutely speechless. Harry and Dobby froze, both turning to look at the intruder. Do you mind? Harry asked Vernon in a perfectly mild voice. I'm a bit busy right now. Well, that worked out well, said Harry, holding a cloth to the side of his head. You know you've probably gotten me thrown out of the only place outside of school I have to stay, and I reckon you might have cracked a tooth. Dobby is saying sorry, Mr. Harry Potter, sir, said the elf, spitting out another mouthful of blood into a hanky, but... Yeah, I know, said Harry, dabbing at his various wounds with the cloth. If I don't go, is it still going to happen? Dobby pulled on his long ears, in obviously conflict. I'll take that as a yes. Are you going to try and stop it even if I don't go then? Because I really don't like the idea of leaving my friends to whatever it is that is happening. Dobby's ridiculously large eyes grew even wider. Harry Potter, sir, is indeed a great wizard to care for others. Dobby will try, Harry Potter, sir, but his first priority is to keep Harry Potter from harm. So if I say I won't go, will you nick off and stop pinching my letters and stuff then, but keep trying to stop whatever it is? Yes, sirs, said the elf, nodding vigorously. Right, I guess I won't be going back to old Hogwarts then, said Harry with badly faked sincerity. Okay. The elf gave an excited squeal and leapt off the bed before disappearing. Harry laughed sourly and shook his head, tenderly poking the sore spots in his cheek with his tongue, while thinking some very uncharitable thoughts about lunatics in the wizarding world. What a birthday, eh? On the floor where he toppled in a faint, the unconscious Vernon let out a moan. Several days later, aliens attempted to kidnap Dudley. At least that was the best explanation anybody could come up with. Old cars simply did not fly around. Surrey late at night, red-headed clones did not tie ropes around the bars of Dudder's bedroom window to yank them out of the wall, and Carr and clones definitely did not suddenly disappear when Dudley overcame his terror to start screaming like a teenage girl in a horror movie. Vernon predictably tried to blame Harry, but he had pretty much slept through the whole abduction attempt and ensuring ruckus, calmly pointing out that Vernon should probably have put the bars and locks on his room to keep him in rather than on Dudley's to keep Harry out, ended up getting him a 40-minute incoherent rant and a ban from setting foot inside the house or the yard during the day for the rest of the holidays, which was fine by Harry, since he was running out of things to pretend to be busy doing anyway. He spent a few pleasant days tending Mrs. Fig's cats, and another few trying to find the perfect snoozing tree in the neighborhood, but eventually he got to the point where he had nothing better to do than read the various letters Dobby had kept from him. Most of them were from Hermione, and were so full of enthusiasm they made Harry tired just reading them. Several were from various students in his house, Hufflepuff, and one was from the school listing. All of the supplies he was going to need to pick up before returning. Putting aside his annoyance at the need to go to London, Harry realized a visit to Diagon Alley was the closest he was going to get to the magic he loved before getting back to school. The choice between expending the energy to somehow convince Vernon to take him, or making the effort to undertake the journey on his own was a close one, but eventually Harry decided to fall back on one of the many new things he had discovered attending Hogwarts. Friends. Come on, girl, time to earn your keep, said Harry, lifting the top of the cage off his sleeping owl. Why Vernon thought putting a padlock on the door of the cage was going to stop him from letting his owl out eluded Harry. Unscrewing the bottom of the cage and setting her free every night was a hell of a lot easier than bringing her food, especially since the cage was designed that way for easier cleaning. Got a letter for you to take to Sue, said Harry, strapping the rolled-up note to the owl's leg with a piece of Velcro. No hurry or anything. Some might have considered it a bit rude to only reply when he wanted to ask something, but Harry didn't. Besides, he had written at least 6 extra sentences specifically in response to her letters that Dobby had tried holding to ransom. Sue's reply, arriving the next day, contained 5 pages of exhausting-to-read writing and a short description of something called the night bus and how to summon it. Harry sighed to himself, regretting encouraging the girl with his extra lines. Now she probably thought he was going to be a pen pal or something. Lucky I didn't write to Hermione. Beds on a bus, said Harry in wonderment as he handed over the full fare to Stunfish Sitz or whatever his name was, the conductor. Brilliant. Oh, sorry, mate. Forgot to switch over to day mode, Stunfish said. He pulled a chain dangling from the roof, and the beds, candles, and curtains disappeared, dropping Harry painfully to the floor. Stunfish then pulled an oversized, ridiculous-looking lever, and wooden chairs appeared. Excessively cheery yet off-key music began blaring from somewhere near the roof. "Put them back," growled Harry, standing up. "Put them back now." I can't rules, you know." "No," cried Harry, falling to his knees and banging his hands dramatically on one of the seats. "No. Stan backed away slowly. The alley was as exciting and interesting as ever, with too many fascinating shops for Harry to explore. So he decided to concentrate on getting his school supplies first, and then maybe seeing the sights a bit more. "Do the potion supply lists change much each year?" asked Harry. "Nope," answered the surly apothecary worker. "Then give me all 7 years now," said Harry. "Saves having to come back again each year." "Some of it will go off," said Surly. "Oh, well, can you put those ones in these jars then?" asked Harry, digging out a box of his charmed jars from his pocket. "They all have stay fresh and preserving spells on them." "That ought to do it," agreed the man, no longer quite so surly after inspecting the jars. "Good idea. I should probably stock a few dozen myself for other people. Could be very useful to have one of those on hand." "You have no idea," agreed Harry, briefly thinking about pickled Dark Lords. Harry looked in disgust at the pile of books that made up the entire Hogwarts book list. "There is no way I am reading all of this," he said to nobody in particular. "You should come back this afternoon," said a passing salesman. "Mr. Lockhart himself will be here. Signing copies, going to be quite a day." "Yeah, right," said Harry, still eyeing the huge stack of books and wondering if buying all 7 years wasn't such a great idea after all. "Say, you don't have them in something like an audiobook, do you?" The blank look answered Harry. "Didn't think so," said Harry thoughtfully. "I wonder what passes for a tape recorder around here. Anyway." "Look," he said, verging on running out of patience not for the first time that day. "I live with Muggles." "Right. I can't have a trunk floating along behind me or running about on hundreds of tiny little legs. Got it. All I want is a set of luggage wheels I can attach to the bottom of my trunk so I don't have to carry the damn thing or drag it along the ground. Muggles have been doing it for ages, so surely you magical folk can come up with something at least as good, right?" The trunk maker and his assistant looked outraged and skeptical, but they didn't again immediately protest, so maybe he was getting somewhere. "Of course, it would be a hell of a lot easier if I could just dump the trunk altogether and stick to my deep pockets," explained Harry. "But I need something a bit more solid since I've been buying a lot more stuff this year, and I've hit some sort of limit on how much I can stuff into the expanded spaces I've got." "Oh, we can make you a trunk that's got practically unlimited space inside of it in several compartments," piped up the assistant, latching onto that idea instead of breaking new ground with Harry's request for wheels. "No problem there." Harry felt close to crying in frustration. "So all I have to do is touch my wand to the collar of the robes, say Muto Pingo and the color name." "And it will change, right?" asked Harry. The teenage sales switch nodded. Obviously bored to tears and not at all impressed by serving the boy who lived. She had offhandedly demonstrated a few times already, but Harry wanted to be sure. "Yeah, that's about it," she said. "Anything else?" Harry was quite pleased to discover a shop selling clothes a bit more magical than the usual mundane robes. They still didn't have half of the things he thought should have been available, like built-in automatic cleaning and ironing charms, but it was better than nothing. "How much?" he asked, painfully aware his bag of gold was starting to get a bit on the light side. A trip back to the goblins might be in order. He wished they had something along the lines of how he imagined credit cards worked, or even an old-fashioned checkbook, but apparently the magical world didn't trust in currency substitutes. She told him, I don't suppose you can point me to somewhere that might be interested in buying my old robes?" he asked, digging several of the large coins out of his money bag. "Some of them need a bit of fixing up, but they should be good enough for a second-hand store. Curiosities and collectibles at this end of Nocturne Alley is probably your best bet," she said, taking his money and giving back a handful of change. "There are a few other places along the alley, but that's where you'll get the best prices for collectibles. Anything else?" Harry paused, not sure if she was the best person, or if it was even the right place to ask his next question. Then again, he was here, and going looking for somewhere else when what he wanted was right here in front of him was a bit redundant, and he hated wasting time or effort. Do you know where I might be able to buy a mannequin, like the one you have modeling my sized robes over there, but something a little more, lifelike?" he asked. For the first time since Harry set foot in the shop, the sales switch didn't look bored. The shop at the head of Nocturne Alley turned out to be a bit of a gold mine. They gave him quite a lot more for his old robes than he expected, especially considering the condition of some of them. He ended up making considerably more than he had paid for the new robes. The only things they wouldn't take were the excess elf-made socks, citing something about commercialization and factory goods or something, and Dudley's cast-offs, which was fair enough, considering they really didn't suit the boy-who-lived image. Selling his old underwear seemed really weird, but the price they offered was ridiculously huge, even if it did mean he was going to have to stop at a Muggle shop and restock before heading back to school. Then again, many wizards apparently went au naturel, so maybe that was an option. Nah, he stood to make too much money next year, and he didn't feel comfortable with the idea of being open-aired. Probably the Muggle in him. Flush with new cash, Harry amused himself browsing the various shelves of second-hand shops. Never having owned much before Hogwarts, and nothing at all new, second-hand cast-offs were a source of fascination for Harry. The money he had made could buy him a ton of things he couldn't possibly afford to own otherwise, and all that most of it required was a bit of cleaning up and repairing. He was a bit annoyed at having bought new robes when he probably could have saved a fair bit getting second-hand ones, but there was enough interesting knickknacks that had some real potential to keep him from brooding for too long. "So if you can't fix a broken wand, why sell them at all?" he asked. "Some people still get a bit of a response out of them," explained the helpful clerk. Fascinated, Harry bought several of the wands, including one that gave out a spark when he secretly waved it. Maybe Muggle wood glue could do what magic could not. Several tarnished cauldrons looked like they were made to survive a Neville-level explosion, and one was shiny enough for Slick to use as a mirror while he brewed. Knowing Greasy, Harry wouldn't get away with anything, except a bog-standard one, though. A long rack in one store held a series of blades, ranging from penknife through to bastard sword, sometimes with supposedly authentic bloodstains of famous people and creatures. According to the labels, there was no chance Harry could get away with using a cutlass to chop up his ingredients, but it could be fun to try, if only to see how snarky he could get Greasy to be. The thing he found the most exciting was the broom. It was very old, cheap, and had obviously seen better decades, but it sort of flew mostly straight, and it had a lot of potential, since Harry wasn't going to mind as much if it broke while being experimented with, unlike his proper broom. Struggling to drag his new trunk out of the second-hand shop, Harry accidentally bumped into somebody. "Oops," he said, fighting to stay upright and keep the trunk from spilling all of its contents onto the road. "Sorry about that, Potter." Surprised, Harry half turned around and nearly lost his hold on the precariously balanced trunk. The lid sprung open, as if it was trying to disgorge more of its cargo. Harry was starting to think the trunk was purposely been difficult, much like its creators. "Hey, Slick," said Harry, catching sight of Draco Malfoy. "Give us a hand, will you?" Draco stood back, staring at Harry with a mixture of disgust and confusion on his face. "Draco," said a silky, smooth voice that sent shivers of unpleasantness up Harry's spine. "Introduce me to your little friend." Standing behind Draco was his clone. Well, a bigger, older clone. Actually, that probably meant Draco was the clone and standing behind him was the original, thought Harry. "He is no friend of mine," said Draco nastily. Then his face paled as he caught a glimpse of something. Inside Harry's trunk. "Wait, is that a body in your trunk? Is it Weasley?" His tone was a mixture of awe and excitement. "Shush," said Harry, finally managing to get control of his misbehaving trunk and slam the lid. Completely closed, after pushing what looked like a hand back inside. No need to yell it out slick. It was actually a mannequin from the dress shop, but it would be far too much trouble to explain, and he really didn't feel any need to. Besides, it was fun to mess with gits. "Draco," said Mr. Malfoy, the slight tone of rebuke sending another shiver along Harry's spine and raising the hairs on the back of his neck. It nearly made Harry laugh to note Draco reacted, as if the voice affected him the same way. "But enough, Draco," said Mr. Malfoy. "I asked for an introduction, not a violation of Mr. Potter's privacy." "That's okay," said Harry with a bit of a nervous giggle. "It's amazing what you can buy in some of these places, isn't it? Anyway, pleased to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Draco spent most of last year talking about you." "Indeed," said Malfoy Sr., raising an eyebrow at his son. Draco had the good sense to look a bit ashamed. "Okay, well, I'd better not hold you up anymore. See you at school, Slyerm Draco," said Harry, hurrying to drag his trunk away from them. "Nice to meet you, sir." Before he disappeared around a corner, he looked back, but Draco and Malfoy Sr. were nowhere in sight. It didn't take much realize they had headed down into Nocturne Alley, and Harry didn't want to think about what they might be doing, or if it might be tied up with the plot the house elf warned him about. He really needed to get around to writing that letter to his head of house too. Maybe tomorrow. "Woo-hoo-oh," screamed Harry as he sped off down the street on Dudley's mostly repaired racing bike. The front wheel was still a bit wobbly from when Dudley had crashed into Mrs. Figg, but it was a decent job considering the tools he had to work with and how little effort he had put into it. "Look out," he yelled as he shot past a group of people crossing the street. It was nowhere near as fast as flying for real, but it was still fun, and sticking the old broom to the top tube of the frame turned out to be a lot easier than he had expected, thanks to a brand new hacksaw and a tub of awesome, magical glue. Sure, the bristles sticking out from under the seat might look a bit silly, but like most people's opinions of him, that didn't bother Harry much. The original idea of copying whatever spell Hagrid used on the boat to make the bike propel itself was still a good one, but without being able to cast magic, it was sadly out of reach. Using the broom, however, was pretty simple and a load of fun. "Incoming," he called, despite there being nobody anywhere near the sand pit of the park he was aiming for. There was a funny kind of satisfaction in screaming out warnings. A bell just didn't do it for him. Really loud horn might be better, but yelling would do for now. Hitting the curb at the edge of the park launched the bike a few feet into the air, the old broom struggling but failing to lift the combined weight of bike and boy. And then Harry crashed into the sandpit and went flying over the handlebars. "That was awesome," he laughed, sitting up and spitting out mouthfuls of sand. It was fun, but he really needed to do something about the brakes before taking it out again. Then, again, maybe he should leave it, just in case Dudley decided to reclaim the bike now that Harry had fixed it. As usual, the easier path had some definite advantages to it, that was for sure. For a brief second, he thought about riding the bike all the way to London, but the moment of madness passed, and the idea fell back into its rightful place, at the murky bottom of the deep, dark ocean of his thoughts. He should probably get a helmet if he was going to keep this sort of thing up. There was a second. Hand Quidditch head guard he had bought that could probably do the job, and he was pretty sure it had. Some sort of crash guard spell or something on it, but he hadn't yet needed to use it, so he couldn't say. For certain. Possibly he could get some spells cast on his muggle clothes to protect him better, but that sounded like a lot of effort, and he only had a day or two left anyway. Incoming, he screamed again as the bike tore down the street, despite his feet barely working the pedals. Then again, why bother? King's Cross Station, this early in the morning. You must be mad keen to get back to school, said Stunfish as Harry dropped the required coins into his hand, and choosing to forego the hot chocolate. Yeah, that's right, said Harry, climbing into the nearest bed. But don't hurry on my account. In fact, take the scenic route and drop me off later. Just make sure it's before you switch over to day mode. Okay. There really was no need to explain his actions. Getting the bed was his reward for getting up so early. Since the mattress was, as he expected, a lot softer and more comfortable than Dudley's old squashed flat one back at Privet Drive. Is that an undeveloped mimic moth? Asked a rather strange-looking little blonde girl from the doorway of his cabin on the train. I thought they stayed in their cocoons until they were ripe. There was still a good hour before the train left, and only a few people were as early as Harry, which was fine since it meant he could take the closest cabin to the entrance and save himself a walk. He hadn't bothered to close the door, since he figured that would just mean people would open it to look. Inside, despite the fact it had windows, some people were strange like that. A moth, I bloody well hope not, answered Harry. I paid 2 galleons for it. I'll be pretty annoyed if it sprouts wings then up and flies away or something. The girl stepped into his cabin and leant forward, bringing her face ridiculously close to the mannequin's blank face. No, they usually have more lifelike features, she said, after a solid minute of staring unblinkingly at the mannequin with her large, almost bulging eyes. I'm working on it, said Harry a bit defensively. He'd been trying for 15 minutes to work out how to transfigure a proper nose, and had only managed to raise a small bump in approximately the right place. It was getting a bit irritating and was close to giving it up for a while despite knowing the spells he needed to use. It was almost at the point where convincing somebody else to do it for him was easier than doing it himself. And hair, she added. It's coming, said Harry, glancing at Petunia's old mop head he had rescued from the bin. The black dye hadn't taken well and left it more gray than black, with streaks of darker patches, but at least it now stood up a bit more like his own hair did, thanks to some semi-working charms and the judicious use of scissors. The glasses look good, Blondie said. I like the eyes on them, especially the way they blink. Thanks, they came in handy a few times last year, they did, said Harry. Of course they'll look better once you put them on your doll's face, she said, rather pointedly. Yeah, well, ears are proving even more difficult, said Harry. My sticking charms aren't much good yet. And I don't want to use glue in case I need to move them or something. What about tying a bit of string to them and around the back of the head to keep them in place? She suggested. Or put some pins through the arms and nail them into the skull. Harry thought about it for a moment and then smiled. You know, he said, I think this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship. By the time the train was ready to leave, Harry was ready for a nap. Blondie was still playing with the mannequin, trying out various ways to keep the hair and glasses on. She had proven fairly adept at learning some of the simpler charms Harry had researched previously. For making the mannequin appear more realistic, and Harry was quite happy to let her experiment. A few people stopped in to say hello, mostly his Hufflepuff year mates, but none of them stayed very long after seeing Blondie enthusiastically trying to staple the wig to the dummy's head, or when she insisted on changing it into a different set of robes for reasons Harry didn't even try to understand. Just what the hell was a Nargle infestation anyway? Blondie's comments regarding the doll Not being anatomically correct left Harry red-faced with embarrassment, mainly because she voiced them in front of Sue and Han, who both ran off giggling to each other. At some point, she began referring to the mannequin as Larry, although calling it Gary, short for Golem. Harry seemed like a better name to Harry when she first suggested it. He didn't know what Larry was short for and didn't really want to either. Playing with dolls, Potter. Harry opened his eyes. He would have glared, but that seemed such a bother, and Slick was hardly worth the effort. Before he could make up his mind whether to answer or not, Blondie, whom Harry learned was named Moongirl or something, interrupted. "I thought boys called them action figures," she said in a dreamy-sounding voice. Draco shifted uncomfortably, suddenly aware the strange-looking girl was staring unblinkingly at his crotch. "Maybe your moth is anatomically correct after all, Harry," she added in a puzzled-sounding voice while not taking her eyes away from Draco's nether regions. "I was certain all boys had lumps there." "Those two do," she added, nodding her head towards Draco's bookend mates standing on either side and slightly behind him. "And you do too, but this one is flat like Larry or me." Harry stifled a snort, while Draco went wide-eyed. Crabbe looked confused, but Gar actually smiled and raised his head proudly. "You are a boy, aren't you?" she asked, finally looking up to Draco's bright pink face. "Oi, Potter," called a voice loudly enough to wake Harry from his dozing. "You seen our young Ronald anywhere?" "No," said Harry, opening his eyes to take in the sight of B1 and B2, the Weasley twins. Identical twins. That looked even more like clones than Draco and his father. "Hey, did you guys try to kidnap my cousin?" "A few weeks ago." The sudden change in their demeanor answered Harry, although their words said differently. "What us?" "No, never." "Why would we do that?" "No reason at all. It's not like we thought you were being held prisoner and came to rescue you or anything." "Whatever," said Harry, getting comfortable and closing his eyes again. "Not seen him at all today." "Well, if you see him or our little sister, tell them we're looking for them, right?" "Yeah, okay." It was only much later that Harry realized Blondie had not been in the cabin when the twins came in. And neither was Larry. "Hello, Harry," said Hermione, walking into his cabin and taking the seat across from him. "I won't ask if you completed your homework during the holidays." "Good," said Harry, not opening his eyes as he wondered just how many times during one trip he could be woken up. Surprisingly resilient after a mere single year of exposure, Hermione easily ignored Harry's apparent rudeness and then proceeded to tell him all about her holidays, her homework, her parents' reactions to her first year of school, her extra study, the letters she wrote to Harry, the letters she wrote to other friends, her upcoming study plans, and just about every other thing she could think of. "You're punishing me for something, aren't you?" asked Harry when pretending to snore didn't stop her, or even make her pause. "Yes," she answered, smiling brightly. "Was it the letters?" he asked after a moment of silent thought. "The lack of them specifically," she clarified, still beaming at him. "Do you think this will make me write next year or something?" he asked, frowning. "See, it is possible to force you to learn," said Hermione happily. "You just need the right incentive." "This isn't going to be a good year," groaned Harry. "And I haven't even started on you for not saying sorry." "So what do you have planned for this year, Harry?" asked Ernie. "Planned? I had something planned last year." He wasn't concentrating on the conversation, though, since the horseless carriages currently had most of his attention. Was it a spell pulling them? Why did it smell sort of like Dudley's armpit on a hot day? "Well, you spent a lot of time making things last year," explained Ernie. "We all sort of thought you had a plan, that you were working towards something." "Yeah, I was working towards not working," grumbled Harry, "but that didn't work out too well." Harry stopped and blinked a few times. "Wow, saying the W word so many times tires me out. Think I had better have a power nap." "So what are you going to do this year, then?" asked Justin, his swatty accent having reasserted itself. "Over the break, I am going to do exactly what I have always done, as little as possible." With that, he closed his eyes and leaned back, his mind mulling over the mystery of the carriage and how he could find out more about it. Returning to Hogwarts made Harry very happy. Soon enough, there would be classes with tons of absurd things to memorize and regurgitate on. Demand. Then there would be loads of writing, note-taking, and Snape, of course, but for now, during the opening feast, with his friends around him sharing the tailies of their holidays and no assignments or extra study to worry about, Harry was as happy as he could possibly be while still awake. Hearing that Ron and his sister had apparently nearly been trapped in the barrier at Platform 9 and 3/4 by a rogue elf did give Harry a slightly funny feeling of concern, but not enough to justify ending the night early by going to tell somebody about his own encounter with Dib-Dib-Dob, or whatever its name was. Besides, he was sure somebody would be looking into it, now that another couple of students were involved, and if they didn't, well, there was always tomorrow. Lockhart was Harry's new hero. Smiley was a bit too full of himself, no doubt about that, but in all the lessons so far, the professor didn't actually do anything. Not a single spell had passed his lips, not a wand was waved, and nothing of note was accomplished by the man being paid to be there. To Harry, it was an awe-inspiring feat to pull it off. The students spent their class time reading the informative and rather entertaining books, and then just had to recall the stories in them, emphasizing Smiley's undoubtedly exaggerated heroism. With the spells and techniques he had developed for fake reading last year, it was a piece of cake. Sure, Harry was sometimes dragged up to the front to help act out the more dramatic, fanciful scenes from the books, but at least they didn't have a cage full of pixies let loose on them like the Gryffindors. "Grrr, grrr," said Harry, making absolutely no effort to appear very werewolf-like at all. "That's it, Harry," encouraged Smiley. "Now come at me with intent to kill." Harry cringed inwardly at the sniggers of his classmates and seriously thought about charging Smiley and letting loose some of the old Harry-Carry from his Dudley days, but then decided it would likely be a lot of trouble explaining to his head of house why he had killed another defense professor. Harry hated having motivation forced upon him, but it seemed to be happening more and more lately. Personally, he blamed Fuzzy, mainly because doing that was easier than considering anything complex. Like the teachers might actually be learning to handle him. "Mr. Potter, I will not teach you how to transfigure a nose for that hideous mannequin until you have mastered all of this year's curriculum and obtained at least an E on your assignments." He really wished the older students hadn't, for no discernible reason, started boycotting anything to do with Larry. "But it's like an extra credit assignment," he protested. "Far from extra credit. You are well on your way to losing house points if I ever see that thing in my class again," said Professor Kitty. "Now put it away and get back to your classwork." Grumbling, Harry stuffed Larry back into his expanded book bag. He really didn't understand what everybody had against Larry, but it was getting annoying. "So how do you avoid the more nuttier fans?" asked Harry, thinking about the weird kid with the camera that kept popping up everywhere, Kevin Creepy or something, and the mystery person who kept saying "meep" at him every now and then before disappearing or hiding. He was stuck with Smiley serving a detention for something so insignificant even Snape probably couldn't remember what it was. "If they mob you that much, it must be a pain to get any peace and quiet," he added. Smiley was a surprising source of knowledge on how to milk the most out of his fame, and often gave Harry pointers on proper marketing techniques. Harry now understood the mistake he made flooding the market with his socks and had resolved to do better next time, if he ever got his elf volunteers back. He still didn't understand why his former free workforce seemed to be so absent this year, but so long as they were happy, he didn't mind. In the deepest, darkest kitchen of the castle, two evenly matched warriors circled each other warily at the very limit of the tea towel binding them together, both snarling in defiance and challenge. Surrounding them was a crowd of Hogwarts elves, standing on progressively taller stacks of chairs, tables, and other miscellaneous and precariously balanced items, effectively making a crude amphitheater from everyday furniture. Strange, dramatic-sounding music played from somewhere hidden behind the circles of spectators. Heaving on the towel to pull his opponent off balance, the larger of the two fighters stabbed at the other with his dirty duster, trying to smear dirt on the challenger's face. The challenger, a younger buck filled with the fires of ambition, ducked his head sideways and quickly pivoted to bring his filthy broom head around to swipe at the back of the other fighter. The older elf twisted desperately and blocked the vicious blow with his weapon, sending a cloud of dust into the air. At the impact, the crowd roared in delight. Never before had the traditional fights for the Weasleys' assignment gone on for so long, but with 5 of the messy red-headed family in the school at one time, the work reward had never been bigger, so there were a record number of elves battling for the right. "Makes his ears black with greases," screamed one of the spectators excitedly, crushing his betting slip in his hands. At this rate, he would win 6 months of pot-scraping duty, more than he had ever had to do before. Fills his mouth with mud. "I once hired a goblin bodyguard," said Lockhart, taking another sip of his tea, "but he turned out to be a vicious little monster and stabbed a rather pretty woman before I could stop him. Terrible incident. But she was able to walk again after some therapy and was ever so grateful when I visited her in the hospital. Now I just get others to do all my important shopping for me." Harry made a mental note to look up possibly hearing a goblin bodyguard for the next time he went back to the Dursleys. "This really is a marvelous invention," said Lockhart, nodding towards one of Harry's enchanted quills. That was happily autographing pictures for them. It was modified to copy an original message Lockhart wrote, getting his style of handwriting down perfectly after only a bit of training. "Sure saves us having to do it ourselves," agreed Harry before moving on to something he really wanted to know. "One thing, sir, you've never really mentioned what to do when things go wrong, like that girl getting stabbed. How do you stop things like that from becoming headline news all the time?" Maybe it was Harry's compliments, or the fact the boy who lived was apparently letting him become something of a mentor, or possibly even the 5th of Scotch he was liberally lacing his tea with, but Gilderoy leaned back in his chair and shared the most honest advice he had ever given. "Ah, Harry, let me tell you about a special branch of magic that I am something of a prodigy in," he said. "It's called memory charms." The first few times Harry heard the voice, he didn't really pay it any attention. After all, living in a castle filled with ghosts, a poltergeist, barmy professors, and all sorts of other interesting things did tend to make one a bit less wary of unusual happenings. After a while he realized nobody else seemed to hear it, but he was far too busy trying to work out a way to get Larry into the classroom without being seen to bother worrying about it. "Kill must kill," repeated the mysterious voice as Harry was making his way back to the dorm's late one night after falling asleep in the library. A strange scraping noise echoed down the hallway, like sandpaper being dragged along stone. Suddenly, the wall down a bit from Harry gave a slight shudder, as if something had bumped into it from the other side. Harry stopped walking, since this was a bit more unusual than what he was used to ignoring. The wall gave another dull thump, and the scraping sounded louder but different, like the sandpaper was now twisting and turning, trying force its way through the solid stone. Standing still, Harry was seriously thinking about saying something, maybe calling out to whatever it was making the noise, when the thumping stopped and the original sandpaper on stone noise started up again, heading the other direction. "Must diet," whispered the voice. "Too fat for thin pipes," it hissed, fatting off into the distance. After a moment, Harry shrugged and continued walking. "Moongirl, why does Larry's mouth keep going back to that big O shape?" asked Harry. "I have to keep doing a spell to make it close, but every now and then it opens back up again. I am seriously thinking about sewing it shut or something." "I'm not actually sure," admitted Luna, who Harry noticed was not wearing any shoes. "A couple of seventh years on the train saw me working on him and offered to help out with the mouth. I think they might have been playing a joke on us, but I can't be certain." Harry nodded in understanding. Seventh years were a bit like that, always giggling and laughing at jokes younger years just did not get. Harry was personally sure the stress of fifth-year exams got to them all, since almost everybody older than that acted like mandrake roots just before they were ripe enough to stew. "Oh well, I guess it's better than nothing, but I wish it looked a bit more realistic, even with the hair the right color. There's still something wrong." The fact that just about everybody else shuddered when they saw Larry was proof of that, although Harry didn't see any problem with his doppelganger. Aside from a distinct lack of mobility, he hoped to rectify with more spells. "Now," he continued, deciding to let the matter slide, "why aren't you wearing any shoes, and is it a good enough reason for me to use two? Laces are a real pain." "Potter!" yelled Snape, despite the fact he was only a couple of desks away from Harry. "Yes, Professor?" asked Harry, doing his best not to show how he had almost lost a finger due to Greasy's interruption. "What do you think you are doing?" snarled Greasy, storming towards him. "Cutting my ingredients into perfect 1 centimeter thick slices, sir," answered Harry, keeping his voice level, clear, and as innocent as possible. "That is not a silver-bladed knife," said Greasy. "No, sir," agreed Harry amicably. Silence. Unnerving silence. More silence, disturbed only by the subdued sounds of the rest of the class going on with their potion making, while also eagerly watching the next episode in the Snape vs. Harry drama out of the corner of their eyes. Harry knew he couldn't keep his silence for much longer under that intense glare, and was going to crack soon, but he tried to hold out for a little while longer. "Well," snapped Greasy, apparently too excited at the prospect of having something to pick on to let the silence take its toll on Harry's nerves. "Well, what, sir?" asked Harry, forcing himself to not let out a relieved sigh at not having broken first. Greasy's face, shifted to that particular color Harry knew, meant the git was torn between outrage and glee at being about to yell at Harry. Outrage because Harry obviously didn't care that he might be in trouble. "Why are you not following instructions? Are they too complicated for you? Perhaps you should go back to brewing last year's potions. Although, if I recall correctly, you were barely able to make those simple concoctions, even with the use of your toys." "I am following instructions, sir," said Harry. "Cut into 1 centimeter thick slices." "With a silver-bladed knife," interrupted Greasy. "With a silver blade," finished Harry, correcting the professor. "This has a silver blade, sir." Greasy shot a quick look at the board, along with almost everybody else in the room, and Harry knew they could all see it didn't say anything about a knife there. "How dare you bring another one of your ridiculous inventions into my classroom?" began Greasy, trying to deflect attention from the fact Harry was right. "Thank you for the compliment, sir, but I didn't invent this. It is Mandoline's slicer, and it dates back to at least the 16th century. Greasy face went a shade darker. "Muggle filth," the horrible man practically growled. "Oh no, sir," said Harry, putting on his best, shocked at the suggestion expression. "I made this myself. By hand. It is pure wizard-kind built. This, however," he said, reaching into his bag to pull out a state-of-the-art plastic and steel slicer. "This is a mass-produced work of art. It slices, it dices, and can even make crinkle cuts. Any thickness and any length. This little beauty is guaranteed to make perfect uniform cuts each and every time or your money back." Seeing a twitch start to develop over Greasy's left eye, Harry got that warm, fuzzy feeling again. Merlin, he loved being back at school. So if you can remove memories, like you did for me with that Aunt Petunia in the shower scene, can you put memories into people's heads too? Asked Harry while watching a charmed ink stamp place. Kisses on a stack of Lockhart's photos during yet another detention. Taking a cast of the defense professor's lips to make the stamp had been a bit gross, but amusing. Experience, setting up a production line where the press photos were stamped, signed, then stuffed in. Envelopes was interesting and easy, and now they could watch another detention drift by without doing a thing except talk and drink tea. It was a nice bonus that Harry was getting a nut for each picture. He knew Smiley was getting a lot. More than that, but he didn't mind, not when the extra bonus was that Greasy was the one who kept sending him here for punishment. No doubt the bastard thought Smiley was worse than scrubbing cauldrons or hand-washing the entry hall, but he obviously had no idea just how well Harry got along with the new defense professor. That's a much more difficult proposition, answered Lockhart, relaxing back into his recliner while sipping his special blend tea. It is common knowledge that everybody sees the same thing differently. So trying to give a person a false memory can end up leaving them very confused. Details are almost impossible to get right, and everything gets very mixed up when you try to link it other memories the way a normal one is. I see, said Harry, not really understanding the explanation but not concerned enough to dig deeper. Pity I can't just take a copy of somebody else's memory to watch later and learn how things were done. Lockhart abruptly nearly spat out his drink and started coughing. Sorry, the professor said as he regained his composure. Went down the wrong hole. Harry nodded, not really bothered by it. Professor, he asked as another thought occurred to him at seeing the stack of envelopes growing steadily. I don't suppose you'd be interested in giving away a little gift to your admirers along with the picture, something I can get quite cheap for you, maybe something like a pair of quality socks. Meep, squeaked a small voice. All Harry caught was a flash of red hair as his latest stalker disappeared back around the corner behind him. I'm starting to wish that wouldn't keep happening, he mumbled to himself. Charms was still Harry's favorite subject by far. While the others in his class found revising the simple spells learned the previous year boring, Harry found nothing wrong with going over something he already knew very well. It was a lot easier then. Learning something new. Of course, he was almost constantly revising anyway, just not the same way most people went about it. Morning, Harry, said Sue, as the boy who lived wandered into the great hall just before classes were due to start and took a seat near her. You sleep in again? Nah, I've been awake for a while, said Harry, taking out his wand and tapping the plate in front of him. Then he whisked his wand through a simple series of spells, easily recognizable, as been related to the charms revision was covering, although not quite the same. Sue and a few others watched in fascination as Harry's plate suddenly wormed towards the half-empty platters. After a couple more swishes and taps of Harry's wand, the cutlery jumped up and ran after it. Reaching the first platter, the animated fork and knife started heaping food onto the plate. You are really getting good at that, complimented Sue. I could barely get my pineapple to dance in the exam last year. Dance, mine just rolled off the desk, laughed Ern. If it wasn't for the fact it rolled up over a stack of books first, I reckon I would have failed. Yeah, Harry, you must practice an awful lot to be that good, said Sue. What's your secret? Actually, I don't practice at all, said Harry, earning a few murmurs of disbelief. It's true, practice implies doing the same thing over and over in order to be able to get better at it. I don't do that. When I can, I use the spells, end of story. It just so happens I can see a dozen places to use them where most of you do something else, like reach over and get your food by hand. Potter, Was that your bleeding fork that just stole my bacon?" screamed an irate fourth-year girl from halfway down the table. Maybe you should practice a bit too," suggested Ernie. "Nah," said Harry, looking only slightly concerned as his food-laden plate returned with the knife and fork running along behind. There probably wasn't any bacon left on the table, so it grabbed it from wherever it found it first. But where did my spoon go? From the table next to them, Draco suddenly let out a very girlish scream. Said Harry. "Don't worry about it then." Yep, charms was definitely still his favorite subject. "Up," said Harry. The mat under him shuddered, a ripple rolling down its length, but didn't rise. It was actually a tapestry taken from a wall nearby, but Harry chose to call it a mat anyway, since that was easier than trying to find a real mat. Since he fully intended to put it back once he was finished with it, and he had no intention of carting a proper carpet from somewhere else when there were perfectly good ones already hanging around doing nothing important. He didn't see a problem with borrowing it for his experiments. Up, he repeated forcefully. Then he had to grab for the edges as it jerkily rose about 2 feet off the floor. Sweet, he laughed once the panic passed. All the time he spent reading about brooms before mutilating the old second-hand one to attach to. Dudley's bike was really coming in handy, and Harry loved it when a single effort paid off more than once. "Go," he ordered. Obediently, the enchanted tapestry began moving forward, picking up speed until it was traveling at a fast walk. Take that gravity," said Harry, grinning as he flew down the long hallway he had selected for his first ride. Brooms were cool and loads of fun, but the size of the mat meant it could be used to move around large loads, much like his garden wheelbarrow at the Dursleys, or hopefully in place of it eventually. It also gave him the option of lying down, which was always a bonus if a long trip was involved. Plus, nobody told him he couldn't ride flying carpets around the castle, yet. "Stop," he said, well pleased at having flown about 2/3 of the hallway without incident. A very successful first test. Predictably, the mat kept moving and increased its speed. "Oh, bollocks," said Harry. "Stop." The mat ignored him, of course, except to speed up more. Maybe he should have spent more time on the brakes of the bike after all. With only a few meters of his flight path left, Harry threw himself off the mat, which promptly gave a sudden lurch of speed as his weight left it. He tumbled to a halt and looked up just in time to see his former ride crash into the wall at the end of the hallway, crumpling and folding quickly and softly like the cloth it was. "Curse you, gravity," he swore quietly. Picking up the tapestry, he used a sticking charm to hang it back up on the closest wall, which was not where it came from, but was good enough. Harry watched the dizzy and battered inhabitant stagger off, while swearing at him, and suddenly wondered if the reason Larry kept falling off the mat, even with sticking charms, had something to do with the high likelihood of crashing. Nah. The worst part of astronomy was having to stay up at night. "Mr. Potter, that is possibly the most damaged telescope I have ever seen. Are you sure you can view anything with it?" asked Professor Sinistra, who Harry privately referred to as Lefty. "It works perfectly, Professor. Better than perfect, in fact," he answered. "But there are several holes along its length, and it looks like it is bent in the middle," she said. "Oh, those. Yeah, I'll get around to patching them one day," answered Harry. "They don't actually let any light in. They're more cosmetic than anything now that I sealed the inside with some charms. And the bend. It's more of a dent, really, and it doesn't make that much of a difference. Mr. Potter, if you cannot afford a replacement telescope, the school." "No, I mean, thank you very much, but there really isn't any problem. Here, take a look for yourself," invited Harry, moving out of the way so that the teacher could use it. Although doubtful, Professor Sinistra moved behind the scope and peered through. There was a moment before her eyes adjusted, and then her breath caught in her throat. My word, Mr. Potter, what have you done? This is incredible. The image was fantastic, much better than the small telescope should have been able to produce. Professor Flitwick helped me with the charms a lot, but it has a sort of expanding charm on the big end. To make the big lens. The objective lens, interrupted the professor, her eyes still glued to the scope as she marveled at the clarity and magnification. Yeah, that. Anyway, it basically makes it a lot bigger than it really is. It also has some charms on it, too. Keep it perfectly clean and clear all the time. And there's some adjustable shrinking runes a few sixths. Years helped me with on the tube to make it a lot longer on the inside than the outside. The little lens. The eyepiece lens, she automatically corrected. The eyepiece lens has the same clean and clear charms plus a few others to flip the image and stuff. Like that, oh, and I've also got a cushioning charm on that end, since the rubber bit is pretty worn out. The legs are a little bent, because they've been transfigured to absorb vibration and movement, and I put weak sticking charms on the feet to help keep it in place. Well, said the professor, reluctantly pulling away, that is excellent work and your results make this old thing perform like a much larger and significantly more expensive scope. Why did you make these changes to such an old device to begin with, rather than the telescope you had last year? It was all a bit experimental, explained Harry. I didn't want to risk my good one just in case something went wrong, so I used this second-hand one I bought during the holidays. Since it worked, he wasn't going to go to all the trouble of enchanting the better-looking one now, but he figured it was best not to mention that to Lefty. That was probably very wise. I must say, even though it is not a standard school telescope, I cannot see any reason why you can't continue to use it. Well done, and 5 points to Hufflepuff for an excellent understanding of how your telescopes work. Smiling gratefully, Harry waited until the professor walked away before utilizing one of the features he knew would have gotten it banned. Point me Cygnus, whispered Harry. Obediently, the scope slowly swung around to aim, directly towards the last object on the list he needed. Tonight, he had a good idea where to find it anyway, but this made things a lot easier and faster, which meant he would be back in bed sooner. Finally finished, he tried one more thing that had been bugging him ever since he got the seeking feature working. Point me Luna. The scope moved, but instead of going where he expected, it once again pointed straight at one of Hogwarts' many towers. It was always the same tower when he tried it at night. During the day it was apparently random. That's just so weird, he sighed, quite willing to have to find the moon on his own rather than try to figure out what was going wrong with the point me charm. Harry, what is this unholy contraption you've left sitting on the table? Asked the 7th year. Hufflepuff assigned to help the lower years with their study if they needed it. It wasn't unusual for Potter to get help with anything and everything, but this new thing was strange, even for him. It looked like a glass jar was trying to mate with a ceramic pot, using several knife blades, and it had a hand crank. There were items in Filch's notorious student discipline collection that looked less threatening and a great deal more understandable. Well, you asked if I had anything else that might help with potions, right? Asked Harry. This is meant to be a hand-powered blender, and it is going to make your life a load easier when it comes to mashing up things like flobberworms. Not to mention it's also awesome for making milkshakes and stuff. Although you want to clean it out thoroughly before swapping from worms to ice cream, if you know what I mean. Did you make it? Asked the prefect, eyeing the glass jar a bit warily. Those knife blades looked sharp, and although the construction was not typically Potter, that is too say slapdash, there was a lot of spellotape holding it together. It looked like it may have exploded or ripped itself apart once or twice, or more. Yeah, sort of. Anyway, all you have to do is help me figure out how to use magic instead of hand cranking and we are good to go, smiled Harry. It took them a good hour to get the details worked out, mostly because of a half a dozen or so other people trying to be helpful with suggestions and ideas, but eventually they had a functioning model. It immediately went to work churning out milkshakes from various ingredients purloined from the nearby castle kitchens by excited muggle-borns. "Where do you get ideas for this kind of stuff from?" a fifth year asked Harry. Harry hesitated, only recently having been made aware by Ron of a whole ministry department dedicated to making sure nobody misused Muggle artifacts by enchanting them. Trying to explain why there was a catalog full of non-electrical devices to a modern Muggle was hard enough. Explaining it to a wizard would be an exercise in futility. Harry was just glad he had found the layman's hardware guide his uncle had thrown out. While Vernon thought the hand-turned drills were a good laugh, Harry found some of the devices and tools in it inspiring. He had never heard of the Amish before, but he owed them one now. It's a long story," deflected Harry to the fifth year. "Here, have another milkshake." "Tell me again why I am going to an extra class," asked Harry, as Sue and Han dragged him towards the Great Hall. Everybody was being a lot more accepting of him this year for some reason. Barely anybody bugged him about sleeping whenever he could, or about any of his slovenly ways, but the two girls were on a mission, and their insistence overrode Harry's resistance. "It's not an extra class," explained Sue. "It's a dueling club. It'll be loads of fun." "Hey, you know what else would be loads of fun? Sleeping. Sleeping is great fun. Let's go back to the dorm and I can show you," said Harry. "Shush," said Han. "You sleep too much as it is." "Don't worry, Harry," Sue added. "Nothing bad is going to happen. Professor Lockhart is just going to show us some basic dueling. It's not like anything can go wrong." A cold shiver ran down Harry's spine that had nothing to do with the drafts in the castle. "So being a Parseltongue is bad then?" asked Harry. They were back in the Hufflepuff common rooms after the disastrous dueling club, where Harry's sudden exposure as a Parselmouth became the hot topic of conversation in the castle. "That's Parselmouth, unless you can talk to herbs, that is," said Han. "Parselmouth. No, that's the magical language of the postal system," said Han. "Parselmouth." Sue giggled, but Harry didn't have a suitable comeback ready, and so ignored them both. "Whatever," he said dismissively, "and there is nobody out there who would pay me to translate for them or something. A career translating snake talk could be cool, so long as it paid well, which it should if the ability was as rare as everybody seemed to think it was. He could see that as an easy meal ticket for sure." "No, Harry," said Ern. "It's the sign of a dark wizard. Slytherin himself was one and was called Serpent Tongue." "Not to his face, I bet," mumbled Harry. "But don't worry, Harry. Anybody who has ever met you couldn't think you dark, mate." "I just don't get why being able to talk to snakes is bad," he said. "Because they are the symbol of evil," explained Ern. "A snake, evil? You have to be kidding me. I've only ever talked to two. One was a lazy bastard living a life of luxury in the zoo, and other thought Justin was a tree and wanted to climb him. How's that evil?" "They just are," insisted Jay. "Even muggles know that." "Fine," said Harry, giving in. Logic was never one of his strong points, and wizard logic defied most everybody anyway. "So can I cast strange and powerful Parseltongue magic then?" he asked. "Parsla magic." "That's Parseltongue, and no, they're snakes. What makes you think there would be some sort of powerful magic in speaking snake?" "Well, it is a magical language." "No," said Sue. "Being able to speak it is magical. It's just a language and doesn't give speakers any special powers any more than any other language. Otherwise, we'd all be welcoming our snake overlords who'd rule over us with their super powerful snake spells." "Well, that's just silly," said Ern. "I mean, they can't hold a wand, so of course they can't cast spells, can they?" Half the room stopped to look at Ernie. Wizard logic indeed. "Harry, you aren't using the house elves as slave labor again, are you?" asked Hermione after herbology one day. Harry was pretty sure she had tried to ask him about it a few times during class, but he had refused to remove his earmuffs, even after having successfully repotted his baby mandrake root, without ever lifting it out of the soil, thus managing to basically ignore her and everybody else, including the teacher. He still wasn't sure why they were meant to go to all that trouble of pulling the ugly things out of there. Nice, warm dirt beds in order to move them to a bigger pot when all they really had to do was cast the expanding charm on the existing pot and stuff more soil into it. Of course, his charm still needed a lot more work. It left him with an odd-shaped pot, but it did the job. Even if it didn't get him the extra points Nev got for doing it right. No, he answered, deciding to ignore her inflammatory wording. Why? I overheard one of the professors mentioning that the elves seemed to be missing some of their normal duties, she answered. And you automatically assumed it was because I was forcing them to do something for me, said Harry, managing to sound rather put out. Sorry, said Hermione bashfully. I should think so, said Harry. You know I was only trying to help them out when they didn't have enough work on. Besides, I promised you I wasn't going to make them do any income-generating work anymore, and I gave them a share of the money I made. They didn't have a clue what to do with it. Mind you, so I had to make a few suggestions. Miles away, in a dingy little arcade, the proprietors were suddenly overwhelmed by an influx of customers that didn't set off the door chimes and had appalling dress sense. Stupid modern fashion, grumbled one of the ancient 18-year-olds manning the counter. Looks like they raided a charity bin or a lost and found box for their kit. Yeah, agreed the second one. And boy, are these kids ugly or what? Harry Potter is being the greatest wizard ever, exclaimed one elf excitedly as he shoved more of the coins Harry had given him into the machine. Never-ending quests collecting obscure artifacts from strange, impossible landscapes, and then using them to defeat evil things and rescue the princess or save the world. This was almost as good as work. They are probably just taking some time off to do their own thing, or have found a really dirty room filled with hundreds of years' worth of rubbish to clean up or something, said Harry. I guess so, said Hermione, not completely convinced. One of the elves did mention Ron's sister was giving them a lot of extra work this year, although what she was doing with all that chicken blood and feathers he really didn't want to know, and he was not going to try to explain it to Hermione. So have you found out anything about Parseltongue yet? He asked. Harry often found it easier to ask somebody to tell him what he needed to know rather than find it out himself, but Hermione made it so ridiculously easy he sometimes wondered if he was in real risk of losing the ability to research anything himself. In this case, he knew that he didn't even have to ask her to look, she would have automatically gone and done it. Yes, she answered, taking out a massive book from her enchanted bag. He had given it to her as a present, after once again feeling sick, seeing the weight she used to carry around in her old non-magical one. It was a miracle the girl didn't have one arm that resembled Gorilla's heavy lifter. There is no mention of any such thing as parcel magic, she said, opening up the book to one of several bookmarks in it. The others probably indicated pages for him to read. Well, pages she probably vainly hoped he might read. Bugger, what about being able to speak to other animals? Can I talk to dragons? Dragon, why would you think that? She asked, looking rather surprised at the question. Wishful thinking. I mean, they're a kind of a snake, aren't they? I wouldn't go saying that aloud around anybody. You'll get laughed at. Potter, where are your shoes? Asked the prefect on breakfast duty. He was really only there to help the first years, but Potter's often blatant disregard for the house spirit was something they all paid attention to, if only for the laughs. I think something took them, said Harry. My trunk keeps spewing everything out all over the place. And today my shoes aren't in the pile. Nobody is going to believe your shoes have been stolen, said the prefect. Hey, it's not like I am the only one it's happening to, said Harry. You go ask the Ravenclaw prefects. About Moongirl, I mean Luna. I think that's her name. Yeah, Luna anyway. You go ask them about Luna. Not only do her shoes go missing, but so do her books and clothes. The prefect suspected Potter was up to something, but he knew his inner Hufflepuff would force him to investigate before reporting to Professor Sprout about Potter's latest quirk. And so did Harry. Hey Harry, come on, I know you aren't asleep. Everybody knows you can't sleep with a ghost. In the same room, Harry, I want to hear you speak snake again, that was cool, I thought you were egging it on at first, but when it looked like it was laughing, I figured you were trying to stop it. Slowly, the messy black-haired head rotated around 180 degrees to look at the person calling him. Mother of Morgana, yelped Justin, seeing the expressionless face of Larry staring at him. Sorry, I thought you were Harry. The mannequin's head returned to the front of the class where Professor Binns droned on, and Justin, resolved to try to never disturb the freaky and quite unnatural-looking thing ever again. How about other reptiles then? Like lizards, can I speak to them? Nope, said Hermione. Guanas? I'm afraid not. Worms? Even if you could, would you want to? Well, is there anything else I can talk to? No, wait, yes, axolotls. 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 Cool. What the hell is an axolotl? It's sort of an amphibious cross between a lizard and a fish, a type of salamander that lives in water. But can breathe air, I think. Here is a picture of a white one, she explained, holding open the large book and pointing to a colored drawing. Yuck, damn, that's ugly. Does it do anything special? He asked hopefully. Nope, she said, smiling. Oh, this sucks. The second attempt at making a flying carpet went significantly better than the first. Incoming, screamed Harry as his out-of-control ride shot through the corridors of the school. Students of all ages yelped and leapt aside, allowing Harry to barrel past them. In this case, better mostly meant he was having more fun, not that the brakes were working or anything important like that, despite the extra weight included on this trial. Eep, screamed Sue, holding on tightly behind him. And fun just needed to be shared with unsuspecting study partners, didn't it? So this pensive thing, it will let you watch another person's memory like a movie, asked Harry. He still didn't think it was fair he got detention while Sue only got a warning, but then he knew he deserved it a lot more than she did, except at the end. No way should she have gone away with that. Kind of swearing, no matter who her auntie was. He should have taken Moongirl. She wouldn't have gotten angry. Catatonic maybe, but not angry. Oh, it's much better than a picture theater, explained Lockhart. You actually get to move around inside the memory, viewing it from any angle you want. I've seen some pretty, interesting memories. In one a good friend had, I can tell you. Wicked, said Harry, bundling up the last of this week's letters as his detention came to a close. And you can use anybody's memories, he asked. Yes, even a muggle, but it takes a master legilimencer to extract the memory intact. If I say, had somebody sit down and read a book, you could take lots of copies of the memory and sell them for people to watch over and over. A charming idea, and one not without merit. Unfortunately, pensives are very rare and you would not have much of a market, said Lockhart, almost to himself. Usually only the very rich have them and they rather different memories they'd much prefer to view. He paused for a moment and appeared to be deep in thought. Bugger, said Harry. Of course there are prophecy orbs, said Lockhart thoughtfully. The what now? Asked Harry. Wake up, Harry, said Sue, dropping a heavy pile of books onto the table next to where his head was, resting on his arms. The assignment report on the 5th Goblin Rebellion won't write itself, you know. She refused to study with him alone anymore now, just in case he somehow again managed to convince her to take part in one of his experiments. Finn, grunted Harry groggily, as he dropped his head back down. What do you mean you finished it? Asked Hermione, taking a seat directly across from him, her own. Stack of books far too high to be balancing without the liberal use of magic. You hadn't even started it. 15 minutes ago. Nobody bothered to ask how she could possibly have understood his mumbling. After all, she did spend more time with him than just about anybody, plus, her parents were dentists. Mout, said Harry, clumsily pushing a piece of parchment out from under his arm. Wore you out, in 15 minutes. Let me see, she said, grabbing the page and holding it up to read. Well, asked Sue when Hermione lowered the page, a mixed look of astonishment and disbelief on her. Vase. It's just 2 words, she answered. We won. Giarufum, snored Harry happily. Okay, Hermione, what about being a Dark Lord? Since I can speak to snakes, maybe I can be a Dark Lord. I'd call myself Dark Lord Harry, or maybe Derry for short. Will I get access to special, wicked dark powers, or something if I do go over to the dark side? No. How about an undead army of sycophants waiting for their master's call? No, but I think making an army like that is part of a Dark Lord's job. Make them. Bugger that, but hang on, could the fear that I might just do that sort of thing make? Governments give me land and money to keep away. Not unless you can actually threaten them with something, and you don't know how to raise an undead army, do you? No, well, not yet. I don't suppose anybody is scared of an army of axolotls. Possibly people suffering from scoliodontocerophobia, but no. Damn, I'm just scared of the name. Well, do I get automatic membership into a secret, sinister council? Who want to rule over everyone? No. How about something more mundane then, like a seat in the House of Lords, because I would. Be a lord too. That's the same as your last question. This still sucks. Harry's second Halloween feast at Hogwarts was going splendidly. The food was even more spectacular than the normal meals. The Great Hall was decorated every bit as well as the previous year, and so far nobody had burst through the door to announce the presence of a monster in the dungeon. Just then, the doors flew open, and an out-of-breath 7th year burst into the room to yell excitedly about a monster being loose in the castle killing cats. Harry sighed. Enemies of the air beware, read Harry looking at the bloody writing on the wall. It had been discovered a few weeks before, but Harry hadn't bothered to go out of his way to see it. He had in fact stubbornly refused to leave the feast on the night it was discovered until ordered back to his common rooms by the headmaster. Of course, he won 5 house points for not immediately running off to look at the scene of the crime, the way everybody else did, but that didn't take the sting of another ruined Halloween away. Mr. Filch had apparently wanted to clean the words off, but Professor Dumbledore insisted it stay in case. It helped provide a clue somewhere further down the track. Despite being there for weeks, people still stopped to read and gossip about it, and speculation about Heir's identity was still rife too. It's not good form to be seen reviewing your handiwork, Potter, laughed Slick when he saw Harry reading the wall. Are you the heir? Asked another person Harry didn't know, or couldn't be bothered to remember more. Likely. Is that why you can speak parcel tongue? Don't be stupid, said an older Slytherin disgustedly. The heir of Slytherin would never be in Hufflepuff. Hey, objected one of Jay's mates. He could be. It would be a hell of a lot sneakier than being in Slytherin. Several people murmured apparent agreement. I could see him being a Ravenclaw, but not a Puff, said a different Slytherin Harry vaguely recognized. From Quidditch, he would more likely be a Gryffindor than a Puff. Slytherin would turn in his grave. Before long, a full-blown argument was underway, with everybody trying to convince the others that heir was more likely to be in their house. Harry left before anybody tried to drag him further into the pointless debate. The last thing he heard, as he walked away, was a 5th-year Puff shout, "We can too murder in cold blood." So, would the heir of Slytherin get special privileges or something? Asked Harry hopefully. You. No, because he'd be like a founder of the school's last relative. You would not be allowed to fly inside, even if you were the heir of Slytherin, Mr. Potter, which you are. Not, answered Professor Sprout, with a happy little smile. Oh, come on, I so could be, protested Harry. I speak snake, you know. Her laughter did not bode well for his chances. Hey, Harry, called out a voice. Got a moment? What? Harry said, turning around. It was the Weasley twins, and they were wearing jumpers and beanies that had snake patterns all over them. Just thought we'd say hello, said one. It's been ages since we talked to you, said the other. Harry tried to reply, but all that came out was an angry-sounding hiss. You do know he can't speak English when he is looking at a snake? Asked Han. Yes, agreed one twin, a huge smile on his face. Yes, we do. Harry just hissed at them some more. Heya, Harry, said Ron. Watch you up too. Harry grunted, not bothering to open his eyes. Ron laughed. I thought so. Hey, did you know Malfoy is Slytherin's seeker? His dad bought a load of brooms to get him on the team. We reckon he's jealous of you getting on in your first year, even if it was only as a substitute. Harry grunted again. Yeah, that's what I reckon. Hermione called him out on it and the git called her a mudblood. Harry opened his eyes and sat up, which was a lot more reaction than Ron was expecting. I don't know if you know it, but that's one of the worst insults you can give someone, explained Ron. Quickly, I got a bit upset and cursed the little bugger. Not much, mind you, just a slug-belching hex. But it was really funny. So anyway, I got a detention for my trouble. Can you give me some pointers on what Lockhart makes you do? Is Hermione okay? Asked Harry. Yeah, I think. I mean, I got him back for her, said Ron, starting to get a bit worried at the gleam in Harry's eyes. Yeah, well done. Anyway, Smiley, don't worry about it. He'll likely just get you to read his fan mail. Piece of cake. Then Harry stood and walked off with a determined stride. Behind him, Ron smiled. Hermione, Ron told me what happened with Draco, said Harry, sitting down next to where the girl was helping Nev with some of his homework. Surprised at Harry's tone, Hermione took a moment to gather her thoughts. I'm okay, she said, surprisingly touched at his concern. Thanks for coming to see me, but it was weeks ago and I am over it now. I know, but that's not good enough, so here, he said, holding out a box. I don't normally go for this sort of thing unless somebody really deserves it, like Greasy. Completely caught off guard, Hermione was speechless, so instead of replying, she took the offered box and opened it up. It was full of snitches. It really wasn't hard to find out when the Slytherin team was going to be using the pitch to practice. Explained Harry. All I had to do was ask Seti about the new Hufflepuff training schedule, which I've got no intention of showing up to anyway, and he went and on about how unfair it was for Slytherin to have booked the pitch at all the best times in order to train their new seeker. Slick doesn't seem to be doing too well, though, despite all the training. Hermione started giggling and had to cover her mouth with a hand to keep it quiet. I don't get it, admitted Neville. What's that got to do with the snitches? He stole Draco's snitches, explained Hermione, forcing down the laughter long enough to explain. Draco probably spends every practice searching for a snitch that isn't there because Harry captures it immediately after it is released. Harry knew it didn't necessarily take a lot of effort to punish people. You just had to know the right place to strike. Luckily, the snitches still had a strange fascination for him and flocked to him whenever they could. No way is that twit going to catch a snitch while I am around, pronounced Harry with uncharacteristic determination. Merry Christmas, Harry. Thanks for the socks. Merry Christmas, and you're welcome. Merry Christmas, Harry. I love the socks, thanks. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Glad you liked them. Thanks for the socks, Harry. Have a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You're welcome. Did you give everybody a pair of socks? Asked Sue after watching Harry accepting thanks all morning. I did give Hagrid a hurricane lantern I cleaned up and cast a permanent light spell on so he doesn't have to worry about it going out or stuff. But other than that, yeah, pretty much socks for everyone. Laughed Harry. It was certainly easier than trying to find individual presents. Plus, getting two. You from me on the cards took no effort at all, thanks to the quill he had developed. For Lockhart. Still, he said after acknowledging another thank you. Next year I think I might give out fewer. Presents, this is too much like hard work. Luna, did you cast a spell on Larry to make him watch Quidditch? Asked Harry. No, answered the seemingly ditzy girl. I did teach him how to change his underpants, though. They were getting a bit dirty. Cool, thanks, hang on, what? Spiders, get your petrified spiders, yelled B1. Rock solid, guaranteed not to rot or bite, added B2. What this? Said Harry, stopping to examine the contents of the vendor trays hanging from around the Weasley twins' necks. They were filled with spider statues of all shapes and sizes, very realistic spider statues at that. The detail was nothing short of horribly fantastic. Spiders, said B1. Incredibly lifelike and perfect for putting in younger brothers' beds, breakfasts, or other potentially devastating to the psyche locations. Attach a chain to them and use as necklace, said B2, holding up a sparkling silver chain with a rather large and very ugly spider attached to the end. Encase in glass to make an attractive paperweight, said B1, lifting out an even larger specimen. Suspended inside a globe of clear glass that looked suspiciously like a witch's crystal ball. Jam a stick up its bum and poke people with 'em, said B2, swapping the necklace for a truly ugly spider on stick. 1,001 uses, all for the low starting price of 2 nuts, they chorused together. Perfectly timed. You too are a pair of nuts, laughed Harry. Where did you get them? Been finding them all over the place, said B1, taking the money from a passing student and handing over a statue. Only one here and one there, but all mostly near the windows for some reason. They were doing quite a brisk trade. What, and you are just picking them up and selling them? Asked Harry. Damn, that's a good plan. Practically no work at all and all pure profit. Wish I had thought of it, although I bet if you asked the house elves, they'd be able to collect them up for you. Freese is feeling there is being more work at Hogwarts, but Freese is only 33 levels from the ultimate challenge bonus level. Freese is sure the workies is still being there in a minute. Hey, maybe you could leave cages of other stuff around to get petrified, like butterflies or frogs or something, suggested Harry. They'd probably sell a bit better than these things. B1 looked at B2 as B2 looked back, and then they both stepped forward to put a friendly arm around Harry's shoulders, gently guiding him down the hallway. Harry, could we interest you in a partnership? 3rd time's the charm, thought Harry as he climbed aboard version 3 of his flying carpet. This time, he was using the mat from the bathroom in his dorm, since the occupants of the tapestries had learned from his previous endeavors and tended to go running and screaming whenever he got too close to them. They usually went running straight to a professor, too, damn daubers. Flit already had a long talk with Harry about the legalities of charming carpets to fly, as well as the spells he had devised for doing so, but Harry had pointed out he wasn't actually flying, just hovering. And he had yet to use an actual carpet. The professor was not moved. Still, Harry felt he couldn't let little things like the law or house points get in the way of progress, so here he was again. Go, said Harry. Immediately, the mat jerked forward, but he was expecting that and made sure to hold on tight. Stop, he said, and the mat did, sliding to a halt in only a couple of feet. Wicked, he said excitedly. And the mat obeyed as best it could. Mr. Potter, your injuries are not anywhere significant enough to warrant an overnight stay in the infirmary or any time out of your classes, said Flo. using her sternest voice despite the hint of a smile. That kept curling the edge of her mouth. "Now be off with you." "I bet you'd say different if it was Quidditch related," grumbled Harry, rubbing his behind that still felt sore despite the nurse's spell. "Stupid flying mat." Privately, Madame Pomfrey wished all she had to deal with were bruised backsides and bumped heads, even if they were effectively self-inflicted. "I must say, Harry, that little project of yours is getting you an awful lot of detentions, isn't it?" asked Smiley, as another detention drifted by. "What, my hovering mat? Yeah, I suppose, but I'd likely end up getting them for something else. Anyway." "You are a bit of a scamp, aren't you?" laughed Smiley. "Reminds me a lot of myself at your age." "Right," said Harry, privately not able to imagine Smiley as being anything like him. He was more likely a stuck-up prig like Percy Weasley. "Anyway, how did you go finding out where we can get some prophecy orbs from?" "Ah yes, your read-out-loud book idea. Great news. The Department of Mysteries gets them from several different companies, both here and overseas. Apparently there is a huge market for them, so they are very cheap, only 5 sickles each." "Wow," said Harry. "I had no idea that many people made prophecies." "Yes, supposedly so, but there is even better news. I have managed to buy a decent quantity for testing at 1/3 of the current rate." "Really? Where did you get them?" "From here, Hogwarts. Your very own divination professor has a whole trunk full of them, completely unused for some reason, and she was willing to part with them at a much discounted rate." "That's fantastic. So you'll be able to set up a decent selection to begin with then, and then use them to sell the idea to investors." "Yes, my boy, and you'll get 3% of the sales, just like I promised." "Excellent," said Harry. Some people might think Harry was being hopelessly taken advantage of, but he knew 3% for doing absolutely nothing was much better than 10 or even 50% for working on it. Plus, he would get his very own copy of every orb. Too easy. Despite having an idea of what was coming after Smiley kept dropping not-so-subtle hints all month, Harry was still caught out when he was eventually targeted. "Oi you, Artie Potter," shouted a particularly grim-looking dwarf, elbowing people out of the way to get to Harry. "I've got a musical Valentine's Day card for you. Come back here." Harry's Dudley days were long behind him, but his instincts still served him well. In the blink of an eye, he was sprinting for the nearest corner, rapidly performing a by now familiar sequence of complex switching spells. The dwarf rounded the corner in hot pursuit and grabbed a hold of his intended targeted only to reel back when it span around to face him. "Blimming eck," yelled the dwarf, falling onto his backside as he stumbled backwards. Larry just stood there, perfectly still, blinking with unnatural regularity. Slowly the mannequin's mouth slipped open, getting wider and wider as if it was being forced apart by something inside trying to get out until it made a perfect O shape. "Sod this," said the dwarf, scrambling to his feet. "Ere you go." He threw the Valentine's Day card at the floor in front of the creepy thing and bolted for the exit, tearing the fake cherub wings off his back as he ran. Harry, several feet away and hidden under his cloak, breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Larry didn't say a thing. Cedric and the rest of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team cornered Harry in the common room one day and explained that they thought it was high time he paid his dues and took a turn at actually playing a game of Quidditch. "It's important you show you really are a part of our team," said Apple. "Once Cedric finishes 7th year, you'll be the Seeker," added Ricky. "You should have at least one game before then." "Bollocks," said Harry, his internal bullshit radar going off so loudly it was probably audible to other people. "Try again." There was a lot of sideways glances before Cedric finally spoke up. "Harry, we have no idea how you do it, but I've never caught the snitch as quick as you have," he admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. "None of us have ever seen anybody catch it that fast before." Harry thought for a moment, since it was easier than waiting for them to get around to the point. "You want to humiliate the other team by finishing really quickly?" he asked. "No," said Cedric, gaining a few startled glances from his teammates, who obviously felt at least a little. Bit felt differently. Well, not really. "What else then? Are you scared to be outside while this air is running around or something?" More sideways looks and embarrassed shuffling answered Harry. They were Hufflepuffs after all and not Gryffindors. Very few left the supposed safety of the common room for any reason other than classes. And meals lately, and even then it was usually in groups of 4 or more. "Whatever," he said. "I suppose it can't be any worse than being forced to sing those bleeding songs." From the stands. "Good lad," said Cedric, patting Harry on the shoulder. And so it was that Harry found himself nervously mounting his broom to take part in his very first Quidditch match. No sooner did Spike let the snitch go and blow the whistle than Harry suddenly discovered the little golden ball's fascination with him had spread to at least one bludger. "Blimey," he cursed, ducking out of the way of the rogue bludger for the 3rd time. He was flying like a maniac, trying to keep away from the barreling ball of death, and very nearly crashed into the side of one of the stands. Flipping his broom vertically, he watched in muted horror as the bludger continued in a straight course towards the audience. Panicked screams rose through the crowd as it realized what was happening, but then the bludger suddenly veered sideways and targeted an almost empty section containing only 2 occupants, a small red-headed girl and boy with messy black hair and an unusual expression. "Meep," squealed the girl before ducking behind Larry. Harry and the rest of crowd watched in morbid fascination as the bludger barreled towards the apparently unaware Larry and the girl hiding behind him. As it reached them, there was a blur of movement, and then a loud crack echoed out over the crowd, causing everybody to flinch. When they looked again, Larry sat still facing forward, unmoved save for his arm fully extended out. From his side, his hand clamped solidly over the crushed, weakly twitching bludger. The nudging of the snitch against Harry's arm eventually got his attention, and he reached out absently to grab it out of the air, thus ending one of the shortest and most unusual Quidditch games in Hogwarts history. He was really going to have another talk with Moongirl very soon. "The creature is a basilisk," said Hermione excitedly as she came around the corner of the bookshelf, with a very large book open in her arms. "Spiders flee from it and it kills with a single look, but its reflection will only petrify, not kill. I bet nobody is dead yet because nobody has looked into its eyes." Colin looked at it through his camera. Justin saw it through Nick, who can't die again, and Mrs. Norris saw the reflection in a puddle, so none of them died, they were all just petrified, being the king of snakes, and with Slytherin as a Parselmouth too. I'll bet that's why only you can hear and understand it, Harry. I think it's been moving through the pipes in the wall, and that's when you've been hearing it. It all fits perfectly, you see. Even the fact somebody killed all of Hagrid's roosters fits, because they are deadly. To it, the creature is a basilisk, there can't be any doubt. She looked up proudly from her book, directly into the blank, unnerving stare of Larry, the mannequin. Harry. Tom Riddle's Horcrux wasn't human. It had seemingly unlimited patience and had waited for decades, until it was given to a victim without once getting frustrated, but 2 weeks in the possession of Harry Potter was pushing its limits. Nothing it tried, not one urge or motivation could convince the boy to pick up a quill and write a single line inside of it. It was so close to achieving its new goal and yet so far. All the work that went into getting the previous owner to slip it into Potter's bag was so far for naught. It was like Potter was an inhuman fortress of stability, immune to all compulsions. Harry wasn't, of course. He was just bone lazy. "Wake up, Harry. You're going to be late," said Ernie, pulling the bed covers off Harry in a much-practiced move. Merlin's crystal balls. he yelled, stumbling backwards as Harry's head was exposed. Strangely staring eyes peered at him over a wide-open, O-shaped mouth. "Take it easy, Ern," said the real Harry, coming up behind the still shocked boy. "It's just Larry." "What the hell is that thing doing in your bed?" asked Ernie in a slightly panicked voice. "I thought you've been turned to stone, just like Justin." "It's those damn roosters," said Harry wearily. "Ever since Hermione made her discovery and they put the blasted things all over the place, I just can't get a decent sleep. It's killing me." "I know," agreed a very bleary-eyed Zach, coming over to join them. "I hope they find and kill the bloody basilisk soon. I've tried sleeping with my earmuffs on, but that's so damn uncomfortable I might as well just keep waking up." From the distance, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed, just to emphasize the point. All night and all day the roosters crowed, constantly filling the school up with their deadly to basilisks cries. "But what's that got to do with this thing?" asked Ernie, nodding towards the mannequin in Harry's bed. "I've been sneaking out trying to find a place to get a good kip," explained Harry. "Larry here is in case anybody does a head count or something. Everybody is so damn paranoid this year." "Any luck?" asked Zach, rubbing his eyes and yawning loudly. "Finding a quiet place, that is." "Nothing so far, but I suspect the professor's staff room might have some sort of sound proofing around it, but I can't figure out a way to get in to check. Oh, and I have managed to find a deafness curse that we might be able to get put onto a necklace pendant or something so you can take it off when you want to hear again. I reckon it's not going to be too hard to convince an older year to help me get it working either." "That sounds brilliant," said Zach. "Count me in for one." It naturally went unsaid that Harry's idea wouldn't be had for free. "Me too," said Ern, nodding in agreement. "But can you please stop leaving this thing around the place? It really gives me the willies, especially when you pull that swap trick and make it take your place in history. Freaks you out. I'm sure it did it all by itself the other day," said Harry. A shiver ran down all three of their spines. Finally, the piece of Riddle's sole thought as it felt the tip of a quill press down onto one of its pages. "My name is Harry Potter," came the unusually untidy scrawl, but the diary already knew that. With all of its magical might, it reached out and tried to compel the boy to write more, to start the long process of stealing the victim's soul by slowly leaching it out, one question at a time. "Hello, Harry Potter, my name is Tom Riddle," it wrote back. "Are we still at Hogwarts?" There was a hesitation, a moment where the balance of the scales teetered, and then the quill pressed down again. "My name is Harry Potter." Momentary confusion. The Horcrux tried again. "Yes, I know. I can read anything you write. Are you a student?" More hesitation, and the Horcrux pressed harder, exerting itself like it had never before. "My name is Harry Potter." The diary roared in silent frustration and anger. "My name is Harry Potter," wrote Larry again, getting neater with each pass. "That thing gets creepier every time I see it," said Fred upon spying the mannequin sitting in Harry's usual spot in the library. Harry had it holding an old wand the other day. "I kind of like it," said George, looking up from his library book, "but not as much as that Colin kid did. Before he got petrified, mind you. Now he was a creepy character." They both shuddered at the memory. "My name is Harry Potter," wrote Larry yet again, completely ignoring the abuse scrawling itself over the page under his artificial hand. Checking both ways to make sure nobody was watching, Harry ducked into the classroom he secretly commandeered as a hidey hole just recently. It was his little safe haven, a place away from the other students and professors, where he could do nothing and not bother even pretending to be busy. It looked like an enraged troll had been set loose in it. Books and parchment lay scattered all over the floor as if carelessly dropped or thrown there. The accumulated contents of one of his pockets sat in a pile, obviously just tipped out with no regard to neatness. The few desks left in the room were pushed untidily against one wall, and his trunk sat on its side spilling its contents out onto the ground. Yep, it was pretty much exactly how he had left it, except the trunk, which somehow always managed to tip itself over and dump stuff out. Said Harry. The elves must be really busy. I can't believe those coins I gave them are still going. Twisty be getting another free games, yelled one of the ugliest kids still filling the video arcade. Yay, cheered a group of similarly dressed kids. Ah well, shrugged Harry. I guess it serves me right for making a mess. Suppose I should pick it all up. Nah. I'm sure they'll get to it one day, and I wouldn't want to deprive them of the fun they get cleaning up. So he left, not noticing until much later that somebody else had been into the room and had taken away that mysterious little black diary that always gave him an uncomfortable mental itch whenever it was close. Although Harry normally chose to be fairly ignorant of the moods and feelings of the other students, even he couldn't ignore the terror permeating the ancient halls of Hogwarts. Students, ghosts, pets, and even portraits had previously been attacked, petrified by an unknown entity that the professors could not catch. Multiple rumors of the return of Slytherin's monster ran rampant through the school, some of them accurate, some completely fallacious. Now a new message appeared on the wall, promising a student would be taken and never seen again. One thing was sure, the school was in trouble. Excuse me, Professor. It is true, the rumor that the school might close, because of the attacks I mean, asked Harry, finally getting worried enough to do something more than just listen to everybody gossip. He could not understand why so many people put so much effort into whispers and guesses when the truth was often just a question away. Unfortunately, yes, answered Professor Sprout Flowers with a sad sniff. And we would all be sent home, right? Asked Harry, wanting to make completely sure of his facts. If the attacks continue, or until we can be sure the school is safe, it would be best for everybody to return to their homes. So I'd be stuck back at the Dursleys, possibly for a long time. As I explained last year, Harry, the headmaster believes it is the safest place for you. Right, that's what I thought, thanks, he said with a resigned sigh. Where are you going, Harry? Your dorms are back that way. Me, I'm off to find Sally's secret chamber, of course. I mean, I'm already looking for a quieter place to study, so I might as well search for the chamber too. I figure either I'll find it and the school won't have to close, or the pet will find me and I'll get to spend a bit of quality time experiencing the existence of a statue. Trust me, Professor, when it comes to staying at the Dursleys, I think we'd all be much happier if I did it as an oversized garden ornament. Is there some reason you are brewing up a potion in the abandoned girls' toilet? Harry asked. No. Stop. On second thoughts, I don't want to know why. You're not going to tell anybody, are you? Asked Hermione timidly. What? Lord, no. Then I'd be getting asked all sorts of questions. Thank you, she said, obviously relieved. So what is it you are brewing? It's called Polyjuice Potion, and it's very advanced. When it's done, one sip will turn you into anybody you can get a hair sample from for 1 hour. Cool, said Harry. Unfortunately, we still need Bicorn Horn and the Boomslang skin to finish it, she added wistfully. That's going to be tricky to get, but we have a plan. Oh well. I think I can get some, said Harry, for a price. What, really, how much? She asked excitedly and then frowned. And where from? She added in a suspicious tone. I bought all 7 years' potion supplies, answered Harry, and it will only cost you an equal share of the completed potion. There were many people Harry would prefer to be, even if it was only for a little while. Deal, said Hermione happily. Then her insatiable curiosity obviously got her thinking. So what were you doing in the girls? Don't ask, said Harry, cutting her off. The memory of Moaner offering to help him sleep still sent shivers down his back. So Hagrid, if Hermione's right and it's a basilisk, does that prove it wasn't you that let the monster out all those years ago? "No, how did you hear about that?" asked Hagrid. Hagrid was pretty sure he hadn't ever gotten drunk enough in front of a student to tell them that story. But he could never really be certain. Not after that time he woke up naked on the shore of the Great Lake. Thank Merlin that Dumbledore, great man that he is, took pity and didn't fire him, although the way he kept smiling at Hagrid's nakedness was a bit unnerving. "Ron was telling me about this bunch of huge spiders in the forest you had to rescue him from," he said. "Something about his sister disappearing, and he went looking for her and got lost or misled or something, and you saved him from them because you were their friends, but got you expelled in your second year." "Oh yeah, that strange girl, that Ginny, always running off and getting into some sort of trouble or another, found her locked in the broom shed once. Said something had locked her in there. Anyway, Ministry's not likely to want to admit they were wrong on my account, Harry. Bleeding bunch of good for nothing bureaucrats." "You shouldn't let them get away with it," said Harry, taking another sip from one of the buckets Hagrid called teacups. "Not much I can do, really," said Hagrid. Harry knew lazy. He knew the kinds of people in bureaucracies like the Muggle school administration. And the kind of lazy they were. It was different to his lazy, and usually pretty stupid. "Well," he said after taking a moment to think about it, "you start by writing a letter to the place that deals with animal control." "You mean the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Why would I do that?" "To license the basilisk as your pet," said Harry. "When they demand proof of ownership, you won't be able to give them what they want because you can't open the chamber. They'll deny you, and you can use that to argue with the other department, the one that locked you up, as proof that you had nothing to do with opening the chamber all those years ago. You reckon that'll work?" "Can't see why not. If anybody asks, you can point them towards the bureaucrats to get their answers. The way those places work, nobody will ever get a straight answer out of them, and Beardy is pretty sure to back you up, right?" "Great man, Dumbledore," confirmed Hagrid solemnly. "I'll take your word for it. Anyway, just make sure to go get a new wand, because it's no good trying to fix a broken one, trust me. I've tried a few and none of them worked out well at all." Hagrid frowned in concentration, the stirrings of hope in his heart as another idea sprung to mind. "And if they do let me register, I'll be allowed to keep it," he said excitedly. Harry managed not to slap a hand to his forehead. Harry's searching finally found him the perfect place to take a nap where the constant crowing of roosters would not keep him on the verge of consciousness, but the effort to be there was a bit more than he would normally go for. He always assumed the professor's staff room had the best couches, and he suspected they would have special silencing charms that prevented noise from getting in, but it had taken until Hermione finished brewing some polyjuice potion to prove, and now he was finally taking advantage of it. He had just sunk into a deep snooze in one of the luxurious armchairs when the rest of the professors entering the room, which they should not have been doing at this time of the night. "The girl, Ginny Weasley," said Professor Mac entering the room. "Ah, Gilderoy, just the man I wanted to see." Harry looked around trying to spot the other professor when he suddenly remembered who it was he was polyjuiced as. "So sorry, dozed off for a bit. What have I missed?" he asked, hopping to cover up his near blunder. He tried hard to pretend not to notice that the other teachers were looking at him with something remarkably like hatred, and then Greasy stepped forward. Harry was sure his cover was blown. "Just the man," he said. "The very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster Lockhart, taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last." Harry felt himself blanch, the blood running from his face so fast it left him lightheaded. "That's right, Gilderoy," chipped in Professor Sprout. "Weren't you saying just last night that you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is?" I sputtered Harry. "Yes, didn't you tell me you were sure you knew what was inside it, even before Miss Granger's theory?" Came out, piped up Professor Flitwick. Did I? I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before the roosters were brought in, said Greasy. Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled and that you should have been given a free rein from the first? Harry stared around at the stony-faced professors. We'll leave it to you, then, Gilderoy, said Professor McGonagall. Tonight will be an excellent time, too. Do it. We'll make sure everyone's out of your way. You'll be able to tackle the monster all by yourself, a free rein at last. Very well, he said. I'll be in my office getting ready. He left the room as fast as he could without sprinting. His first instinct was to bolt for his dorm, but then he realized Smiley wouldn't be looking for the missing girl unless he was told, so Harry veered off and ran to the defense professor's office instead. When he got there, it was to discover a scared-looking Ron Weasley standing in an otherwise empty office. Professor, Ron said, seeing Harry, you've got to help, it's taken my sister. Ah, crap, said Harry. Ron, it's me, Harry. I'm using some of Hermione's Polyjuice. Where's Smiley? Harry, what the hell? Oh, crud, he really is gone, hasn't he? I thought so when I saw his office was empty, but then you came. Gone where? Don't tell me he saw the writing on the wall and did a runner. Damn. What are we going to do? Asked Ron. It's got my baby sister. Harry swore again, this time using longer, more heartfelt words. Listen, you've got to tell the professors that Smiley has nicked off, said Harry. They're expecting him to go rescue her. Once they know he is gone, they'll start looking, but Smiley apparently knew where the entrance is, and they don't, so don't waste any time. I've got to go hide and wait for the Polyjuice to wear off, or I'll be in it deep. Okay, said Ron, rushing out of the room. Harry pulled his invisibility cloak over his head and headed towards the second-floor bathroom where Hermione had hidden to brew the potion. He really should have looked where he was going, but the last thing he expected to stumble into was a dirty grate hole where the sinks used to be. Speak to me, Slytherin, shouted Tom, and the mouth of the giant statue opened. Hey, he kind of looks like Larry now. Harry giggled to himself, feeling a bit hysterical. Maybe the bumps on his head from the tumble he took getting down here was affecting him a bit more than he originally thought. His hands were pretty torn up and he was covered in bruises too. He hadn't even noticed anybody aside from Ron's sister, Scotch. No, that was Smiley's favorite. Margaritas, tequila, grog. No, gin, that was it, gin, lying on the middle of the chamber when he first staggered in looking for a way out. Riddle's monologue had almost put Harry to sleep. It was like one of Bin's lectures, but without anybody else around to share the boredom or Larry to take his place in class. Actually, that gave him an idea. Come forth, my pet. Come and obey your master, the true heir of Slytherin, ranted Riddle, working himself up into a nice little frenzy. The sounds of something enormous moving up the dark tunnel behind the mouth echoed through the chamber, getting louder and louder until a mammoth snake's head pushed its way out of the gaping mouth. Kill him, yelled the semi-solid ghost of Voldemort, turning to point at Harry. Tom barely registered the strange expression and wide open, shaped mouth before the basilisk dived forward to swallow the mannequin whole, spotting the real Harry dragging Ginny towards the chamber door, his invisibility cloak failing to keep them both covered. Tom was about to order the monster to attack again when the great beast suddenly began making a strange barking sound. What's going on? Demanded Tom. What are you doing? The coughing grew worse, and the huge snake started thrashing from side to side, banging its head on the ground and the walls in an apparent attempt to dislodge Larry from its throat. Stop it, screamed Tom, jumping hurriedly out of the way as the basilisk's thrashing became more desperate. Stop that this instant. The snake was fairly writhing now, smashing everything in its path as it struggled to breath. They're getting away. yelled Tom, completely ignoring the fact the monster had much bigger problems to deal with. Kill them. Finally, the basilisk gave an almighty heave, flinging its entire length into the air in an attempt to clear its airway. The massive coils of its body toppled pillars and destroyed the base of Slytherin's ego-sized statue. The gargantuan bust leaned over and then snapped completely. It toppled to the ground, landing on top of the choking snake with a crunching crash. Blood and snake guts burst out, spraying the room. "No," yelled Tom in anger and disbelief. Then he spotted a wand, dropped by the fake Potter before it was eaten. Harry, who had lost his slippery grip on Ginny while trying to keep his footing as the snake died, had a sudden flash of insight and memory. Something Beardy had said to him after trapping Voldemort in a glass jar last year. Something about his blood been poisoned to the Dark Lord. Grabbing the diary from Ginny's hands, Harry opened it. "Bite me," he wrote, using his blood as ink and his finger as a quill. Tom, who was stalking towards them with murder in his eyes, suddenly gave out a huge shriek of pain. With each touch of blood, he screamed and twisted, his once handsome face disintegrating as if flames were eating away at it from the inside. Realizing he didn't need to actually write anything, Harry started using his hand as a stamp, covering page after page with smudgy palm prints, and finger painting random designs with any excess. Riddle staggered with each mark, as if a physical blow was striking him. Running low on blood from his damaged fingers, Harry grabbed the book in both hands and pressed his face against it, smearing the trickle of blood that was leaking from a cut somewhere on his forehead, all over the middle 2-page spread. He made sure to put on a disgusted expression as he did it, just to make it as insulting as possible. Harry started considering if he should swap to other body fluids. His bladder was quite full, and it would be even more insulting. Fighting against the pain, Voldemort the Younger raised the wand he had taken from the mannequin and pointed it at Harry in one final, desperate attempt to stop him. It was unfortunate. He hadn't noticed the wand was of the second hand, ones Harry had picked up before the start of the year. It had a long crack running down its length and was barely holding together. Despite a significant amount of different glues Harry had tried fixing it with. "Avada Kedavra," screamed Tom. The resulting green-flamed explosion shook the foundations of the school and brought down a ton of dust and rock from the roof of the cavern. When the dust cleared, Harry sat up coughing for a few minutes and was very grateful to see Ron's sister also sitting up and clearing her lungs. "Meep," she coughed while ducking down once she noticed he was looking at her. "Oh, good," he said. "You're awake. I really wasn't looking forward to having to carry you all the way back." She did not look impressed. Harry looked at the strange elf, the one that had stolen his mail and delivered the less than useful warning at the beginning of the year, dauber or something. It was perched on the end of his hospital bed, apologizing profusely about not being able to stop the diary from possessing Ginny, or to stop her from doing all of the horrible things she had unknowingly been involved in, like killing roosters, enchanting the bludger to try to kill Harry, and petrifying people. "I don't get it," Harry said. "Why don't you just leave? If you hate Malfoy so much, just disappear. He can't stop you, can he?" Harry noticed people often came up with strange, elaborate ways to stop from doing the easy things. It was quite baffling sometimes. "Oh no, Mr. Harry Potter, sir," said the elves are bound. Yeah, I know that," interrupted Harry. "But you've already managed to do stuff he wouldn't have wanted you to do, so just go that bit further and leave. Pretend he has given you a sock or something. And go." "Pretend?" asked the elf. "Yeah, pretend. I pretend all the time. I pretend I care. I pretend I am working. Hell, I'll even pretend I like you if it will make you go away and stop bugging me. Look, go home. Find an old pair of grungies or something that Mal has dropped. Pick it up and pretend he gave it to you. which he sort of has done since he obviously left it there for you to find. It was like a light bulb had gone off behind the elf's eyes, a maniacal, high-voltage light bulb. Yes, thank you, Harry Potter, Dobby will not forget. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a grumbling Harry Potter determined to get more. A decent sleep before the evening meal, a task made infinitely easier now that the roosters were finally gone from the halls. He could have at least offered to help me over summer, Harry murmured as he made his way to the Land of Nod. Potter, called Draco, catching up to Harry after the feast. I guess you nearly got one of them, but missed out at the last second, eh? Can't help bad luck, can you? Said Harry, not at all close to understanding. Never mind, Harry, said Slick, more amicably than anything he had ever said to Harry before. There's plenty more Weasleys to try for next year. See you in a few months then. Eventually, all of the petrified were revived, thanks to the mandrakes grown by the students. Harry found the shape his unevenly expanded pot forced his to grow into quite amusing, and was actually a bit sad to see the overly busty plant decapitated and stewed. It would have made an awesome addition to Petunia's garden. Right, said Harry, preparing himself for the train trip back to London. Enchanted stuff to make chores at the Dursleys easier, check. Stuff to keep Duderkins away, check. Stuff to play with to keep from getting too bored, check. Dirty Great Award thing for saving the school, check. Hedwig crash-landed on his trunk. Her inactivity and unlimited food supply was taking its toll on the once svelte bird. He might need to get a bigger cage next year if she kept on at this rate. Owl, check. Per written form letters for pen friends, check. Trunk full of prepared food that won't go off, check. Enchanted hovering bath mat that hopefully nobody will miss, check. What have I forgotten? After several minutes of concentration, Harry could come up with nothing more, so he made his way downstairs and headed towards the carriages that would take him to the train station and his home. Guess if I've left anything behind I'll get it back next year, he thought, satisfied that he had covered his bases as much as could be expected. Besides, the elves should be able to bring me anything I need. He was really looking forward to having the elves around this year, now that he knew they would be hanging around. Deep in the bowels of the castle, a previously secret cavern echoed to the sound of almost 100 elves suddenly popping into existence inside of it. Oh, they all moaned in ecstasy at the sight of a labyrinth that hadn't been cleaned for 1,000 years. Look, exclaimed one, pointing to where the massive statue of Slytherin had fallen, crushing the enormous basilisk, spreading much filth, gore, and grime everywhere. Harry Potter told us he left a messes to be cleaned up, but he never said how big it was. This will takes us all summer, it panted excitedly. There's will be no need to leave Hogwarts at all. This year. Yay, cheered the rest. Further in, hidden by large pieces of the fallen statue, a section of the crushed snake bulged outwards, stretching impossibly far before bursting open to allow a badly damaged artificial hand to emerge. Harry Potter was a highly unusual boy in a few significant ways. The most obvious thing was that he wanted to be lazy, not just that he was lazy, which in itself isn't really that unusual for a teenage boy, but Harry actively wanted to be lazy, and he put an almost ridiculous amount of effort into it. He was too lazy to go as far as saying that he hated do anything twice, and was not very happy about doing most things once in the first place, but he definitely did not enjoy doing the same things day in and day out, unless it was sleeping or slacking off. This often meant he spent an extraordinary amount of time and effort finding ways to not do something, and then even more effort figuring out how to avoid ever doing it again. His motivation to excel at being lazy was due to years of being told time and again that he was a lazy, good-for-nothing layabout by his closest family, his auntie and uncle, who were too dim to realize the sort of activity or lack of activity they were encouraging. This criticism happened despite any effort he made, so Harry rather sensibly decided that he would strive to be what he was called, and learn to thoroughly enjoy doing the very nothing the adults in his life constantly accused him of. It was pretty much a win-win decision, as far as he could see. Discovering, at the tender age of 11, that he happened to be a wizard was another unusual thing about Harry, because while there are a lot of lazy teenagers, not many of them are wizards. As a wizard, doing nothing should have been a lot easier. Wave a wand and make anything he wanted. Appear, wave it again to remove anything he didn't want anymore, a perfect fit for him. So he started going to a special boarding school for wizards, learning many wonderful ways to use magic to do things. For him, he learned how to make things float, and how to make them move around on their own, and even how to have them follow simple commands, like sweep this room, or butter that piece of bread with just the right amount of butter, and maybe a dollop of honey, thank you very much. He could clean small areas with just a flick and swish of his wand, and do many other really nifty things, with an almost total lack of effort that normal people, especially lazy teenagers, could only wish for. Unfortunately, a bunch of hopeless bureaucrats suffered a particularly unfortunate bout of sustained idiocy and made, in Harry's opinion, the totally unreasonable decision that children should not be allowed to cast spells outside of school. So, at the end of each year, Harry returned to his summer residence, the home of his hateful aunt Petunia and spiteful Uncle Vernon, able to perform absolutely astounding feats of magic, but prohibited from casting even the simplest cleaning spell. It was frustrating enough to drive a normal person insane, but Harry considered going mad a whole lot more effort than it was worth. He knew from prior personal experience at his old primary school that putting underpants on his head and sticking pencils up his nose while saying "wibble" was only worth half a day off and a measly 2-hour session with a disinterested counselor. Harry's miserly guardians refused to pay for the pills that might have made it all worthwhile. In the wizarding world, Harry was pretty certain that kind of behavior would not even be considered eccentric as, in his opinion, most wizards he had encountered so far were decidedly strange, if not completely off their tree. Luckily, he discovered that, like most rules, the laws had many loopholes, and using magical objects while away from school was allowed. So before leaving the train after his second year finished, Harry collected as many magical devices and objects as he could manage to pack into his magically expanded pockets, and trunk, and book bag, and various other containers, vessels, and jars, even sticking some under his hat with the express intention of having access to some of the benefits of magic without actually casting any spells. He had magical brushes and brooms for the mundane housework his spiteful auntie always made him do while she took her precious and unbearably obese son Dudley out for excursions. He had enchanted hedge cutters, shovels, hand trowels, and other implements for the inevitable gardening chores his twit of an uncle insisted were required for Harry to pay his way, when in fact just not murdering them all in their sleep should have been sufficient payment. He even had a larder full of house elf prepared, ready-to-eat food stashed into an extra special section of his trunk that would stay fresh and exactly the right temperature, so that he did not have to bother trying to get a decent meal from his relatives. All in all, Harry was all set for a summer of dozing under the tree in the backyard and doing absolutely nothing constructive, while still appearing to be working his fingers to the bone. He had specific days allocated to watching TV when the house was due to be empty, and an enchanted paintbrush took care of repainting the shed. He had a schedule for using dictating quills to write personalized form letters to annoying girls from school that would bother him too much if he just ignored them. Then there were days where he could instantly provide the full meals that his family expected him to slave over, simply by pulling them, ready-made, out of his trunk. He didn't even feel the need to invent anything new for the coming school year, since he figured he had pretty much mastered everything he needed to keep his school workload under control, and there was no sense in putting even more effort into it. Unfortunately, that all changed in a moment, and his well-planned summer fell apart like a, really good plan that would no longer work because somebody muffed it up. "Marge, Uncle Vernon's sister Marge," asked Harry, so dumbfounded by news of the impending visit that he felt compelled to speak in more than the monosyllables he had recently taken to using when communicating with the Dursleys, because they really were not worth the effort of full sentences or complex words. "Yes," snapped Aunt Petunia. "And I suppose she'll be bringing that vicious little mutant rat, the one that keeps trying to bite my leg, off and rub its belly on everything?" asked Harry, just to be sure the situation was really as bad as he thought it was. Not that it would have been much better even if Marge's dog had suffered a terminal accident involving a lorry, a chainsaw, or something equally as severe. Even Aunt Petunia turned up her nose in disgust at the mention of Ripper and his habits. "Yes," she snapped irritably, beginning the process of working herself up into a rant on how Harry was to behave while the visitor was in the house. "Right, that's it then," said Harry before Petunia's tirade could get started. "I'm out." 10 minutes later, Harry was sitting on the magical night bus heading to London and Diagon Alley. The majority of his worldly possessions were on the seat next to him, packed away in his trunk, his real trunk, not the mostly empty one Vernon had locked under the stairs to prevent Harry doing anything. Freaky and Hedwig, the plump owl, was snoozing in her cage on his other side. He had tried to send her on ahead, but she refused to fly anywhere when there was a perfectly good bus, all ready to take them there anyway. Sure, it meant all his plans for the holidays were ruined, but there was simply no way he was subjecting himself to the presence of that woman and her beast, while the thought of staying alone in the leaky cauldron until school started was frankly a bit terrifying. It was still a great deal more attractive than the alternative of either being attacked by a rabid mutt or ending up in jail for accidental magic turning said mutt and its owner into cabbages, or something else just as disgusting. Of course, a more normal kid his age would be much more worried, and possibly even a bit panicked at running out on their own, but Harry decided long ago that unnecessarily raising his blood pressure by envisioning all manner of worst-case scenarios was a total waste of effort, and he was better off just going with it until the wheels came off. And when the wheels did come off, as they almost always did, he planned on trying to hitch a lift to somewhere else. Arriving at the leaky cauldron with only a minor concussion from the bus trip, Harry had no problem getting a very affordable room until he was due to return to school. Tom even carried Harry's trunk up for him and showed him how to work the various magical facilities, which included an awesome whirlpool bath thing big enough to drown a small horse in, and some rather silly mood-lighting options that Harry really didn't see a need for. Plonking himself down onto the bed as soon as Tom left, Harry touched his wand twice to the headboard and smiled as the bed started vibrating soothingly, which Harry also found a bit weird for a bed to do, but strangely comforting. For a moment, he was puzzled by the image of a boy laying on the ceiling, and then even more confused when he realized it was actually a mirror directly over the bed. Why would anybody need a mirror on the roof above their bed? Well, he thought, I guess I can use it to put my tie on without getting out of bed. And with that happy idea, he drifted off into a blissful sleep. Ripper happily strode the street, his little doggy head held high as he surveyed his domain. There were only a few other dogs in this neighborhood, and none of them acted remotely as aggressive, so his tiny mind felt it had established his dominance over the locals. It helped immensely that every other dog he encountered was either on a leash or locked behind fences and gates. This was Ripper's third night of freedom after digging under the fence of the yard where his owner was. Staying, he didn't usually escape so soon into these infrequent visits, but his normal victim was absent this time, and it had only taken one day to completely destroy the garden, leaving the small-minded dog quite bored. Nearing his destination, his age-affected eyesight spotted another dog in the distance, hiding in some bushes with just its shaggy black face, poking through to spy on Ripper's temporary home. Ripper let out a rumbling growl and rushed towards the interloper, puffing himself up to be as menacing as possible as he started yapping loudly to scare away the other beast. The shaggy dog lifted its head up, obviously caught by surprise. Ripper charged in closer, yapping even more furiously as the other dog's messy face rose up, and up, and up. In fact, it did not seem to be stopping. The barking died in Ripper's throat, and he scrambled to a halt, even taking a step backwards as the size of his opponent became apparent. Padfoot looked down at the now shaking Ripper and gave a very undog-like grin. Several weeks later, Harry was surprised to receive birthday cards from his Hogwarts friends. He was surprised mainly because he hadn't noticed that his birthday had arrived. It was hard enough keeping track of day and night, let alone what day of the week it was. The month was really just too much of a hassle to bother with. The opportunity to sleep, eat, and do absolutely nothing whenever and wherever he wanted was a rare treat that Harry was determined not to ruin by doing silly, unnecessary things, like keeping track of the date. There were a few occasional days and nights spent wandering around the alley, but shopping was not his thing, nor was studying, despite the fact he had an absolute trunk load of homework to make up excuses for not doing, but he had so far managed to avoid anything even slightly work-like, aside from occasionally reading some of the daily newspapers people left on the tables at the Leaky Cauldron. Well, reading the comics, not the real newspaper stories. Those were boring, although the news about a nutter called Sirius Black escaping was mildly interesting. There were certainly enough people talking about it to make Harry take note. He sent a few pre-written form letters to his friends, in particular Hermione, but since he dictated those letters before he knew he would be spending his holidays in the alley, only a couple were still usable. Besides, he did not want to get into the habit of writing loads of letters, in case it encouraged people to expect more from him. Buried amongst his birthday presents and cards was also his Hogwarts letter, with its attached list, things he needed to get around to buying before school started, and an extra bit of paper that turned out to be a permission slip for going to the local village on weekends. It was a bit late to somehow convince his uncle to make his chop on it now, but all was not lost. After all, it wasn't like Harry hadn't needed Vernon's signature for various school-related activities before. And getting the real thing was often far too difficult, or just not worth the effort. Taking a ballpoint pen from one of his pockets, Harry quickly and easily scrawled a decent approximation of Vernon's signature in the appropriate place on the slip. He was tempted to sign it Vermin Dundersley, as he had on several other occasions, but he didn't want to push his luck. Well, not too far anyway. Hagrid the groundskeeper's gift of a living book that promptly tried to bite Harry's hand off was a bit of a surprise, but it wasn't the worst or even the strangest mail Harry received. The strangest was a simple note, just one line, written on a Muggle birthday card that could have been bought from any corner store in London. "Happy birthday from your godfather," the note said. Since he didn't even know he had a godfather, it was definitely weird, especially when it was signed with what looked like a paw print, figuring it would likely be one of those things that sorted itself out. Without any intervention required on his part, Harry simply accepted the card for what it was and moved on without giving it another thought. The worst letter was from the Ministry of Magic and contained a small booklet entitled, "Your Body and You, a Guide for New Adolescents." With a horrifying feeling of dread and an overwhelming morbid fascination, Harry opened the textbook and began to read, his eyes bulging and his face turning various shades of red as he progressed, horrid curiosity dragging his mind into areas he would not normally venture. "Dear Merlin," he whispered to himself in horror at the information forcing itself into his mind. "Hello, Mr. Potter," crackled the ancient-looking witch behind the counter of curiosities and collectibles. "Here to sell your old things again, are we?" "Yes," said Harry, grinning widely, "but only if you give me a better price this time." "Cheeky bugger you are," she laughed. After spending a great deal of time with Lockhart the previous year, Harry had reevaluated his worth in the merchandise-crazy world, hearing how much people were willing to pay for his old books and clothes made Harry realize that, while he was happy with the deal he made previously, he could do a lot better. Harry liked money. Money meant, amongst other things, being able to pay somebody else to do the stuff he didn't want to. With enough money, he figured he could pay people to do even the most mundane task for him, like walking. To somebody who knew how to fly a broom or a magic carpet, walking was definitely overrated. "Most of my clothes still fit, so I've only got a couple of sets to sell, I'm afraid," he said. "And I'll need to keep most of my books for revision and stuff." It wasn't exactly a lie, but flooding the market with cheap, elf-made socks had taught Harry to keep supply tight. "Well, for a few galleons I'll swap all your old worn-out things for new ones," suggested the witch. "Okay, you give me 10 galleons and all new gear, item for item then," Harry said. "And I'll even throw in a couple of photos of me and Gilderoy Lockhart I have, signed by both of us, no less." Harry knew it wasn't usual for people to walk out of a shop with more money than they went in, and with all new purchases to boot, but the smile on the old sales witch told him there were no losers in this transaction. "Cheeky bugger," she repeated with another laugh. "Hey, Nev," said Harry, spying one of his year mates packing outside a shop. "What's up, mate?" "I've lost my book list," whispered Neville nervously as he frantically checked and rechecked his pockets. "Gran's going to kill me." Harry caught a glimpse of an elderly, very stern-looking woman approaching them as Neville's panic grew. She did not look like somebody Harry wanted to cross, and it was far too late to make a run for it, as she had very clearly seen Harry talking to Neville. "Here, take mine," he said, quickly thrusting his list into Neville's hand as he put his arm around Neville, in what he hoped looked like a friendly, casual manner. Smiling, he watched Neville's Gran close the last few feet between them. There followed an incredibly awkward moment where Neville did his best to formally introduce them, while Harry tried hard to ignore the almost savage corrections and comments elderly Mrs. Longbottom made on Neville's earnest efforts. He finally managed to excuse himself and get away after spotting a tanned Hermione carrying what looked like a small, ugly tiger. "So Hermie, that's a lovely puss." "Don't even think about finishing that comment if you value your life," interrupted Hermione. "I was just going to comment on how wonderful it is that we can all get to see your puss," Harry tried. "Again. I have been forced by my incredibly lame father to watch. Are you being served? At least 1,000 times, Harry. And if you insist on using any of those jokes." "You mean the ones about Mrs. Slocum? I'll introduce you to some very nasty hexes I discovered in a very old book Ron brought back from Egypt for me." "Ron bought you a book?" asked Harry incredulously. "A book not about Quidditch?" "It was a very nice thing he did to thank me for all the help I gave him last year," she explained a bit defensively. "Even if it wasn't totally his idea, and even if he didn't write to me often while he was on holidays, at least he made an effort and didn't just send me form letters." "Hey, I filled in the blanks," said Harry. "You sent Susan the same letter," said Hermione indignantly. "No, I didn't," said Harry. "It was completely different." "The only thing different was my name at the top," she snapped, "and an extra line insulting me about The number of subjects I am taking this year. See, completely different, said Harry, smiling innocently. Personalized and all. You are, without a doubt, one of the most infuriating boys I have ever met, she said. And you are already stressing out before you even take a single class, laughed Harry. Just like I said. You would. Now stop nagging and let me touch your puss. That's it, she screamed, dropping the huge fur ball and reaching for her wand, but Harry was already gone, moving much faster than somebody as lazy as he should have been able to. Laughing, Hermione took off after him, leaving a gobsmacked Neville and his disapproving grandmother behind. And you associate with these children? The older Longbottom asked. Not often, but it sure beats putting up with Malfoy, said Neville, distracted and not really thinking about who he was speaking to. Indeed, agreed the matron, surprising her grandson. Potter, drawled Malfoy. HMMFF, mumbled Harry, squinting his eyes and twisting his jaw. Draco paused for a moment, completely unsure what to do next. Is he having a seizure or something? He finally asked the girls watching Harry. He scoffed his ice cream and has brain freeze, Susan Bones answered, ignoring the rudeness of Draco, not bothering to acknowledge her presence before asking his question. She sedately took another small spoon of her own dessert, while Harry pounded his fist on his forehead. Just how big a bite did he take? Asked Draco, unable to take his eyes off the spectacle Harry was making. I don't think he could actually fit any more in his mouth, admitted Hannah as Harry began banging his head on the table, his fist apparently not doing the job. Well, when he recovers, tell him Father says he shouldn't be too public about catching up with his godfather, said Draco, finally managing to take his eyes away from where Harry was convulsing on the floor to look at the two girls. Okay. Thank you, said Draco, then he turned and walked away. Well, that was a lot politer than usual, said Susan, as Harry dragged himself up off the floor. You know you could have just talked to him, suggested Hannah. Nah, said Harry, picking up the spoon he had dropped earlier. Trust me, this way is much easier than trying to pretend I know whatever the hell he is talking about, and it's kind of fun. Hannah laughed. Susan shook her head and took another dainty spoonful of her dessert. She looked up, just in time to see Harry shovel another massive lump of ice cream into his mouth, this time for no discernible reason. Boys, she sighed as Harry clutched his head between his hands and began to silently scream. In one of the last cabins on the train, Hermione finally found Harry. He was already asleep, as she expected, but what she wasn't expecting was for him to be leaning against a just-as-asleep man, a professor, if she interpreted the writing on the trunk above them correctly. She was only slightly surprised to find Luna, the strange girl Harry befriended last year, also asleep and leaning up against Harry, making the three of them look like a human domino set that had fallen over. Well, Crookshanks, she said to the huge cat in her arms, looks like I've just got you for conversation. This trip. The cat rumbled a deep purr and then jumped out of her arms to land on the seat next to Luna. He then promptly climbed onto the sleeping blonde girl's lap and settled down, presumably to join the others in their slumber. Traitor, Hermione hissed at the cat before taking a book out of her bag and getting comfortable on the opposite seat before uttering a statement she would later come to very much regret. Looks like it's going to be a fairly boring trip then. Potter, is it true? Did you really sleep through a Dementor attack? Asked Justin as they climbed off the train and made their way to the waiting carriages. Dementor? Asked Harry, wearily scratching his sleep-messed hair, which was no different from his normal messed hair, really. Is that the big trench-coat-wearing clown head thing? Clown? Yeah, got its mouth open like those clown heads you drop balls in at the fair. You know, like this, said Harry. He opened his mouth in a wide O shape and rolled his eyes up as far as he could in a deplorable imitation of both a Dementor and the sideshow game he was trying to demonstrate. "Great Merlin, Harry, stop that," said Zachariah. "You look like that bloody mannequin from last year." "Sorry," apologized Harry. "Anyway, is that the thing you are talking about?" "A clown. You are such a muggle, Potter. It's one of the most dangerous creatures in the world, and you." "Call it a clown, but yeah, that's it. Did you really sleep through its attack?" "Attack? All it did was come in and makes us all a bit cold." Then Luna enlarged a cork off her necklace and stuck it into the thing's mouth. Apparently that stopped it for a minute, and then a professor chased it off. "And you slept through it?" "Well, sort of. I did wake up, but once all the excitement was over, I went back to sleep." "The man nearly has his soul eaten by a monster, and he goes back to sleep. You really are something." "Harry," marveled Zach. "Thanks, I think," Harry replied. He wasn't going to tell them. He had many years' practice dealing with nightmares on his own while locked in a small, dark cupboard, and screaming was hardly the worst thing he had ever dreamt. Not because he was embarrassed by it, but because explaining would just have taken far too long and would undoubtedly lead to other tales he did not want to spend the energy telling or listening to. "So, Harry, what great inventions have you got planned for us this year?" "None," said Harry. "Not this year. I'm kind of sitting this one out." "You're what?" asked Ernie, catching up with his classmates. "Sitting it out," repeated Harry. "I think I've got everything I need for this year, so there's not much point in making more stuff." "Oh," said Ernie. "Yep, I can't think of anything I'll need this year that I don't already have," said Harry. "So I've decided to sit back and enjoy the already picked fruits of my labor. I'm not going to do anything this year, just you watch. Nothing is going to disrupt my year." For some reason, an unsettling chill run down the back of everybody who heard that pronouncement. "Mr. Potter," said Professor Sprout, "I did not receive your list of electives. Which ones are you taking?" "None," said Harry brightly. "None? What do you mean, none?" asked his head of house, her voice changing only slightly from the pleasant, happy-toned students were mostly used to hearing from her. "Well, they're electives, aren't they? I've elected not to take any of them," explained Harry, still smiling. Of course, he knew this was not going to work, but he just had to try. "Hermione, can arithmancy be done using a calculator?" The girl in question furrowed her brow in deep thought. "I think there are probably many parts of it that could be," she answered after a moment. "But I don't know if one could handle the equations, not to mention electrical devices, have a lot of issues in areas with as much concentrated magic as Hogwarts. Why are you thinking about taking the class?" "You should. I am taking it, and it will be loads of fun." "You are taking all the classes, aren't you?" asked Harry. "So it doesn't matter what I take, you'll be there." "Yes, well, but be that as it may, I still think it is a really interesting and worthwhile class." Harry thought about it. Maybe he could get a mechanical calculator and figure out how to get it to do the maths arithmancy apparently involved. Then again, he was taking a year off. "Nah," he said. "I might have, but I've already got something that will help me with divination, so that tips the balance." Hermione frowned, quite used to seeing her friends' offhand comments as alluding to things much bigger than most people's small talk. "How could you already have made something without knowing anything about the class aside from the descriptions in the course handbook?" she asked. Overcoming her fear, the answer would add to the brain hemorrhage she was sure Harry was unintentionally giving her. "I didn't make it, I bought it. In Muggle London, no less. Here, look," he said. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a black glass sphere that had a smaller white circle painted on it. "You have got to be kidding me," said Hermione in disbelief. Harry just smiled and shook the globe, holding it out so that they could both see into the little white circle. The words, "No way," floated out of the depths of the liquid-filled globe. Hermione groaned in disgust. Harry smiled. "Figured I'd take care of magical creatures, mainly because Hagrid has already got me the book and isn't likely to overload us with work, Muggle studies, because, well, I'm at least half a Muggle really, and it was a toss-up between arithmancy and divination. Why are you taking 3 electives when you only have to do 2? Asked Hermione before her brain caught up and put a stop to more mental damage-causing questions. That way I can claim the other 2 classes are taking up so much time that I am having trouble getting all the work done for whatever one I am in at that moment. If I only take 2 classes, the professors will know that's a lie, but this way they'll sympathize, explained Harry. But you will still have to pass the exams, insisted Hermione. Don't you remember? All you have to do is pass 1 OWL and you are an adult wizard, said Harry. By taking an extra class, I am improving my chances of finding the easiest one to pass. Hermione's expression became one of uncertainty, and she didn't say anything for a few seconds. I really don't know if I should be proud that you are doing more than the minimum, or disgusted at you, she admitted after a few moments. Why bother deciding by yourself? Just use the magic 8 ball, Harry answered, shaking the globe again. It's a distinct possibility, read the ball. The first round of classes passed pretty much how Harry had planned them to. But Professor McGonagall, how could I possibly concentrate enough to do homework with that insane mass murderer, Sirius Black on the loose? Asked Harry in his most sincere voice. But Professor Flitwick, surely you can understand I was too distraught to do any homework, he pleaded. But I was too terrified to set foot outside, exclaimed Harry to Professor Sprout. I couldn't do any of the observations you wanted. But I was, you know what, forget it, I'm not even going to try, said Harry to Professor Snape. Just take the points, and let's get on with it. Where the bloody hell is it? Asked Zachariah, while angrily rummaging through his book bag. Harry thought about asking what he was searching for, but decided against it, since it might end up getting him involved. People often did that, complain loudly enough to get somebody else to help them. Dudley was a rolling mess of non-stop, whinging around his parents, who both rushed to do anything they could for their baby. Harry was just waiting for the day they started chewing his food for him. For Harry, though, long ago he found that trick took far too much effort, was particularly ineffective with the Dursleys. Not that he wanted his food pre-chewed by Vernon or Petunia, no matter how much easier that would make eating, and just asking people to help him when he needed it was by far the easiest way, but somebody else was bound to fall for it this time. Where's what? Asked Ernie, causing Harry to smile secretly to himself as his internal prediction was confirmed, and Ernie fell for it. That stupid book we need for creatures, answered Zachariah. I'm sure I put it in here, but I can't find it now. Why the hell did I enlarge this bag so much? Harry declined to comment, knowing Zachariah was trying to attach some of the blame for losing his book to Harry, since he was the one that started the bag expansion trend last year. It probably ran away, said Ernie. I found mine hiding under the bed. Nah, I petrified it after it took a piece out of my history of magic book, said Zachariah, still rummaging around inside the obviously massive satchel. It's hiding in here somewhere, I just know it. I mean, it's not like somebody would have taken the stupid, bloody thing. Deep in the kitchens of Hogwarts, the excitement was rising to new heights as the cages opened and the combatants raced into the ring. The animated books immediately began viciously tearing into each other, spurring the cheers of the crowd into a near frenzy and sending an artificial snowstorm of shredded paper into the air. This being even better than merfolk fishing, exclaimed one young elf. Ah, here it is, Zach finally announced, pulling out the many-toothed volume. Merlin, Zach, what have you been doing to it? It looks like a Kneasel has been chewing on it, said Ernie. What the hell? Asked Zachariah, eyeing the beaten and torn book warily. Harry continued to say nothing, but thought about ordering more of the dog collar and muzzle combinations. He had secured his own copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, with before simply asking Hagrid how to control them. Nah, they'd figure it out eventually, and there was still a fair bit of fun to be had watching them struggle until then. Oh, that's not good, interrupted the voice of a worried-looking Ravenclaw as they sighted the cabin, where Hagrid was waiting out front for them. Harry was fairly certain the student had a name, but so far they had not interacted enough to warrant recalling it. What? Asked Hannah. Hagrid's got a wooden club. If he needs a club to control whatever it is he is going to show us, it has got to be stupidly dangerous. There was worried murmur of agreement from the other students as they stopped their approach towards Hagrid, the cricket bat-sized club in his massive hands looking like a twig. You Ravenclaws overthink things, said Harry with a snort of disgust. Don't go borrowing trouble by dreaming up all the way things can go bad. Just wait see before getting yourself worked up into a frenzy of worry. You can talk, said Susan. You always plan for the worst. Plan, yeah, but I don't go getting all fussed about it, said Harry. I mean, come on, it's Hagrid. He hardly needs a club to beat the living magic out of something now, does he? And it's not like he would ever do any such thing anyway, is it? There was a general rumble of muted agreement. Hagrid's inner gentle nature was as famous as his love of monstrous beasts. Come on, encouraged Harry. You don't want to miss a lesson now, do you? Still looking apprehensive, the group moved on, not noticing Harry dropping towards the back. After all, a 4x2 was not much more than a rolled-up newspaper to the huge man, and if he did have a pet that needed a bit of gentle encouragement, Harry did not want to be in the front row. Of course, I probably should have done a bit more of a background check about what Hagrid is likely to show us, he mumbled to himself. Are you telling me you have done nothing to prepare for this class? Asked a Ravenclaw who obviously overheard him. Ant or Anthony or something was his name. You, the boy who requested 34 years of previous assignments as reference material to help him choose his other elective subjects. Didn't think about this one. I didn't say that, admitted Harry. I mean, I did all the sensible things like make sure I am wearing this older set of robes, and I had a bucket load of cushioning and anti-piercing charms put on them. Plus I'm wearing ex-army surplice, steel-capped boots, and I've got a pair of dragonhide gloves and a first aid kit ready to go, but I should have asked somebody to snoop around a bit so we had a better idea. Still, I'm not going to get all worked up about the fact Hagrid is carrying a club. I mean, maybe it has nothing to do with the animals he is teaching us about, and he just uses it to beat students who don't pay attention or show proper respect. This did not reassure Anthony or any of the others that heard, and they all suddenly felt very vulnerable. A wand? Harry asked in amazement as Hagrid waved the huge wand to summon the ropes of the hippogriffs. That tree trunk is a wand. 28.5 inches, ash with eye of newt core, announced Hagrid proudly. Good for basic spellwork and... Hagrid suddenly swung his wand out and smacked down the raised claw of the hippogriff that was about to gut one of the pretty Indian twins. Harry was so much more aware of this year. Get back, you silly creature, he ordered, using his wand to poke the snarling beast back. And good for giving things a bit of a whack now and then. Harry gave Ant an apologetic look. I think Ollivander was going to make a broom handle or summon out of it before I came in. Course, it's all thanks to you, Harry, for suggesting how I could go about clearing me name up last year and all that. Harry smiled weakly, genuinely happy for Hagrid, but worried about the possibly ramifications of having the huge man want to repay him in some way. His concern was shown to be justified towards the end of the lesson. Tell you what, how about you take him for a ride, eh? Asked Hagrid enthusiastically. Not unless you have a saddle and a muzzle, answered Harry. And a parachute, definitely a parachute. Well, I ain't got no parachute, whatever that is, but you'll be right, said Hagrid, grabbing the back of Harry's robes and lifting him onto the creature's back. Off you go. Then he slapped the hippogriff's rump, sending the creature racing, Harry clinging desperately to its back. "Wow, Harry," said Ernie in an odd voice. "You really can fly, can't you? I thought for sure you were going to fall off when it landed." "Nah," said Harry, grimacing as they walked back up to the castle. "I dunno, the speed that Buckbeak came in at was pretty crazy," said Zachariah. "I thought he was trying to throw you off, the way he slammed on the brakes. And those loops and things looked bloody. Amazing, but seriously dangerous." "Probably was," agreed Harry, carefully taking each step up the slope. "Well, you are a hell of a flyer for not getting tossed," said Ernie. "Couldn't," gasped Harry, earning a confused look from his friends. "Why's that? Afraid of looking bad in front of the Ravenclaws or something," teased Zachariah. "Or the girls at least," added Ernie, smiling. "Wouldn't want to land face first in the dirt in front of the girls now, would you, Harry?" "Nah," explained Harry. "I got a couple of seconds to think after we took off, and I managed to use my wand." A shocked silence greeted that announcement. "You got some balls casting a spell on the beast while you were in the air," said Ernie, even more awed. "What did you do to it?" "To it? Nothing, I'm lazy, not suicidal," said Harry, stopping to catch his breath. "No, I cast a sticking charm on myself to make sure I couldn't fall off." Another second of silence followed, and then the other two boys began to grin. "It wasn't on your hands, was it?" asked Zachariah, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "No, it was not on my hands," admitted Harry. "And that's why you're walking funny, isn't it?" Zachariah added. "Yep. You cast a sticking charm on your behind, didn't you?" "Do you really need it spelt out?" asked Harry. "Oh, yeah," laughed Ernie. "We need to make completely certain that we have all of the facts straight so that when we retell this story, it can't be contradicted in any way." "You sound like a bleeding claw," grumbled Harry, a little bit annoyed at their laughing and teasing. "Are you going to go to the infirmary?" asked Ernie. "Nope. No way am I going to march up all those steps just to get poked and prodded in a currently very sensitive section of my body," explained Harry, starting to walk again before stopping with a thoughtful look on his face. "Then again, it could get me out of classes for a day or two, come on, lads. I need a lift to the infirmary. That'll get you a half hour off the next class. Hope you have all practiced your levitation charms." Trying hard not to laugh, but unable to hide their grins at his unfortunately injury, his friends drew their wands and prepared to figure out how to levitate Harry to the infirmary without causing further pain. "I wonder what Hagrid will have next week," said Ernie with far too much enthusiasm. Harry groaned. "Harry, can I ask you for a big favor?" said Hermione's voice from somewhere to the left of where Harry was once again failing to achieve the blissful nothingness state of mind, one of his mediation books referred to. Of course, most people would just say he was trying to nap. "Shush," he said, "sleeping." "No, you're not," she answered. "When you are actually asleep, you move around a lot more." "Good to know," said Harry, thinking about how some people always seem to be able to tell. "If I pinned a sign to my chest saying I was, do you think more people would leave me alone?" "No." "Thought not," he said, opening his eyes and sitting up. "So anyway, go ahead and ask." It went without saying that he wasn't promising to do anything beside listen to her ask. "I need you keep Crookshanks in your common room for a few days. Dumbhead Ron is making a fuss over the fact his stupid rat doesn't know to keep away from a cat, and it's completely unfair to keep Crookshanks locked in my bedroom while that ugly thing gets to wander all over the common room." "Who, Ron?" "No," she sighed. "His filthy rat, Scabs or whatever its name is." "Ah, yes. Low-maintenance one he is. Bit on the smelly side, even for a rat, but no real taking care of." "Required at all," said Harry, turning to look at Hermione and her giant pet. "I'm not sure why you are asking me to care for another living creature, though. It's not like I am the most responsible person around." "True," admitted Hermione. But the only other person Crookshanks has tolerated is Luna, and she keeps trying to comb Naggles out of his fur with a chili pepper while explaining to him how to hunt wild books. Harry knew better than ask what Nargles were, or wild books for that matter. Okay, he said. I'll take him into the common room and set him free, but you know I am not going to do much more than that, right? I mean, the wards should keep him inside, and the house elves usually take care of the pets, but if he has any special needs or anything, I am so not your Huckleberry. I know you like cats, said Hermione, handing over the plus-sized pussy, so I trust you to keep an eye out for him just for a few days until things calm down. Now, go with Harry, Crookshanks, and Mummy. We'll see you soon. She gave her pet one last pat before turning away, and Harry was sure he could the glint of a tear in her eyes. Well, Shanks, I guess it's just you and me then, he told the heavy animal. Hey, you wouldn't mind helping me with a little project, would you? Crookshanks did not reply. Harry, there's a rather irate Gryffindor at the door demanding to see you, called one of the seemingly never-ending string of nameless prefects several days later. Does she have red hair? Asked Harry, not relaxing his stare for even a microsecond. Now, but her face is a bit red. She looks rather peaky, truth be told. Tell her I'm not here. Harry, snarled Hermione, barging her way into the common room. Where is my cat? Oh, there you are, Crookshanks. She ran over and went to pick up the unmoving animal from where it sat in front of Harry, returning his stare, only to be stopped by several of the Hufflepuffs she didn't notice standing around the unlikely pair. Sorry, Hermione, said Justin. You can't interrupt them now, not for another 5 minutes anyway. 10, not 5, added an older student from the other side of the room. My money is on 35. 5 minutes, what? She asked, attempting unsuccessfully to step around Justin. Why, what's going on here? What are you doing with my cat? Shush, said Harry. Animagus training. What the hell? Demanded Hermione, tugging her arm from Justin's gentle but firm grip. Relax, said one of the prefects. Nobody is doing anything to your cat, well, except Potter, who is about to make me 3 galleons in 3, 2, 1 now. Hermione wasn't sure what to expect and prepared herself to pull out her wand. Nothing happened. Several people groaned and money started changing hands. Harry and Crookshanks didn't move. If I don't get some answers in the next 2 seconds, started Hermione as menacingly as possible. Which was surprisingly menacing, actually. It's like this, explained Susan, coming over to Hermione. Harry has this dream of becoming an animagus, a cat animagus specifically. Harry an animagus, that's stuttered Hermione. Ambitious, offered Susan. Ridiculous, suggested Ernie. A joke, said Justin. A dream, stated Harry, then cursed loudly as he realized he had blinked as he spoke, the vision of his goal momentarily disrupting his concentration. Loud groans alternated with cheers as more money changed hands around the room, and the crowd began to disperse. Bugger, swore Harry, rubbing his eyes and then reaching over to pat Crookshanks fondly on the head. Crookshanks purred loudly and began grooming himself with an air of satisfaction. Anyway, said Susan, continuing her tale, Harry has been spending so much time studying Crookshanks that it became a sort of a competition to see who would look away first. Crookshanks is winning so far 5-3, I believe. You are betting on a cat-starring contest? Asked Hermione, still somewhat bewildered. Yeah, hey, don't judge, it gets pretty boring around here sometimes, said Ernie. At this point, Hermione wondered if Nargle combing would not have been a better choice. Hufflepuffs were decidedly weird. There was something strange about the new defense against the arts professor, decided Harry, and it was not just that he had not yet taken any special interest in, or tried to kill Harry. For starters, he seemed to really know his stuff, and in Harry's rather limited experience, that was just odd. Mind you, the lesson plan appeared to be designed to cover many aspects of care of magical creatures. Almost as if the overlap was done on purpose to cover for Hagrid's rather spotty, although interesting, teaching, so they still weren't learning much in the way of defense against people using the dark arts. But they were learning something. Then there was the matter of the way Lupin disappeared for a few days here, and there after looking. Increasingly stressed. The first time it happened, Harry was certain the seemingly sensible man had made a run for it, but he came back, although looking like he had gone a few rounds with one of Hagrid's cuddlier pets. Harry's thought that somebody had caught him trying to escape and dragged him back didn't seem to bear out, as Lupin didn't appear to hold any grudge against any of the other professors, not even Snape. Must be a drunk, thought Harry. That would certainly explain a lot, like the ragged clothes, the generally unkempt appearance, Snape's obvious loathing, although that could just have been the potion. Master's usual disposition. It was pretty hard to tell. The missing days, and of course how he had been roped into the famously cursed position to begin with. The headmaster had probably abducted him off a park bench somewhere and loaded him onto the train before the poor guy knew what was happening. Mystery solved, or close enough, Harry returned his attention to the subject matter currently under discussion in an entirely different class that was proving to be a lot more disappointing than he had hoped. Hieroscopy is the Roman soothsayer art of diving the future using bird entrails, droned the hippie-haired, bug-eyed professor from the other side of the smoke-filled classroom in what could only be described in the worst mysterious voice ever. What is it with animals this year? Thought Harry to himself with more than a little disgust, his magic. 8 balls sitting, practically unused in his bag. Loping silently, Padfoot cautiously made his way along the dark passageway. It was well after curfew. But he well knew how often students would likely be sneaking about. A quiet scurrying noise made him instantly freeze, one paw still raised in the air. Seconds ticked by as he waited, completely motionless, but nothing else happened. He was about to write it off as his imagination, or one of the students' many pets, and move on when it started again. It was a most unpet-like noise, sounding more like rustling paper, and it was coming closer. Suddenly, something stepped around the corner. It was a book. A somehow angry-looking book. A somehow angry-looking book, running on its opened edge like a weird spider. And it was somehow now looking at him. He looked back in shock. They stood looking at each other for another moment, and then the book suddenly lurched forward, obviously deciding to attack. Sirius instantly prepared himself to fight, and was in the process of leaping forward when 2 small figures suddenly burst out of nowhere and fell upon the book. Barely managing to catch himself, Sirius skidded to a stop. "Bad book," whispered one of the attacking house elves as it wrestled the book to the ground and tried to tie it up with a short length of rope. "Naughty, naughty, naughty," whispered the other one angrily, thumping the book with a candlestick, almost as large as itself. In short order, they had the book bound and under control. "I been telling yous they's been breeding," said the first elf as it hoisted the still struggling book onto its back. Then both elves suddenly stopped and turned to look up at the dumbstruck Sirius still sitting on his haunches nearby. "Yous not be telling anybody's about dis, will yous, big dogsy?" asked the second elf, hefting his club rather menacingly. Sirius dumbly shook his head, too astounded to do anything else. "Good dogsy," said the elf. "Maybe's you come by kitchens and we's be giving you foods for being such a good dogsy." Sirius just stared. "Good boy," said the first elf. Then they glanced at each other before disappearing with a sharp crack. Sirius sat for a minute more, trying to process what he had just witnessed. In the end, he gave up and continued on his way to find and Peter. Maybe afterwards, he would swing by the kitchens. "But Professor, I was so scared by Black being in the castle, I just couldn't possibly do my assignments," explained Harry sincerely, to the doubtful-looking transfiguration professor. "I haven't slept in days," said Harry in the most pitiful voice he could muster, which was quite pitiful at. That to the charms professor. "I can barely think, let alone do assignments. I've been too terrified to even think about going outside," he told Professor Sprout, a slight quiver of fear in his voice. "What if Black gets sane enough not to mistake a rat for me next time?" "You know the drill," he said to Snape. "Harry," said Susan, interrupting the sleeping upright with his eyes open Harry. "Can I have some of your parchment, since you won't be using it and I am out at the moment?" "Eh?" asked Harry, shaking his head to wake up fully. He was still sitting in front of the fireplace in the common room, a book sitting in his hands and his school bag contents spread out on the low table in front of him, looking for all the world like he had been studying for hours. "You've been snoring for the last 20 minutes, so it's pretty obvious you are not doing your assignments," she elaborated. "I need some parchment to finish, please." "Oh, okay, here," said Harry, reaching into the mess in front of him and pulling out a roll to hand over. "But I was studying." He couldn't see the point in explaining how his sleep reading worked again, but still strangely felt the need to defend himself this year, especially to the girls for some reason. "Thanks, oh, wait on. This isn't blank," said Susan, unrolling the scroll. "Oh, sorry," said Harry, sorting through the pile to dig out another, hopefully empty scroll. "Hang on, this is last week's transfiguration assignment," said Susan, unrolling the original scroll more. "Yeah, so?" asked Harry, continuing to search. "But I distinctly recall you didn't hand this in," she answered, sounding confused. Harry stopped and concentrated for a moment. "Yeah, probably not," he said with a shrug. "I don't really remember." "Why didn't you?" she asked, scanning through it. "I can't see anything very wrong with it." Harry sighed. He didn't want to explain, but she was the type of person who would keep bugging him if he didn't, and he occasionally felt an odd need to justify himself to people that he thought he had squashed out of himself years ago. "If I handed every assignment in, the professors would start demanding more from me," said Harry. "First it would be, 'Oh, you didn't put in enough detail,' and then it would be, 'Oh, you could have had more references,' and finally, 'I know you can do better than this.' It would just go on, and they would never be satisfied. This way, when we get close to the exams, I'll start handing them in, and they'll all think I'm making a real effort, and will be happy no matter how average my work is, because they will think they have gotten through to me," he finished, a huge grin on his face. "But why are you doing the work if you don't intend to hand it in?" asked Hannah, who had come over halfway through Harry's explanation. "Well, I do need some practice, but this way I don't have to worry too much about if it is perfect, or if it's on time, etc." Both girls looked at each other, then shook their heads at Harry's self-satisfied grin and strange reasoning. "You know, Harry, you really shouldn't antagonize the professors all of the time," said Susan. "I don't specifically do it to antagonize them on purpose," said Harry. "Well, aside from Snape, that is. And he deserves it." Neither of them could disagree with that. "Harry, can I see you for a moment?" asked Professor Lupin, as the rest of the students fled the defense classroom after the lesson. Harry sighed. He really thought he was going to get away with it for a bit longer. "Yes, sir," he asked politely, still hoping it was about something different. "It's about your last assignment, your last 3 assignments actually," explained Lupin. Harry tried his puppy dog eyes. "Yes, sir," he said, feigning innocence. "You can put that look away, young man. Your father was master of it, and I am quite immune after many years of exposure." "Wait, you knew my father?" asked Harry quickly. "Well, yes," said Lupin, caught by surprise at Harry's sudden change in demeanor. "Were you his teacher, too?" asked Harry excitedly. "His teacher? Good Merlin, no. Just how old do you think I am? No, don't answer that, I don't think I want to know. I went to school with your father all 7 years. We were actually quite close," said Lupin. And my mum, did you know her too? Asked Harry even more excitedly. Can you tell me about them, please? I don't really know anything about them at all. Hours later, after Harry was long gone, Lupin looked down at the batch of Harry's assignments. Son of a, swore Lupin to himself, realizing he had been had and Harry had successfully distracted him from reprimanding the boy on his work ethic, or lack thereof, but unable to find a suitable derogatory term to use. All 4 of Harry's assignments were identical, aside from the heading and dates, and consisted of a single, neatly written answer. Kill it with fire. Harry's forward answer to the question of how to handle 4 vastly different creatures was technically correct, but completely violated the spirit and intention of the assignment. A marauder, finished Lupin in a lighter tone, a smile curling the corners of his mouth and his spirit lifting higher than at almost any point in the previous dozen years. Son of a marauder. Lads, I can't help notice that you somehow seem to always be well provisioned when it comes to the finer things in life, said Harry, plonking down on the seat next to the Weasley twins, Fred and George. There were not many people brave enough to bring themselves to the attention of the notorious pranksters, but Harry was never worried, mainly because he figured it wouldn't make much difference. Even if he was. Are you referring to our never-ending bevy of beauties? Asked one of the twins, nodding his head as a dark-skinned girl walked by their library table smiling shyly. No, although that is another area of interest, admitted Harry. I was actually talking about the abundant quantity of Hogsmeade merchandise you appear to have access to. Ah, said the other twin. Run out of goodies already have you, despite going on your first trip only a scant few weeks ago. For shame, added the first twin. You would think a bright lad like yourself would learn to pace himself, but no, ate his way through the whole stash in a single sitting, I'd warrant. And was likely sick from class the next day, said the second. For shame, they finished together. No, actually, said Harry, reaching into one of his many pockets to partially bring forth a bottle of butter beer, demonstrating he was far from exhausting his own supply of goodies. I still have plenty left for now. Oh, he's a clever one, this one, George, said the first twin. Indeed, agreed George, which begs the question of why he is here bothering us then. Well, I really enjoyed going to Hogsmeade, that's for sure, explained Harry, but I really object to the walk back. Uphill most of the way, if I recall correctly, said Fred. Indeed it is, agreed George. I've heard from our younger brother who sometimes likes to give the impression you are his best mate, Harry, that you are a bit adverse to things like carrying a heavy load of bounty up a hill. Adverse to walking in general, if I recall certain tales about a flying carpet and the niece of the current director of law enforcement last year correctly, said Fred. You are both right, except that my pockets make the actual size of the load pretty much inconsequential, said Harry. Then how can we be of service? Asked George. It seems you'll only have to make 1 or 2 trips to be fully provisioned for the remainder of the year. Well, as I said, I really liked going there, explained Harry. Despite all the professors and their warnings of a dire end at the hands of a black man, which I frankly find quite prejudiced, it was fun and I'd like to go every time, but I really don't want to have to walk all that way back. I figured since you two seem to be able to get there and back at any time, you must have a shortcut or alternate form of transport of some sort. Funny you should ask about that, said Fred. We were just now wondering ourselves who we might teach the ways of the wicked, and here you are asking about secrets, said George. It must be fate, said Fred. Indeed, Fred, indeed, said the other twin, presumably George, although it was actually impossible to tell, and Harry didn't really care anyway. We have long ago mastered the highways and byways of this sacred institution and feel the need to pass on our knowledge, and then you suddenly appear. Well, I have made some pretty good progress in mastering the secrets of the stairs, said Harry. I can almost half the distance I have to travel between classes by timing it right. Ah, yes, you have indeed, little one, we have noticed that, but you have barely scratched the surface of the many secret tunnels within the school, said Fred. And none of those without, finished George. So it's true you sneak out when you need stuff, asked Harry. We do, the twins agreed together. Through a secret tunnel or something. One of the few unguarded entries and exits, said George. But you actually make the trip yourselves every time, asked Harry. I was rather hoping to find out. There was some sort of a delivery system, or something that I could hitch a ride on. We did have a car that we had planned on using this year, but unfortunately it escaped and hasn't been seen since, said George. Poor old Blue Eye, lamented Fred. All alone out in the wilderness, I fear he has come to a bad end. But enough of lost opportunities and stolen vehicles that have gone rogue and caused a major flood of howlers from our easily upset mother, said George. Here is how you can get to Hogsmeade and back. In record time. And do it at any time you want, added Fred. Harry missed the glint that flashed in the prankster's eyes as they began detailing the shortcut through the tunnel to Hogsmeade, and he definitely missed an explanation of how this tunnel made the journey shorter, but since it didn't, it wouldn't have matter anyway. Later that month, while stumbling through the poorly lit tunnel leading back into the castle, Harry actually regretted his laziness in not questioning the twins more about their secret. It was one of the few times something seriously brought his outlook on life into question, but then he shrugged it off and didn't bother giving it any further thought. After all, what's one little setback in the greater scheme of things? Reportsies, ordered Tinsy, her saucepan hat once again falling down over her eyes. Weeze's losing's the second pantry and the lower storeroom, said Gutsy, his own colander helmet now fitting quite well due to the large number of dents and teeth marks in it. That's is not good, said Tinsy. We's be needing more recruities. Where's we be getting recruities? Asked Gutsy. We's already pulling elves from cleanings, soon there. Be nobody left to cooks and cleans. We be finding more recruities, or we be losing dis war, announced Tinsy in a dreadful voice. Then, there be's no one's to cook or clean ever again. No, countered Gutsy. We's needs to ask for help from Master Sirs. The sharp intake of breath from all the elves within hearing range actually lowered the air pressure of the immediate area enough for a few of them to come close to passing out. Nobody ever asks Master Sirs for things, objected another elf who had not yet cleaned well enough to earn a name. A round of mumbled agreement arose from the throng. Yes, we's have, countered Gutsy. One wizard helps us before. Harry Potter, sirs. Yes, Harry Potter, sirs, agreed Gutsy. We be asking for help from the great Harry Potter, sirs, and he be helping us. An excited hum of approval now rumbled through the crowd. Professor Lupin, oh, I already know his secret, said Harry confidently. I'm surprised nobody else has said anything. You worked it out too, asked Hermione, sounding quite impressed. Yeah, ages ago, said Harry. At first I thought he was a drunk, but I figured it out later when I realized he didn't stink enough. Mind you, I used to see them all the time down the street near the shops, so I suppose I had a bit of an advantage. You used to see them, out in the open, and recognize them, asked Hermione. Yeah, they were always walking up and down the street down there. It was a pretty bad area, scum everywhere. Harry, said Hermione sternly, that's no way to talk about those unfortunately people. It's not their fault they are like this. True, I suppose, said Harry with a shrug. At least she looks like a man. Some of the ones I saw looked nothing like a woman, despite their dresses and makeup. Not even Vernon was fooled, although I think Dudley probably was. I wonder how she's grown the mustache. Magic, I suppose. Hermione's brow creased in puzzlement as she tried to process Harry's comments. Harry, she said hesitantly, what exactly do you think Professor Lupin is? I can't remember the name of them, transvestitutes or something. You know, the people that like to dress and act like a member of the opposite sex. There was even a bit about them in the stupid, Your Body and You book we all got at the beginning of the year. Transvestite. You think Professor Lupin is a transvestite? Why? Asked Hermione, trying unsuccessfully to hide her grin. Well, he always gets sort of grumpy and short-tempered, and then goes missing for a few days every month. I read in that book that some women have a really bad time with their, Harry explained, starting off a bit defensively but fatting off in embarrassment. Hermione blushed and cleared her throat. Yes, well, no, Harry. Professor Lupin is not a woman dressing up as a man. He is a werewolf. Oh, said Harry, not sure whether he should feel embarrassed, relieved, or worried. In the end, he decided it was all too much trouble to feel any of those, and so just figured he would ignore it, except. You won't tell anybody what I thought, will you? Asked Harry. Hermione's feral grin was not reassuring. Sirius was seriously worried. After his last failed attempt at getting the rat, it had gone into hiding, making it a lot more difficult to have his revenge, but that wasn't the worrying part. No, the worrying part was he was starting to wonder about what he was doing. It had seemed so clear. After the minister's newspaper exposed Peter's survival, he would escape, find Peter, eat him. Or at least chew him to pieces, if not actually swallow him, since that would be disgusting on so many levels, and then. Well, that was the problem, really. And then, he vaguely recalled thoughts about going to his grave. Happy or growing wings, and flying off to a castle in the sky filled with big-breasted pixies, or something, but he was pretty sure a lot of that had to do with the strange molds he used to lick off the walls of his cell after staying as Padfoot for a bit too long. Now that he had spent a fair bit of time away from the Dementors and the tasty mold, the plan no longer seemed all that viable. Hell, he was starting to consider the possibility that sitting around in the Forbidden Forest all day plotting revenge, while cleaning his personal bits with his tongue, just might not be the most productive use of his time when half of the magical world was actively hunting him. Maybe he should be working out a way to truly escape, to get out of Britain and off to somewhere where bands of Dementors weren't swarming around hungrily searching to make a tasty snack of his immortal soul. He had stumbled across the nest of a car a few days ago, a small blue and rather beat-up Anglia that was jumping from tree to tree in a reasonably successful attempt to fly. Although it was obviously magical, he could probably capture it and use it to get just about anywhere he wanted to go, especially if it really was learning to fly. He could even go someplace where he could get a hold of a proper supply of food, instead of the occasional careless things that inhabited the forest, and maybe steal a wand, or even just find a place where he could, and take a hot bath and scrub a decade of prison off his skin, and feel like a normal wizard again. Nah, that was crazy talk. Back to the self-cleaning then, while he imagined yet another way to lure the rat into a bear trap with an anvil hanging above it. Harry's sudden yell startled half of the common room into silence. The other half just ignored him with the same indifference they treated everything unusual or outright weird in the magical world, which was pretty much everything really. Harry, are you okay? Asked Susan out of politeness. Harry blinked a few times and looked around, looking quite dazed. Harry, Susan asked again, actually getting concerned. Susan and a few other puffs had been casually sitting around chatting, with Harry in his usual chair, either sleeping or choosing not to take part in the conversation. Due to his charmed glasses, it was usually hard to tell, and he never seemed to grasp the idea it was rude to fall asleep like that, no matter how many times people told him, when the suddenly outburst from him caught them by surprise. Did I say anything? He asked after a few more confused-looking moments. What? Did I say anything when I woke up? Did I talk? No, You just yelled, answered Hannah. Scared the crap out of me, said Justin, getting up from where he had fallen out of his chair. Yelled, no words, nothing mystical or profound. No mate, just an unholy yell, said Ernie, using his wand to clean the drink he spilled at Harry's. Out burst off his robes. Damn it, swore Harry. Was it a nightmare? Asked Susan, still looking concerned. What? No, said Harry distractedly. I was practicing. Practicing what? To scare the hell out of people? Asked Justin, a bit resentfully. Congrats, it worked. No, smartarse. I was practicing for divination. An eerie silence enveloped the small group. What? Harry asked, feeling uncomfortable at having a group of people staring at him but not saying. Anything. We are waiting for the explanation, said Susan, since we all know you don't take any class except. Charms, seriously. There is no way you were actually practicing some sort of divination. Well, no, agreed Harry. I wasn't actually practicing divination as such. I was practicing for divination. Come on, said Justin after a few more expectation-filled silent moments. Tell, you owe us for scaring. A year out of me. Yeah, if you have a scam going I want in, agreed Ernie. That class is driving me batty. It's a load of bunk, said Susan. But you still have to learn all of the technical side of it to pass, like what card means what and how they affect each other's meanings. True, said Harry, but... Oh, Merlin, here it comes, said Hannah, wondering if putting her fingers into her ears might spare the mental pain Harry's explanation was likely to cause. Some seers sort of black out or go into a trance and give their prophecies that way. I figured if I can fake that a few times, then hippie lady will leave me alone, and I can snooze my way through her class without interruption. That's not bad, admitted Ernie after a mere moment of thought. So how are you going to do it? I've been trying a sort of post-hypnotic suggestion thing, but it's obviously not working, said Harry. It's doing something, said Justin. I'll testify you don't wake up like that normally. Yeah, but I need to fake making a prophecy, so I need words, or word-like sounds at least, to be coming out when I wake up. That could be dangerous, said Susan. Or embarrassing. What if you say something really didn't want to? What, like, oh, Professor Lockhart, I love you, laughed Hannah, looking directly at a very unamused Susan. If you tell that story one more time, I'll give you 10 chocolate frogs, said Justin. Don't do it, Hannah, warned Susan menacingly. I'll add 5, said Ernie, grinning like a loon. And I'll wash your clothes for a week, said Harry, to the surprise of everyone. Well, he said, squirming under their scrutiny, I'll have your clothes washed for a week, although you might have to wait until I can find another house elf. The last one is apparently undergoing training for something called counterinsurrection or something. If you tell them, I'll never talk to you again, threatened Susan, staring at Hannah. Hannah was obviously torn. The temptation of embarrassing her friend and the lure of the bribes were warring with her desire not to really hurt Sue and the worry of retaliation. Just finish your story first, Harry, she said, delaying the decision. Oh, well, yeah, okay, that's it basically. I've got a few other things to try, including a curse that might work, but really I just want to be able to wake up suddenly and say a bunch of random words. Then I can pretend I don't know anything about it, but hippie lady will love me and never bother me while I'm in my trance state. How the hell can you sleep in there with all that smoke? Asked Hannah. It makes my eyes burn. Hey, you can sleep in History of Magic with a bloody ghost standing in front of you. That makes my heart burn. That's jealousy, Harry, not something physical, explained Susan. Whatever, it's just not fair, said Harry darkly, before brightening up a bit. Actually, that's given me great idea, thanks. You're welcome, I think, said Susan. Now what's this curse you mentioned? I don't think using a curse is a good idea. Yeah, I'm a bit wary about it, after all the trouble I had with that deafness one last year, but it sounds Like it might be useful. It apparently makes you sprout words at random. I figure I might be able to get it onto a ring or something that I can wear while I am asleep and have it activate when I wake up. Then I can take the ring off and it will stop. That sounds like a strange sort of curse. I've never heard of one like that before. What's it called? It's got some weird French bloke's name, torturer or tiradelgo or something, said Harry. I've written it down somewhere along with the name of the book in the restricted section with it in. I got it. From a 7th-year muggle-born. Torturer, that does not sound good at all, said Hannah. No way would I use a curse on myself created by a feller named Torturer, agreed Ernie. After a moment of intense concentration, Justin suddenly started smiling. Torturer, he asked. Makes you yell out things at random. Harry, this curse it would be called. Tourette, would it? Yeah, that's it, said Harry. Tourette, why are you smiling? Justin briefly considered explaining to Harry what the hell Tourette syndrome was, but then had second thoughts. After all, if Harry was too lazy to find out about it himself, he really did deserve the fallout, and besides, it would be damn funny. No reason, he said, trying and failing to keep the smile off his face. Padfoot's sensitive nose probed the well-concealed entrance to the tunnel carefully. A dank smell of sewerage and stale air wafted up from the small opening, but he didn't smell anything threatening. The prospect of having a lair out of the elements was a huge attraction, especially since the last lot of mushrooms he had eaten might not have been what he thought they were, and his stomach and head were doing some weird things, so he ignored the faint odor of old blood and pushed into the tunnel. It wasn't like this would be the first tunnel he had ever found under Hogwarts. Centuries of trying to lock students in at night were bound to make for various ingenious escape routes, and tunnels were a fairly obvious one. It was a bit unusual to have them pop out in the forest, but simple wards could keep most animals out. In the almost absolute blackness, even his sensitive eyes found it hard to see, but he pushed on, going deeper and deeper until he was sure he was under the Black Lake. Slowly, the tunnel expanded and faint light shone from the distance. Creeping quietly on his belly, Sirius moved closer to the end, a faint, unrecognizable noise echoing back to him. As he neared, he could see the tunnel he was in emptied out into a larger chamber, and something was moving. Slowly, he peeked out to look into the chamber. It took a few moments to understand what he was seeing, and not because his eyes had to adjust to the dim light several torches around the room were giving off. His entry ended high up on the wall of a very large cavern that had many other openings randomly spread over the place. Statues, possibly of snakes, stood in rows in the darkness, although some had fallen and now lay on the ground. A massive face was carved into a wall near Sirius, and an enormous snake's corpse, at least 24 meters long, lay rotting on the floor of the chamber. But that wasn't the strangest part. No, the really strange thing was the half-dressed figure of a student, trying to tear pieces of skin off the huge snake with his bare hands, apparently to finish dressing itself, since its clothes were mostly made out of skin already. For a second, the hunched figure stopped moving, slowly turning its face towards where Sirius was hiding. The resemblance to James Potter struck Sirius first, but the wide-open, O-shaped mouth and staring eyes quickly broke that illusion, and Sirius froze, his mind valiantly trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Finally, it came up with an answer that fit his distorted, poisoned mushroom-affected view of the world. "Harry," he asked, switching back to human form, "is that you, Harry?" Larry didn't move. "Harry!" yelled Sirius, recklessly climbing down and leaping forward to envelope the former clothes store mannequin in a hug, his mind made up. "Thank God I found you. I'm serious. I'm your godfather. Don't believe all the stories. I may have been responsible for your parents' death, but I didn't betray them to Voldemort. It was Peter. Oh, Harry, there is so much I need to tell you and show you. We are going to have such fun together." Larry didn't react, not having any clue on what to do to a strange man hugging him, or anybody. Hugging him for that matter, but as Sirius continued to babble and hug him, Larry's mouth slowly closed, bending slightly at the corners. "Hey, Harry, what's that?" "It's the new memory sphere thing Lockhart and I came up with," said Harry, lifting the glass ball out of its container and frowning at it. Hedwig's ungainly crash landing into his breakfast did not break it. Luckily, but some egg had seeped through the packaging and was still sticking to it, despite a less than vigorous wiping. It's meant to be the first one of hopefully a large and profitable range of them. "What's it do?" "Well, I just wanted to record somebody reading out our textbooks, so that I didn't have to actually do the reading. Smiley reckons he could get an actual lesson recorded and sell them. The deal was I'd get a free copy and few sickles for each one sold. This is meant to be on divination, but I can't get it to work." "What's the letter? Does it say how to work it?" "Oh, Smiley wrote something about finding a new marketing angle and some specialty suppliers or something, but he still managed to get a lesson recorded. I didn't bother reading it all the way through. Here, let me have a look." "Okay, hold it in your hand and push some magic through," saying the words. "Oculus Revelio." "Ah," said Harry, and the mist started swirling inside the previously clear ball. "I can see it now, hear it too. That's really annoying music. Sounds a bit like those old movies Vernon used to watch late at night." "Hey, Harry, Lockhart didn't write it's about divination. He wrote it's called Divine Action, and look at the names of these other courses. Astronomy, Muggle Studs, Wristmancy. What the hell kind of course is this?" Said Harry, unblinking, staring into the ball, his face going bright red. Oh, it's not schoolwork, is it?" "Well, it is, sort of. I mean, she seems to be talking about that same stuff, but, well. It's, a bit more interesting, isn't it?" "Yep, oh boy, yeah." "You are going to share it, aren't you, mate? You know, to help us improve our grades." "Maybe," answered Harry absently, his eyes not moving from the sphere. "Once I've, studied it." "Yeah, studied it. That's it, I'll be in my bunk." "Now then," said Professor Lupin, beckoning the class toward the end of the room where there was nothing but an old wardrobe the teachers kept their spare robes in. As he got close to it, the wardrobe gave a sudden wobble, banging off the wall. "Nothing to worry about," said the professor. "There's a bogart in there. A bogart is a shapeshifter. That takes the form it thinks will frighten you the most." Lupin paused as a few of Harry's classmates sniggered. "Ah, yes, you've probably already heard from the Gryffindors about Neville's bogart, eh? Good to see. The Hogwarts rumor mill still exceeds the speed of magic. Now then, spread out and let's practice the spell." "What happened?" Harry whispered to Susan as they began repeating the incantation and practicing the wand movements, while the professor continued his lecture. "Apparently Neville is terrified of Professor Snape," said Susan. "Understandable," agreed Harry, still not seeing the funny side. "When you say the spell, it forces the bogart to take the form you envision, so you are no longer scared of it," she giggled. Professor Lupin had Neville imagine it dressed up in his grandmother's clothes. "That's not funny," said Harry, going pale. "It's horrible." "Right then," called Lupin, apparently satisfied with their chaotic efforts. "Line up and we'll all have a go." It took a moment for the usual pushing and shoving to resolve itself into a ragged line, and then each of them took a shot at facing their ultimate fear with Lupin, putting it back inside the wardrobe between turns. "On the count of 3, said Professor Lupin as it came to Harry's turn. 1, 2, 3, now." The wardrobe burst open once again, but nothing immediate came out. Harry waited nervously as the class suddenly went silent in expectation. The moment dragged on. Then it dragged on some more. It started getting ridiculous. Finally, Lupin took a step towards the wardrobe, his own wand raised readiness. Still nothing came out. Harry tried to swallow, his throat feeling so dry he was no longer sure he could say the spell. Lupin slowly walked all the way over to the empty door, then cautiously peered in. He said, leaning inside and poking at something with his wand. Well, yes, okay then. Right, class, he said, standing back up and closing the door behind him. It looks like this has all been a bit too much for our bogart. So unfortunately, that's the end of the lesson today. Moans of disappointment and confusion greeted the professor's announcement. 5 points to each of you who face the bogart. For homework, I want you all to read the chapter on bogarts and summarize it for me, he said cheerfully. Now off you go. Everybody piled out of the room talking excitedly, except Harry, who waited, watching Lupin reopen the cupboard to peer back inside. What happened? Asked Harry, his voice hoarse. Oh, Harry, said Lupin, jumping back from the wardrobe. I didn't see you there. What happened? Repeated Harry. Nothing to worry about, said Lupin, less than convincingly. He just got a bit worn out, I suspect. Harry's skeptical look must have made the professor feel a bit guilty about his lie. Harry, do you know what your greatest fear is? Lupin asked. No idea, said Harry, a million things running through his mind despite his ingrained habit of not thinking about things that didn't matter. I was rather worried it was going to be Voldemort, admitted Lupin, which would have been bad, especially for the rest of your classmates, but it seems whatever you fear is so bad it caused the bogart to curl up and die. Harry felt a knife of dread plunge into his heart and involuntarily took a step backwards. It's okay, reassured Lupin upon seeing Harry's stricken face. I'm sure it was just confused facing so many different fears. No, interrupted Harry, forcing himself to calm down. It's not that. I know what happened. Really? Asked the professor, his curiosity getting the better of him. Yeah, said Harry quietly. The effort of keeping his heart beating was too much, so he just let it stop. Oh, Harry, whispered Lupin. You aren't really that lazy, you know. You try far too hard. Yeah, I know, said Harry. That's why. That's not going to happen to me. Lupin watched Harry carefully for a moment, both of them deep in thought. I guess not, the professor said suddenly, his raised voice startling Harry. In fact, I think you are going to have to try this again, next week after class. I'll find another bogart and we'll work on it until you can cast the spell with barely any effort at all. Harry looked surprised, but then smiled. That would be horrible, he said. Excellent, said Lupin cheerfully. I'll let you know exactly when once I find another bogart, one that is a little less insightful this time. Now off you go. Harry nodded thankfully at the professor and left the room, automatically heading for a shortcut that would let him catch up to his friends without having to hurry. Behind him, Lupin poked thoughtfully at the dead bogart with his wand. Great Harry Potters, sirs. We is being sorry, sirs, but we are needing you, said the elf Harry was fairly certain had been called Tolley, but was now referred to as Brigadier Major or something. It was wearing a rather battered-looking colander on his head that Harry really didn't want to think about, but couldn't help. Harry had dropped by the kitchen on his way to the common rooms to snag a bite to eat and see if he could convince an elf to wash Hannah's clothes for a week so she would tell Sue's secret, but was quickly surrounded by elves. Well, that's great because I need you guys too, said Harry, making a grab for a muffin sitting on an overstacked tray on a side bench. It's been hell around here without you. What have you been doing? We've been fighting a wicked, clever enemy, answered the Brigadier Major of the Elf Retaliation and Control Army. What? But I left Voldemort pickled in a jar, said Harry. He hasn't escaped, has he? The elves hissed as Harry said Voldemort. No, great Harry Potter, sirs, said the Brigadier. He who must not be named is still in Headmaster Dumbledore's office. On the shelf no elf must clean. Headmaster Dumbledore takes him down and gives him a good shake every now and then. No, sirs, the enemy we fight messes up clean rooms. knocks things off shelves, and eats anything left out. What like students? Asked Harry through a mouthful of delicious chocolate muffin, ignoring the fact. He really wanted to know why Beardy would shake the Dark Lord's prison, and if there was some way he could have a go. No, exclaimed the elf, shocked that Harry could even suggest such a thing. Studenties be good boys. And girlses, learning important things, they's meant to be messy and clumsy, spilling juices and leaving sticky nasty messes all over. No, these be evil things, nasty things not behaving the way they should be. They should be sitting on shelves quietly waiting for studenties to come opens them up and reads them, not rushing about, making messes and breeding like drunk elves. They be all kinds of wrong. Sitting on shelves. Open them up and read them. You wouldn't be talking about books now, would you? Asked Harry, trying valiantly to understand what was going on. Because I don't particularly like books either, but calling them evil is stretching the dislike a bit far. Not even the stupid Hogwarts. History is actually evil. At least I don't think it is, but since I've never read it. These not be normal books, yelled the elf. These be books of death with nasty, big, pointy teeth. It then put its hand in front of its mouth facing outwards, fingers curled to simulate what Harry supposed were meant to be terrifying teeth. Yes, well, thank you for the overly dramatic performance, said Harry politely, but the only books I know of that have teeth are the Monster Book of Monsters, and you can put them to sleep pretty easily. Just by stroking the spine. Strokes the spines. Yes, just rub it. They go all quiet and placid for ages. Can do what you like with them after that, mind. You could have saved a few people some nasty bruises and bites if we'd all been told earlier, especially poor Nev. He's lost 2 uniforms to those buggers, and he was wearing one at the time. Lucky he had his steel chastity belt on, I reckon, or it could have been really nasty. An excited murmur swept through the elves packed into the kitchen. Harry Potter, sir, is the greatest wizard ever, yelled an elf loudly, scaring Harry enough that he almost dropped the remains of his muffin. He has saved us. He be giving us the secrets to defeating the great scourge of the lower kitchens. Saved us again, chorused all the elves in the kitchen, their cries spreading outward and turning into cheers and other outbursts of joy. If there's be anything we's can be doing for you's Harry Potter, sir, you just be askings, said the original elf. Well, actually, began Harry. For a moment, Harry felt a bit guilty, but it passed quickly, a product of long practice. Twitchy struggled not to scratch at the itchiness of the black-dyed mop, sitting awkwardly on his head. He had fought long and hard against many elves to earn the right to it, and he wasn't going to let the great Harry Potter sirs down by scratching like a monkey. Besides, he was terribly interested in the old ghost hovering at the front of the class, and the last thing he wanted was to be noticed and possibly sent away. And although the flame-freezing charm was particularly effective at negating any and all damage the Muggles tried to inflict with their bonfires, continued the professor, it became fairly obvious early on that a lack of planning often resulted in having their hands tied before being able to cast the spell, and that would lead to rather unfortunate results. Yes, all in all, this was well worth the extra missing teeth and large bruise he now sported. He really didn't understand why the great Harry Potter sir had arranged for the switch, but he was ever so grateful. This sucks, said Harry, slamming the Muggle Studies textbook onto the table. What's up? Asked Ernie, secretly grateful for an excuse to stop for a break. This, said Harry, waving his hand over the collections of books and scrolls piled up in front of them. Muggle Studies was supposed to be an easy pass, but this is ridiculous. But you're Muggle raised, shouldn't you already know all of this? Asked Ernie. I would if it wasn't totally wrong, said Harry. Well, I think it is fascinating, said Hermione. It's intriguing to see how wizards view the Muggle world. Confusing and a load of rubbish, you mean, said Harry. It's a perfect opportunity to learn how a different culture views things, said Hermione. It's a waste of time and energy, contradicted Harry. None of it is even slightly useful, and since it is all ass backwards, or at least 100 years out of date, I have to learn it in order to pass, and that is just not going to cut it. I might as well be doing a real subject that at least has some practical application. Well, you could always drop it and actually try to pass your other electives, suggested Hermione. Harry gave her a disgusted look. Yes, but that's not how it should be, he said. Look, as Muggle born and raised, aren't you at least slightly insulted at the view wizards have of Muggles? I mean, come on, they still think we sit in dark rooms watching black and white films without sound, and never travel more than a few miles from the place we are born. We are taught more accurately about strange, half-mythical animals than we are about the rest of the human race. I can see it's a bit old, but surely it's not that bad, said Ernie. I mean, everybody knows your cinemas have sound now, and every home probably has a wireless, of course. See what I mean? Harry asked Hermione pointedly. Nevertheless, there is not much that you can do about it, said Hermione. This is what they expect you to know, so if you want your grade, you'll just have to learn it. Harry slumped back in his chair, an angry scowl on his normally placid features as he watched his easy pass slipping away right before his eyes. He jammed his hands into his pockets and stared at the pile of books while Hermione and Ernie went back to work on the assignment. There had to be a way to make this easy. Maybe he could apply for some sort of exemption based on the fact he was Muggle-raised. Nah, others would be doing that if it were possible. Idly he played with the latest memory spheres from Smiley, rolling them around in his hand in a soothing routine as an idea began to percolate. Hermione, if you had to pick a movie or two to show a reasonably open-minded but ignorant pureblood like Ern here. Oi, protested Ernie. What the Muggle world is really like, what would you choose? He asked. You'll never get permission to take a class of wizards into a cinema, said Hermione, and with good reason, too. Can you imagine the chaos they would cause blundering around the city? Hey, come on now, said Ernie, looking a bit hurt by the conversation. No, agreed Harry, but what about if I can get the cinema to come here? Electricity doesn't always work properly in magically saturated areas, argued Hermione. Modern projectors are quite sophisticated, you know, and TVs will have no hope. Oh, I realize that, said Harry, smiling as he took one of the now notorious spheres from his pocket and held it for her to see. Hermione's eyes widened. Susan Bones paused at the door of the classroom. Last year she had reluctantly come to accept seeing that horrible mannequin, Larry, sitting in History of Magic in Harry's place. This year had been better. With Harry unable to sleep, meaning there was at least one other person awake to keep her company. During the long hours, they were forced to sit in the class. She needed that company in order to stay awake, but her auntie had time and again insisted every subject needed to be treated with the utmost respect, and she had foolishly promised to do her best in even this pointless class. At least that had been the case, until a couple of weeks ago when Harry had somehow convinced a house elf to take his place. How the teacher, ghost though he was, failed to see anything amiss when his arguably most famous student ever was replaced by an elf wearing a black mop on his misshapen head and with glasses drawn on his face in grease paint. She did not understand. Ignoring students who were obviously not paying attention or even sleeping was one thing, but a student being replaced by a creature not even of the same species was ludicrous, even if it did appear to be a lot more interested than any of the real students ever were. When Justin had somehow managed to coerce a second elf to take his place, it started getting silly. Still, the scene in front of her was a whole new level of absurd. There wasn't one elf in the class, or two, or even 5. Every single student was missing, and in their place were a multitude of elves, More than there were students normally, all wearing the most ridiculous substitutes for hair, including one who had apparently decided a full-grown hedge was a decent hairdo. Well, maybe, if it was meant to be Hermione. Anyway, now Susan faced a dilemma. There was no way she was going to sit in that room with all those strange elves, but she had made a promise. "Just go the library," said a voice behind her. "That's what I plan to do eventually." "Harry," said she, startled by his sudden appearance. "What?" "I can learn far more by reading the books than I can in that room, listening to old Ghosty go on, and quite frankly, those elves give me the willies. There is something very wrong with them," answered Harry. "That's a bit mean," said Susan. "I thought they were your friends and were doing you a favor." "One of them was doing me a favor because I had helped them out, but the rest have made deals with Ern and the others all by themselves," he answered, peering around her into the room. "But it's not that makes me worried. Apparently they like it, the classes, that is. I mean really like it, love even." While she didn't want to agree, there was no arguing with that. Liking Bin's classes was definitely a bit too strange, weird even. "You know, Hermione is not going to be happy," she said after a moment. "What, because we are getting out of class?" "No, because it looks like an elf is using her for a model, and it is not flattering." Harry poked his head around her and looked further into the room. "Oh, bugger, I see what you mean, but hey, it wasn't my idea. At least I don't think it was, but I suppose it's possible." "You know she is not going to believe you, one way or the other," said Sue, enjoying watching Harry squirm. "She's going to hound you for weeks about this." Harry sighed in defeat. "So what's it going to take?" he asked. "For you to keep quiet, that is." He knew he should have asked the elves for something a bit more subtle, but subtle really wasn't one of his strong points. Harry, can you hear me? Wake up, Harry, come on, buddy." Harry weakly tried to open his leaden eye, only to be almost blinded by light when he finally managed to crack them open. Every inch of his body ached, and it felt like a drunken elephant had been set loose inside his skull to run amok. "Wasped?" he asked, his mouth refusing to properly form words. "You fell off, you broom, during the match," said a voice. "Bullshit," he denied. "It's true," insisted a different voice. "You were up really high when the Dementors came in and they must have overwhelmed you or something, because the next thing we know, you were falling. Luckily, Dumbledore was there, or you would have been squished flat." "It was very scary," said a third voice Harry decided sounded like Hannah. "Not as scary as seeing Dumbledore nearly lose it," said Cedric, a slight shudder in his voice. "I thought he was going to blow his stack for a while there." A round of murmurs agreed, as Harry forced his eyes to open again. He was in the hospital on one of the beds, still in his Quidditch gear, and surrounded by what looked like the whole team, plus a couple of extras. They were all soaking wet. Slowly, memories of the horrific game against Gryffindor came back to him. Cedric was playing one of the other positions for some reason Harry never bothered to figure out, so he had been dragged off the reserve bench yet again and roped into playing Seeker. Why they had forced him to play and whether better suited to sitting inside near a warm fire he would never know, but insist they had, with strict instructions to not end the game until they were at least 60 points ahead. He had tried to stay where he was told to patrol for the snitch, but it had just gotten too ridiculous. Even with his robes enchanted with multiple spells to keep water and cold away, he was quickly soaked and miserable, so he made possibly the worst decision ever. "Not mentors," he mumbled after taking a grateful drink from a cup offered to him by a very concerned-looking Han. "What?" she asked. "Not Dementors," he repeated slowly and painfully. "What, did somebody knock you off?" demanded Cedric. "No," said Harry, slowly regaining strength enough to prop himself up slightly on his elbows. "I passed out." "What from?" "Lack of air, I think." A confused silence greeted him. You see, I didn't want to be in the storm anymore, he said sheepishly. So I started flying up higher, trying to get above it. I figured it would be calmer and easier to fly up there, so I could just nick back down every now and then to check the score. Fly above the storm. Are you completely bonkers? Apparently so, he answered sadly, sinking back down. I was only out for a second, but the broom shut off and I started falling. I reckon I could have gotten it back under control, but then I hit the Dementors. I heard they got overexcited by all the emotions and couldn't help themselves, said somebody. Harry couldn't see. Yeah, well, all I know is they have pretty hard heads, said Harry, and they are bony as hell. I reckon. The second one I smashed into was carrying a couple of bricks in its pockets or something, because he did some serious damage. Another silence reigned. When you said, hit the Dementors, you know I didn't think you meant you actually touched them, said Malcolm, one of the chasers. Don't say it like that, said Maxine the beater. You make that sound dirty. Get your mind out of the gutter, said Heidi, the other chaser. For a moment, Harry wondered if some brain damage had occurred, since he was recalling everybody's full names for a change, but then he figured why worry about it, and just went with the flow. Anyway, I think you must be the only person I have ever heard of ever actually getting that close to. 1. 5, I think. I wasn't really counting after the second one, Harry corrected. Live to tell the tale. I wouldn't be going too close to them anytime soon, warned Malcolm. They might hold a grudge. Or want you to touch them again, added Max. Gutter, yelled Heidi. At any rate, flying that high was pretty stupid, said Cedric. And you cost us the game. What? Why? Demanded Harry, finding himself oddly upset at the thought of losing his first game ever. Again, the specter of brain damage raised itself in his mind, but then it too was shrugged off as not important enough to bother thinking much about.
Thanks for watching part 1 of this story. For part 2, please check out my channel.